Oh, yeah. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Sin Bin Podcast, Season 3, Episode 3. And of course, we are live and direct in stereo with all the sinners up in his house. And of course, we got sinner Mr. No Fact Check Sasado in the house, also known as Tyler. Of course, we got sinner Tony, also known as the Shiner. And welcoming back to the show, the Pornman Dan, up in this bitch once again. And I'll be your host, the Toxic Sinner, Moodz. Yeah. What's going on, my sins?
Yo.
What's happening, gentlemen?
Oh, man.
Fitting.
Yes, JP is either running late or not showing up. So he was vacated from the intro. Hopefully we see him tonight. We don't really
Mexican can't be here right now.
Mexican can't be here. He didn't really elaborate. So we don't really know what's going on. Hopefully, like I said, he's just going to be late. But speaking of that, if he doesn't show up, somebody remind to do the thumbnail.
Oh, yeah.
At the end of the show. Because then we'll just all piece off and they'll be like, well, fuck, we don't have a thumbnail. Okay. Yeah, man. Season 3, Episode 3. Dan, welcome back to the show. It's been a minute.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah,
that's the funny thing. I was thinking today, I was just like, wow, the older you get, it's kind of redundant to say, but, the fact that it's already been a year and it feels like we just talked about Blonde Goddess and Joel Delaney and some of the other films. It's just went by like that. But happy to be back.
Has it been a year?
It has.
Yeah, because I guess it was the last episode.
That was February last year, yeah.
Yeah. Fuck, that is so crazy. I mean, we were talking about this before too, like how we're into the 3rd season of this show. Like, that's crazy to me, man. Like, we've already done 24. Like, this is what, episode 27 in theory. It's crazy, man. I feel like we just started this thing up, but yeah, anyways, Dan, welcome back to the show. Excited to, are you doing Driller?
Yeah, I'm doing Driller. I'm going to briefly talk about for like 2 seconds, going to talk about the film I originally was going to do just because I watched it anyways. But yeah, Driller is the one because I saw that you and Tony both logged it, and I'm sure we all have plenty to say about it.
Yeah, I should have. I was going to ask you, so I just wrote Driller in the thing. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that he's doing Driller, and I'm like, I'm just going to watch it anyways. I had it sitting in the collection for so many years, I never watched it.
Yeah, I was laughing when you were telling the story on either Sin Bin or 22 Shots or Wild Eye saying you that, and then immediately after they're like, never mind, no more titles for you.
Yeah, I got kicked off right after that. I literally had I think I had a stack about, I don't know, like 6 to 8, and those were the 2 of the releases, and they kicked me off. And I was like, they were like, don't even bother sending me. I'm like, okay. Cool, man. Cool.
Oh,
thanks for the free releases, by the way. That was pretty fucking sweet. I actually ended up watching some of them, and they were shit, but all these years later, I ended up watching Driller.
It's just funny. Their first adult release was fucking Driller of all movies.
Right. I mean, I guess
it's their only adult movie, isn't it? Or do they have more?
I mean, no. I don't know. Like, just the fact that this was.
I think that's all they put out on DVD, wasn't it?
That's the only X-rated film I can think of that they ever put out. Yeah. Yeah, because once, like the old Wildlife, when they first started, they were putting out some pretty cool stuff, and then they kind of switched over to more modern, like independent, low budget shit that really sucks. So they kind of got rid of that, and they haven't really dropped anything like that. So, but it is interesting that they put it out now to date on VHS, DVD, and Blu-ray.
Yeah, that is. Well, it's crazy they still even have that title. The fact that doesn't really align with the titles that they've been putting out previously, as well as being an adult film. You figure they would have given that to someone else. I mean, I can't imagine that was.
I have a sneaky suspicion that they bought that title. They own that.
Maybe Driller's where Wild Eye began.
Because speak of the devil. Because when you think about it, Dan, they put out Driller probably over 10 years ago. Not too many companies, basically rent or get the rights for that long. Usually rights are about 3 to 5 years is about the average for a company to obtain the rights. And then that's why things go out of print. And people are like, things go out of print so quick. And I'm like, it's like 3 to 5 years. But this is like over 10 years old. This thing came out from Wild Eye. And I'm thinking that they own this title. They probably went.
They have to 100%.
10 years. There's no way that they still have the rights to it. There's no way.
It's just peculiar that they, among their catalog of titles, you see a certain trend amongst newer, lower independent films, and then you have Driller from the '80s, which is part parody, adult film. It's just I'd love to know the story of how they acquire that and why they acquired it, I should say.
One of them probably just personally loves it, and he's like, I just want this movie.
I mean, it makes sense from
That
the
could
horror
be it.
angle. It could be like the love of the film, and it makes sense that it's like a horror-related X-rated title and should just try something new. But it probably has somebody like internal's love for the film Driller. They saw it at a young age and been like, yeah, man, these are most hilarious parodies of Michael Jackson shit I've ever seen.
If they want to get more horror adult stuff, fine by me. It's just funny that like they didn't pick up like Hard Gore or any of these other titles. So I'm like, yeah, if Wild Eye released like Hard Gore, I'd be like, that makes sense. It's like a horror adult film, psychological horror film. I don't know. But no, it's just an anomaly. So you guys are more knowledgeable about Wild Eye than I am, so I didn't know.
That would be the funniest box set in the world, like horror parody, like Blu-ray box set. I mean, I've only ever seen, well, now I've seen Driller. I've only ever seen the Texas Dildo Massacre and Beetlejuice. Those are like the only other two that I can think of that I've ever seen that were like.
You've never seen Edward Penis Hands?
No, I never saw that one. I remember seeing that like in the adult, like, you know, back in the, I never rented that one. But Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice still is the funniest name I've ever heard in my life. Like, we rented that based on us laughing so fucking hard at the title. Like, Beetlejuice was so good. It was fucking gnarly.
Beetlejuice. Like, I can't believe a human came up with that and put that on a movie.
The Texas Dildo Massacre literally has a dude running around with this mechanical dildo. It's fucking
yeah.
It's so stupid.
Peakorama, like a decade ago or so, maybe longer than that. They on one of their double DVDs, they put out The Sexorcist, but I don't know how much of a parody it actually is. But I will say that AGFA put out this film Sex Demon, which is just so wild that I bought it at Cinema Wasteland for an acquaintance of mine. Shout out to Alex, good guy. And it's basically The Exorcist, but like with gay guys. And like they're sticking like screwdrivers in their asses, like getting possessed by demons. It's like nonsense. I made my fiance watch it with me, and she's like, "What the fuck are you watching?" And yeah, anybody listening, check that one out. It's ridiculous.
That was put out on the Egg for Blu-ray, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I actually own that too. I think I have a couple of like the older Vinegar Syndrome ones. Did they release the one? It was like the gay Dracula one or some shit like that. Did they do that? Yeah.
Dracula Sucks.
Dracula Sucks.
That wasn't a gay one, but they did put that out. Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of Massacre Video.
Yeah, Massacre on 4K, baby.
Massacre Video put one out. I think it was like a gay one or something like that. But yeah, Dracula Sucks. I watched that one. I actually watched that one.
It's a good release. There's a couple different versions on that release. There's a Love at First. I forgot what it was called. Not Love at First Bite. Maybe that's what it was called. Slightly different. Keeps the hardcore stuff in there, but it's interesting how they did it. They like re-edited the footage to kind of make a different narrative. I don't think the film is like amazing or anything. I think it's interesting, but that release is pretty solid. Although I will say it's funny because on the release, they're like, we're going to go look at the locations for the film. And they filmed it like in a real castle, but they don't have access to the castle now. It's gated off. So on the features, they're like looking at it from fucking like a mile away. And they're like, well, they filmed it down there. It's like, why do you even do it then if you can't like go there? It's not like you can actually go to like, oh, here's the street where they filmed this. It's like, well, I'm sure. I wonder if any of the places that are in the castle are still there. It's like, why even have this feature?
Man, that's funny.
They paid for the plane ticket and they had to do something.
Yeah, they're already there. It's like, all right, there it is. I hope it's intact.
Well, JP, thanks for joining the party, man. We actually just started. Like this is like seriously the first conversation that we've had. I like just finished up the intro and just started talking about like horror.
Yeah, you might have missed like between 5 and 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been insanely busy, like ridiculously busy. Like dude, the last like 3 weeks have been absolute utter hell. Like miserable.
Like just busy at work or like problems at work?
Problems at work. Like we were going through our inspection, which it was actually today. So that's why I was like super late. Dealing with that. On top of that, like one of my housekeepers quit, another housekeeper fell down their steps and is injured, and then another housekeeper had a like abscess tooth and they're out of commission, and another one of my housekeepers is like 8 months pregnant and can't really do much. So it was a shit show. So it's been rough. It has been absolutely horrible. I did have fun over the weekend. That was a nice break.
Yeah, you went to what convention was it? Gettysburg?
Creature Feature
Creature-
Weekend in Gettysburg,
In
and
Gettysburg, yeah.
I got to meet up with Greg Mortis, who was on the show last month.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
that's sick. That was a good episode too.
that was
He was
cool.
he was really good on the show.
I got to meet Greg and his wife Pearl and Ian Ezra, who has been a listener of ours for a really long time, I think. I haven't had like a ton of interaction with him, but he does a show with Greg about Italian horror. They have a show.
I think Greg was
about
mentioned that
Italian horror.
he was a fan of the show and stuff, and I just don't remember him ever leaving. He's probably one of those guys that just listens over time but doesn't leave comments, so we don't really know.
Yeah.
But yeah,
But
I always
I
see him
gave
on like
him-
social media. He does a lot of conventions because I see him taking pictures
Yeah.
with like famous people like every fucking day. I'm like, dude, what is this guy at a convention every day? It's
Mhm.
wild.
Yeah. I got to hang out with them for a bit. They didn't stay at the hotel and they were only there for a little bit. Pearl was feeling under the weather. So only hung out with them for like maybe an hour or something. And I also like slept till like noon on, which is actually quite early for myself, on Saturday, which was the day they came. So they were already there like early in the morning. And the big person that everybody was meeting was the chick from Audition. This
Yeah,
is only
I
like
saw that.
That's cool.
I saw that. I was like jealous. That's some. I don't really get enamored or care to pay for people to a lot of the time at conventions. But when I saw like she was there, it's like holy shit. I would have.
apparently she's only done like one other convention in the United States like years ago or
Does she
something.
speak
Yeah.
English?
Not really.
I'd rather she did it. It would
I
be
didn't
amazing.
think so. Yeah.
Yeah, but she I didn't meet her, but apparently everybody
rather
said
she
was a
did it.
sweetheart.
Creepy
That was
voice
funny as
ever.
fuck.
It makes the fantasy better.
Dude, that's crazy.
Everybody said she was super sweet and very nice, very pretty.
Yeah, it's still looking
and
really good. I saw the pictures.
Yeah.
yeah, she seemed super like happy to meet everybody and stuff. So that was really cool. I got to watch The Toxic Avenger with Lloyd Kaufman and the two main actresses and one of the I don't know if it was the actor who played the Marvin, whatever Melvin, or if it was the both him and the stunt actor. I don't remember. I'm not super versed on who's who in that movie, but it was fun. You know, Lloyd Kaufman talking about his movie while watching the movie was pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
And one cool thing, one funny thing tidbit that he said during the movie, he said that Trauma Now or Trauma whatever their streaming service is pretty much like the only thing that's keeping Trauma afloat at this point.
Really?
Not physical media sales, not like, stuff like that. It's the streaming that's the thing that's basically keeping them alive, which just kind of put in perspective a little bit just how much things have changed with streaming and collectors are not as big as we used to be. I don't even think it's like so much the collectors. Like I feel like we're stronger than ever, maybe. It's
Yeah.
more so that the general people don't buy DVDs anymore and Blu-rays and stuff. That's
Yeah.
where the huge loss is.
Yeah.
But he did say something funny that I is so Lloyd Kaufman and just such a different perspective on that really sets him apart from everybody else. He said, he's like, you can get 1 month free if you go to trauma.com, whatever, / whatever. And he's like, you'll get a free month of the streaming service. It's the thing that's keeping us alive right now. He said that first, but then he said, and if you just use a different email address, you can get another month for free. And then you could use a different email address and get another month for free. And he just, and it was funny because it's like, even though that is super detrimental to do to them, he's just a realist and he acknowledges that people do that.
No,
And
he's
made
he's
it-
acknowledging the fact that that most people do shit like you do. They sign up for free and then forget about it, and all of a sudden you're
Forget
paying for
about it.
and then you got 3
Yeah,
fucking
that's me.
subscriptions.
I've been paying for Criterion for like almost a year now.
But if you
Used
sign
it
up
twice.
3 different times for the month and you keep forgetting, now he's making whatever it is, $30 or whatever the fuck it is.
I've literally used Criterion maybe 3 times since I've signed up for it.
Oh, that's a bad trade. Yeah.
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 I mean, I could have bought probably like 6 Criterions by now.
Yeah. You could have bought more than you watched.
Yeah. Which is it's so stupid. But I actually, the reason I like ended up keeping it, because there's a few films on my 100 years challenge that are on there. So I kept it for now, I guess, but it mainly just laziness. But yeah, that was cool.
You can mooch off of mine if you want, Dan does.
Thanks.
It was
But
one of the
Lloyd-
guys. Was one of the guys like a shorter dude? Was it Mark Torgel? He's obviously older, but he's got a beard, like puffy beard. And shit
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think so. The thing
Yeah,
is,
I met him a couple
they
years ago.
come into the theater, and I was sitting way in the back this time, and they come in and sit down, so you're not like, you don't see them, you see the back of their heads, because they're down in front.
Right.
But I was actually a little disappointed. They only did the 1 live commentary this year, where normally I think the last year there was like 3, and the year before that there were like 2, and when they started it was 1 every year, but they went back to 1. But it is like one of those things where you don't want to spend all your time in the movie theater too. So it's like you want to go out and like mingle and drink in the lobby and watch people do karaoke and stuff. So I
Really?
get
Watch
why.
people do karaoke? Fuck that. No.
Yeah, it's just it just
Is that
happens
a
there,
big thing
so.
in Gettysburg? Like they do karaoke?
Oh, they
there?
did. The karaoke goes hard there. Like
Oh.
everybody does it. Like, and they do it in the lobby till like midnight.
Did the girl from
and-
Audition do karaoke?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
I did see. I did.
Dan got that joke. Come on.
I did run into. I did run into Michael Berryman at the bar though, which was cool. He was chilling at the bar.
Yeah, I saw that picture. I'm like, that's cool, man.
And yeah, I didn't meet anybody. Which I tend to not do really anymore is like meet the people. I bought a cup. I really didn't buy much. I bought a zombie hat. Fulci zombie hat. And I bought a.
Did you buy that
My
snazzy work
Bloody-
shirt that you're wearing right now too?
No, this actually is just a Reebok shirt, but
Oh, I
I
thought
do
it was
wear
like
it to
I
work.
thought you just like literally stepped in the house from work and got on.
I did wear this.
Oh,
to
is
work
it-
today.
You
Okay.
said you said you bought a cup.
Yeah, I bought a cup. It has like
Yeah,
the
what is
spines
that?
of all the Elm Streets. It's just like
Oh
the
yeah,
VHS
yeah. You sent a
spines.
pic.
Yeah, I
That's
like
a
it. It's
badass
cool.
cup.
They had a Friday one too and a Halloween one. But the Elm Street one, I just was more feeling at the moment.
Wow, the
I don't have as
Friday
much-
fanboy.
That's what
I'm
would've
an
bought,
Elm
though.
Street fanboy as well, and I had
Dave
such a
Z's just
great.
gonna hear that and be like, "Well, that just settles it. I am the number one."
Nope,
Because
he
I
can't
would have
be.
bought that cup.
He can't. No, because he doesn't like half the movies on the cup.
You know what? I agree with that.
Right? That's always my argument. You're not a bigger Friday fan than me because you only like half the movies. And
Man,
the funny thing
Yeah,
is,
that's
I've
fair.
always said
Yeah.
he does like them. He just thinks that he shouldn't. So, but
Oh
he
god,
still
Dave's
would.
mentality sometimes when it comes to film, it's just everyone. It's so bizarre. I
It's
tell
'cause
him
he
that
has
every day. I'm like,
problems
you're weird.
with him. But it was, and I bought a My Bloody Valentine beanie. My beanie collection of horrors is getting pretty nice. And yeah, it was mainly just like drinking for 2 days and having fun, and ran into some actors and stuff from the indie film circuits that
Sleeping till
Carlos
noon,
knows.
pissing off Carly because you're
Um,
sleeping way too fucking late.
Yeah. No, she actually slept till noon as well. I was
What?
actually up like a little before her actually for once.
You guys up late or are you just sleeping late?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was up till about like 2 or 3 that first night, and then we were just
okay.
also exhausted. It was like a 4-hour drive, and we worked that day as well.
Nothing like our
Um,
fucking 5:30 waste.
I love that. You're like, I'm exhausted,
Adventures.
so I was up till only 2 or 3. When I'm exhausted, I'm up till like 8 o'clock.
No, dude, I regularly stay up till like 2 a.m. on like just weekdays.
I usually stay up till midnight, but I'm gonna have to start going into work at 6 a.m. So that's probably not gonna fly much longer.
When I used
Yeah,
to work
that's
afternoons, I was off at 1 in the morning, and then I was up till about 5 every single night. It'd
Yeah.
take me about 3-4 hours to wind down, and then I would have to sleep later because obviously. But a lot of
My
times I would
worst
get up and go
schedule-
play hockey.
My worst schedule was when I was working the overnight and I would get off at like 7 a.m., get home at like 8 a.m., and then I'd be up till like noon or 1 p.m. and it's just like, ugh. But
Anyways,
other than
work
that, I
schedules.
mean, it was a pretty fun time. What else happened? Did anything else happen? I
Did you run into
Oh
anybody
my
else
God, dude.
besides
I
Greg
got
and Ian?
so drunk on Friday. No, yeah, I mean, I ran into Chris O'Brocky. These are actor people that we're friends with. Um, who else was there? Hunter, he's in Krakoon. And so is Chris. Justin, he's also in which I found out his name is JP as well, but he's Justin Paul or something.
Hmm.
Which I thought was hilarious. Couple other people, but nobody from like the YouTube circles or anything. And like Friday night I got really fucking drunk because I think we were like out of beer, or no, we weren't out of beer, but I think I ended up getting a uh Coke, or sorry, a diet Jack and Diet Coke at the bar, and I got a double, and I swear to God, it was like all fucking Jack, dude. Like it was like there was like that much Diet Coke in it, and it was so strong, and I drank the whole thing, and after that, I was just gone, and I smoked a little too strong. Ryan from Cinema Wasteland, Ryan, you probably know him, Ryan Longston or something. He was there too, and we hung out with him for a bit. And he always has like the strongest weed.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Well,
I gifted Greg and Ian a shirt.
I saw the
of ours.
pictures. That's cool. I'm actually wearing one right now,
I see that.
oddly enough. Yeah, it's cool, man. I saw a post from Art Ettinger today, and he was talking about Wasteland in a couple weeks, and basically saying that this might be like one of like maybe the last 3. This might even be the last one. Like nobody really knows. And I'm like, fuck, that's so sad. It just sucks that there's no more October because that was my favorite time to go. But like you said, we're gonna have to figure out something. Maybe this might be.
Yeah, I never knew that the April one was the original Wasteland. I always thought it was the October one.
No, it was
the
April.
original
Yeah.
one.
October just is such a more fun time to do a convention.
It just turned into the October one being kind of the bigger one for some odd reason. But that like, I think in like the mid 2000s is when it got really big in the October one, and then it's kind of tapered off a little bit because the last couple of October ones that we've been to, I don't think the guests have been overly the greatest.
Yeah, I think they kind of gave up on like the guests a long time ago, you know.
Yeah. The last really big show that I remember was the Day of the Dead reunion, where everybody was there except for Romero, and he was still alive at the time. And that was pretty fucking cool. And then everything after that was kind of just, you know, it is what it is. But I don't really go for the guests as much as I used to. It's more for you guys hang out and shit, right?
Well, that's the thing too, is I was talking to Tyler a couple hours ago. We are talking about something else entirely. Actually, we are talking about the Criterion stuff, and we are both kind of like, well, I was telling him, I'm like, yeah, you know, the first half of the year is always, first couple months is a little tricky. You're getting after the holidays. You know, some of us are resubscribing to Vinegar Syndrome. Money's a little bit tighter, so October is kind of perfect because it's a good wrap up to the end of the year. It's sort of like a celebration of just the year behind us. Beginning of the year is a little trickier because it's like, all right, I just spent all this money on, holidays and, whatever, getting the stuff back together. And now it's, for some of us, a plane ticket, for some of us, putting X amount of money aside for films, or if you want to meet someone or that, it's just not feasible. But I will say, JP, the more that you've talked about Creature Feature, especially with how close it is to Tyler and I, it really sounds like something I want to look into, because especially, I mean, you really kind of sealed the deal with the whole like showing the films in the theater next door. So that's something that if Wasteland does kind of go by the wayside, I think that could be a viable.
Yeah, and that's what I can drive to, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Yeah,
yeah.
It does. It sounds cool.
The only thing that Creature Feature misses, it's 2 things. One, vendors for movies. They have like none. They had
Why
Trauma.
is
That
that?
was it this year. I don't
Really?
understand it.
Like Diabolic and fucking
They've never had Diabolic. They've never had Severin. They've never had Vinegar Syndrome.
Oof,
I don't
that's a deal
understand
breaker.
why.
Snaps. Like that's crazy. Mind you, the
Yeah.
Snaps table never sells anything at Wasteland because they're more expensive than Amazon for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, their table is like always crickets.
it's so
I know.
fucking wild, man.
I know it's ridiculous, but that's the one thing they're missing, and the only other thing is like people we know. Like it's just me and like I have like the convention people or the actors who I've become friends with over the years there.
Mhm.
But yeah, like none of you guys and stuff. So those are the two big things. I want to talk to Craig who puts on the show and ask him like, can we get like a Vinegar Syndrome or really Severin or Terror Vision or something would be the big
Severin,
ones for me.
Terrorvision, and Diabolic would be the ideal things, and then bring in the the odd indie thing and stuff like that would be fun. But get some in
Vendors
there.
are such a big draw for that. I don't even understand how that's not a part of the original equation.
Cinema
Because
Wasteland is such a gold mine for vendors because it literally has everything. You
it's
got.
got, I mean,
I think one of
well,
the
that's
things
it.
too
Oh, sorry.
about the creature feature is it's new. It's a newer convention. It's only been going since I think this was like the 6th year or something.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's a little older now, but like they're still, they seem to be more focused on the celebrities too, which I've noticed, because they do a lot of like they definitely have like some of the bigger people.
Well, what's the showroom like? Could they have two different showrooms, like one for vendors and then one for guests, or is it?
They literally do. So
Well, what the fuck?
the showroom is there's one giant room that has the celebrities, and there's so much space in there.
Yeah.
Like it's like not like the whole middle is like empty. Like it's just they're all around the corners and then like two in the center. There's so much extra space there. And then the other room is all vendors. And then the hallway is all vendors. Like it's probably if you took all the vendors in Cinema Wasteland and like the size of it, it's probably 3 times the size
Yeah.
of Cinema Wasteland. But yeah, it's like I don't know. I'm not really sure why it never seemed to be like
Physical media forward.
like
I mean, you would think though, like if it's been going on that long, that people would have mentioned it, because a lot of other conventions have a good.
Another thing too, I know this year, I don't know if it's every year, it's the same weekend as Horror Hound in Ohio. So they're probably there for sure. Like I know my friend went, and I know that he went to the Vinegar Syndrome table for sure. So it could be like something like that where they're already like committed to another
But they
place
can
that
have multiple
happens the same.
people.
You can do
They
two
do,
conventions
they
in the
do.
same weekend. Like there's multiple people with Vinegar Syndrome. You just split up the media and go
I mean,
do
they've
two
done that
conventions.
before.
Yeah,
They're like, hey,
100%.
this weekend we'll be here and we'll be here.
Right. Yeah, that would be a big selling point for me. And I agree with you, Dan, too. Like when it comes down to the time it is right now, it's in March and we're all just kind of recovering from the holidays and, other vendors, money's short for a little bit, after into the new year and stuff like that. And it costs money. Like where I'm coming from, to go to Wasteland every year for me is like 10 grand. Right.
Well, that's the thing. Even somebody like you who's flying internationally, I can only imagine the heft toll it takes on you, let alone for somebody, Tyler and I were just flying a couple hours or JP is driving or anything like that, So the first half of the year, it's just not feasible. I mean,
no, I don't.
It'd
The
be great.
traveling's
I'd
not
love
the
to go,
problem
but
for me. It's just like for me and Aaron to go. It's like it's about because you got to think about it. But we got to fly from here to Vancouver to Toronto. We got to get hotels. We got to rent vehicles. We got to get another hotel, and it just you do this whole round trip, and then plus the spending. It's like 10 grand, bro. And it's like I don't mind it. Like I don't care about the money. It's just is it really feasible to be doing that right after like the holidays? You spend a bunch of money, like you're still kind of like getting going and. Exactly. It's just a bad time of the year for me, man. Like if it was in the summer, it would be so perfect. Be so fucking perfect. Like June, July would be amazing to have those. But
it's always a reward for me too, because it's like the final leg of my busy season, like at my job.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a nice like okay, we're almost there. I made it through all summer. It's time to take like a week off.
Yeah, I actually have 2
I
weeks
think
in the summer, but I'm going to Frisco. So,
there you go.
but I mean, if
Having
I
in October as well,
there's
it's
not there's not a lot of conventions in the summer, isn't there?
No, I don't think that seems like a
um,
good time to have conventions, honestly.
Because people are doing other shit. That's the thing.
Yeah,
And
people like to be outside, do activities, and stuff like that. I don't.
100%.
Yeah.
be a bunch of sweaty dorks in a crowded
There's more.
convention center.
Is there more sports going on in the summer? Probably
Yeah.
not, actually.
Well, I mean, for me, I mean, I'm going
Depends
to
what
Frisco
part in
specifically to go
summer.
see the Jays and the Giants play.
Yeah.
I'm going to be there for a week, but 3 games. So,
So, do you guys talk about any vinegar syndrome stuff?
no, man, we
No,
just
not a
that
thing.
conversation and the porn stuff was like the beginning of it.
We
Yeah, we
missed you
talked
too
about
much.
anything but.
But yeah, we should actually talk about the latest releases from Vinegar Syndrome. So Vinegar Syndrome did a weird thing this month where, you know, they announced their monthly titles, and then they kind of had like a little flash sale type thing, not sale, I guess, but I guess it was a Friday the 13th thing where they incorporated a couple
Pre-order.
other title pre-orders. So it turned out it was Macabre coming to 4K. That was a flash preview, and I think the deal was if you ordered Macabre,
Well, actually, no. It was the Friday 13th thing was Unmasked Part 25 and Intensive Care.
oh, that was the Friday the third. Oh yeah, right. And then that was the flash. So they're doing another thing. Fuck sakes, man.
The Flash
Yeah, it was like the
preview
next
was
week.
Right.
Macabre.
Okay, so the Friday the 13th flat or deal was.
But is that for halfway to Black Friday? The Flash, they do that all the time, right?
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
but what came with this one with the Vinegar Sin or the Macabre deal was if you pre-ordered this title, you got like special benefits and stuff like that for the Black Friday deal. So
I think specifically it's for like the everything package or something.
for the other everything, I think you just get maybe a bonus discount.
Is
or
this
whatever.
one we already get? Tony?
Yeah, subs are getting that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was like, shit, I missed it.
Okay, so that was a deal with Macabre. I mean, I didn't grab it. I guess I'm not going to reap the benefits of the deal and stuff because it is what it is. I just didn't need the 4K.
I actually love Macabre.
Yeah,
I'm stoked for it.
I
I
have,
only
like-
had it on DVD.
I have like 3 copies. I'm like, I
I think
know.
I only have it on DVD as well.
I got the 88 Blu-rays. Anyways, so the Friday the 13th titles, like JP said, we got the VSL. They put this on the VSL line.
Yeah, they
Intensive
said
Care.
something like this will probably be the only slasher ever to go on VSL.
Yeah, man, this is a
Yeah,
random...
because it's such a Vinegar Syndrome like coded title. It makes no fucking sense.
Dude, I agree, Tony. My head was just spinning for that. I was like, what the? I don't get this. I really don't understand.
Literally
this.
a month after a George Kennedy movie, they're like, this George Kennedy guy, nah, he's
Yeah.
got to be on the VSL line now.
So weird. But you know, it's a fun little Dutch film that he had done and stuff. I think we watched it for what, 91? It came out 91, I think. It's pretty fun. And then Unmasked Part 25 is back out with a new slipcover. So that was
I was hoping it would be Evils of the Night because I missed out on that and I love that movie.
They don't really re-release their titles very often.
Which
I
is a
thought
good
this-
thing, right? That's like kind of a good thing. If they did that
Yeah.
too often, it would annoy us. So
Yeah.
I do think that it's like fit. Like if they are doing it, I hope it's like their oldest shit. You know what I mean?
They'll
mean,
do it sometimes.
clearly
like
there
with
was
a
a-
cover or something.
We all know why Unmasked Part 25 came out for Friday the 13th because it's got the mask and shit. So makes complete
Yeah.
sense. But I mean, I already had it, so it is what it is.
What's his name in that? Jackson or some shit?
yeah, okay, yeah. So like, it's such a goofy movie. It's super goofy.
Yeah, I like it.
But on to the Vinegar Syndrome titles. Vinegar Syndrome standard Office Killer came out from what, 97? It's Office Killer from 97, I think, something like that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
were
think
trying to make
so.
us review that.
Yep.
Oh, but it does have a typo on the back of the case. It says like 87
89,
or something.
89. Yeah, I saw
What a
that.
bunch of idiots.
Yeah, someone pointed out that they might have just copy and pasted from the Massacre title that they came out because I think that was 89 or something
Yeah.
like that. I thought that was kind of funny. But yeah, so Office Killer from 97, which is, you know, I mean, it's kind of a more better film from 97. 97 is not really the strongest year, but there is some gems from that year. But I was actually pretty stoked about the Forgotten Gialli Volume 9 set because this box set entails very, very late entries into the Giallo genre. These are all 90s titles. So the first one up is Madness, directed by the one and only and the late great Bruno Mattei. It says 93. I'm pretty sure it's 92. I think
I thought it was 94.
Maybe it is 94. I watched it for 92. One of the 2 years I did watch it. Man, it was a brutal like VHS rip on YouTube, so it wasn't really the greatest, but kind of a weird, fun one. And then 2 I'd never heard of. I got Bougie Rose from 1993, directed by, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that fucking name. That's crazy. And then we got Murder in Blue Light from 1991. So have you guys heard of the other 2 titles there besides Madness?
No, I haven't
No.
heard any of them.
Yeah, those ones.
I saw that one of them has Thomas Arana in it from the church and whatnot. So I'm pretty stoked about that. I like that dude. He was in fucking Frankenfish of all movies. I'm like, no way.
Oh yeah, he's in Bougie Rose. Wow, crazy. I didn't even look at the cast. Interesting. Oh yeah, and David Hess is also in Murder in Blue Light.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Interesting. So yeah, looking forward to that set. I like there's some pretty decent later 80s, early 90s giallos. I spoke on Vinegar Syndrome Standard here. Lucio Fulci presents Massacre, which is a Andre Bianchi film that we reviewed on 22
I think there's
shows.
rumors that they were saying that they're gonna
try and get all 6 of the titles.
Yeah, like all those Fulci things.
I really hope
I feel like we're gonna get another one in April because they said there's gonna be another Italian debut, so it's probably gonna be another one.
Yeah, they had like a bunch of like kind of gray market DVDs in the UK a few years back. I never grabbed them, so but that's pretty cool. I like to see Massacre once again in a better transfer for sure, because that was pretty shit the last time we watched it. And that comes in there's 2 different slipcovers. It's a 4K, so you got the standard one and there's an alternate slipcover. With you guys, so which one, when you're a subscriber, do they just send you one?
They give us both.
Oh, they give you both slipcovers.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Dope.
So you can like play dress up with your Blu-ray in case you're like, today I'm feeling like the alternate slipcover, so you can kind of go back and forth.
Yeah.
Oh,
it was great when I was a sub and got the fucking cutting class package that had like 20 slipcovers on it.
Dude,
I still have all of those.
The movie.
I'm not even joking. The other day I was going through my collection and I came across all those slipcovers I completely forgot about. I'm like, why do I have like 7 fucking cutting class slipcovers?
Of all movies, cutting class.
Exactly. Cinematograph, however you pronounce it, Badge 373, featuring the late Robert Duvall. I've never seen that film. You guys seen it before?
Nope.
Yeah, I saw it a couple years ago.
Okay. Is it good?
It's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't remember a whole lot about it. I remember there being a really solid bus chase. Is it enough for me to purchase to watch it again? I don't know. It didn't leave that much of an impact on me, but maybe a standard down the line. I'm curious because Tyler, you said you're doing this for next month, right?
The first link set, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were doing. Okay. Well, I'm curious what you think of this then, because I thought it was pretty good, but I don't know if this new release would really have much of an impact, truthfully.
Yeah.
And then from Reviver, we get Reviver Volume 2, which this one doesn't. I mean, it's always hard to say if it looks good or not because there's no specs. Everything's blacked out on it.
At least there's 2 horror feature films on this one and not just like a random feature and like a couple crappy shorts like the first one.
Yeah.
I just think it's hilarious that I convinced Tony to buy it.
I think this one looks promising.
He was like felt so ripped off on the last one.
Oh no, I was stoked to actually buy this one because I was like, just give me a horror movie or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think it definitely looks better than the last one, but we'll see.
Even the footage they showed just looks really good, like well shot and like well produced.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
it probably can't be as bad as the first one.
The boots and the preacher, it was fine. Like,
yeah. I like the first one as an experience, but it's not like something I'm gonna run back to ever again. But I think that I'm looking forward to doing that. The backstory behind the movie sounded interesting.
Right. Then we got from VSP, Vinegar Syndrome Pictures, we got Cuddly Toys. You guys get the VSPs or you guys have to purchase those?
We got to purchase anything that's not just vinegar syndrome.
Okay. Do you guys know anything about this one? I know it's like a newer film, right? It came
I
out
think
like
I heard good
2020 or
things,
20,
but
2022.
I
It's
don't know anything other than that.
it's strange. I was looking up a little bit about it because I was curious as exactly what it was, and I think I may have even mentioned this in the group chat, but it was saying, this controversial modern day Mondo movie, which you're not making a modern day Mondo movie. That's not happening. But
Hmm.
it's funny. This super controversial. So I go online. I never heard of it, and I couldn't find anyone talking about it. So I'm like, all right, let me go to Letterboxd. Wherever everyone on Letterboxd, they love to just complain about every movie, and it had pretty positive reactions. So I'm like, what kind of controversy are you people talking about? I don't even know what this is. I watched the trailer for it. It doesn't look like something I'd purchase. Maybe a curiosity, but for even at a discounted price, I'm not that curious about it. Directed by someone named Kansas Bowling.
Yeah, I looked at that. It's got to be an alias. There's no way that's a real name.
No, I
She's
think that might be a
done
real
some
name.
trauma movies.
Right.
I
BC
forget what it was.
Holy
Yeah,
shit,
BC
you're...
Butcher. Yeah.
Oh, right, dude. That's how I know that because I reviewed that movie. That's crazy. I still don't
remember
believe
that one being
that's got to be an
okay.
alias though. That's got to be a fucking alias, but it doesn't matter anyways. But yeah, no, I saw the year on it. It was like early 2000s and or 2020s. I was like, no, I don't know about it. So I'm like, fuck that shit.
Yeah, I'm definitely off and on when it comes to the VSPs. I think I have like 3 of them, I think.
I have a
Do you guys
bunch, but
do you guys grab anything for the like partner label?
I
so
grabbed on the new one. I grabbed that Bye Bye Love movie that you did last month because it was getting low on the slip count. But I also grabbed. Oh, it's been so long that I kind of forgot. I know
well,
I
I can
got
go through
4
the
movies.
titles here.
Oh, I bought
Yeah,
the
I was gonna
Judo
say
movie.
well, funny you mentioned that, Tyler. JP, at the beginning of the show, just because I had the time, I ended up watching, or I had seen some of the OCN titles this month, some of the partner label titles, and some I had watched for the first time. So I think I've seen almost all of these. Not all of them. There's a handful I haven't, but some of them I can steer. I can at least say comment briefly about them if you guys want to go through them at least.
Oh, the partner. Okay, yeah. So from Brainstorm Media, we got American Sweatshop. Don't know anything about it.
I watched that one recently. It's funny because it seemingly has the same plot as the new meta sequel, The Faces of Death, where in the new Face of Death, you have someone who's a like content moderator. They have to accept or deny these videos, and in the trailer, it seems she comes across what looks to be a real snuff video. She doesn't know, and then presuming it connects back to Face of Death. Anyways, in American Sweatshop, it's kind of the same thing. Lily Reinhart works at this content moderation place, and she comes across a video that looks to be a real rape and murder, and she's trying to figure out what's going on. This may have been a Hulu original. I'm not sure. That's the only place I was able to watch it. I think it may have been exclusive. I don't know. It's a film where the concept is better than the execution. I think Lily Reinhart's a fine enough actress, but the film I wasn't really crazy about.
25 came out last year.
Yep.
Yeah. ETR Media, Art Spangleman, Disaster is My Muse.
Yeah, that one. Probably gonna watch the first 45 minutes and then turn it off. That's kind of my reaction of it. It gets a little bad. It got a little in bad taste at the end. I whatever. I feel a little questionable. I think the irony seems to be lost on the main subject, where he has no problems drawing Hitler, but he draws a line at drawing Trump, which I kind of was like rolling my eyes at. I'm like, all right, now we're doing this in documentary. It's fine enough for like the first half, but then it kind of delves into a lot of.
It's a documentary.
Yeah, Art Spiegelman, who wrote Mouse, which is a famous graphic novel. Some of it's interesting. If you're already a fan of Art Spiegelman, I don't think there's a lot of information here to really kind of push you over the edge. I wasn't really crazy about it.
Yeah, I thought it was actually a movie based on Art Spiegelman. Okay. Connie, Carnival in the Night. See that one?
No, a couple of these I haven't seen.
From Muscle, castration movie anthology. What the fuck? I'm like reading this, like, what the fuck? Okay.
Sounds like a sequel to that fucking Saturn's Core shit you watched.
Yeah.
What was that, dude?
Joe Christ?
Joe Christ.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh,
fuck.
God.
Man, these are all fucking new. Well, the Connie movie's not, but these are mostly new releases.
Right.
Citywide Fever from Factory 25. Now, this one looked pretty fucking cool, actually.
Yeah, I ordered that one.
The
Did you
funny
watch
thing
it?
is that
What is it called?
Citywide Fever.
Citywide Fever.
Came out.
The funny thing
last
is
year.
that I feel like with the show, Factory 25 is the label that I think I almost have all their titles unintentionally. I don't buy all their stuff, but I kind of love that label. I actually have a tote bag of theirs. And this one I haven't watched, but I've been really a fan of their output. It's a lot of contemporary like indie kind of stuff in the last like 20 years or so. And this one sounded really interesting. I haven't watched this yet, but the slipcover sold out, so it must have done well enough. But really looking forward to watching this
I think
one.
it counts as a 2026 release.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that, Tony. I think I remember you saying that, actually. So
Yeah, I only had a festival screening in October, and that was it.
nice. From Big World Pictures, we got 8 postcards from Utopia plus the exit of the trains.
I watched 8 postcards from Utopia. That's from the same director who did Bad Luck Banging or Looney Porn, which just got a release from Magnolia. It's an interesting enough experimental film. It's basically making a narrative out of these Romanian commercials. But I do think something was kind of lost in translation because I was kind of lost a couple of times. It's interesting for about 20 minutes, but even at like 80 minutes, I think it runs a little too long. Exit of the Trains I haven't watched, but it seemed to have gotten a positive enough reaction online, so it might be worth a shot if people are curious.
Romanian films. Interesting. My wife used to teach there, actually. It's crazy, in Romania. Just don't hear too many Romanian films. It's crazy.
I'm sorry. I think I'm sorry. Romanian TV commercials. I think I accidentally said Romanian films. It's like various TV commercials from Rome that are stitched together.
No, you said
I don't know what I said
commercials.
before.
Yeah,
Okay.
you
I might
said
be
commercials. Yeah,
dumb. Listen, I've been drinking. Leave me alone.
that's fine. That's fine. From Club Super 8, Fear Has 1,000 Eyes. I'm actually going to be reviewing this next month. It's from 1978. It's like a fucking Swedish folk horror film. So,
Yeah, it looks sweet.
yeah, I'm like kind of liking this label right now, this Club Super 8 label. So at least all these.
Yeah, you
Swedish
go from
films
the
and shit.
bleeder to this.
you know what's fucking crazy about the bleeder, bro? I was expecting that shit to look super bad on Blu-ray, like just trash. Because you got to think it's like what 1983 shot on video.
Yeah, we've only seen it in like crappy copies.
I had never seen it before, and I
Oh,
popped it
shit.
in, and I started watching. I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, this is the clearest shot on video film I've ever seen in my life. And then I looked it up. They actually shot it on beta, which makes a little bit more sense because the PQ is a little bit better on beta. But man, it is like a really good looking shot on video film. It just doesn't really have any. It doesn't have anything else to it. It's like it's got
It
really
does
bad.
look amazing.
It does look amazing. Like, you know, that movie would be so super fucking sweet if it had really good kills. Because it's got that simple premise, you know, rock girl band, an all fucking Swedish rock girl band who breaks down kind of thing. And they go to this place where there's this killer at and stuff, and they start getting picked off one by one. But the problem is the kills don't deliver at all. Like, it just doesn't deliver. And it's like, I think that they should have probably hid the killer a little bit more in the film. Like, there's just like all of a sudden he's just like there. You're like, okay.
Yeah, and he looks stupid. He looks almost like a retarded version of like Anthropophagus or some shit.
A retarded
Just like with the
version
bleeding
of Anthropophagus. That is fucking hilarious. That is super funny. But yeah, you're right though. It kind of does. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely potential there. And you know, the funny thing about the Bleeder, watching it from like you know, a critical standpoint, like it's shot decent, you know, like it's edited well, it's got good transitions, locate, like everything about the movie's fine. It's just there's nothing to fill it in. There's a void there with the kills. It's a slasher film and needs better kills. So it's a miss, but one of the best looking shot on video films I've ever seen. It's crazy.
Yeah, that being said, the movie sucks, but we're all happy to have it in our collections.
Yeah, because and it's the one and only Swedish slasher film ever made.
That's crazy.
It is crazy.
And also one of the first shot on video movies, period.
Yeah, but 1983, the Swedes made a slasher film and never made another one after. What happened? Like, did they get banned from
they
making
made one?
movies?
They're like, we're done. We tried.
The government's like, that movie was so bad, we're just not allowing you guys to make
like, no more funding
films.
for this crap, guys. Do something else.
Also, like, I love that Blu-ray has that reverse wrap with the Gene Simmons like holding the poster in his mouth. I thought that was really fucking sweet.
Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, okay, so we got film movement classics, Fritz Lang's Indian epic, The Tiger of Anshinapar, and The Indian Tomb. Yeah, I don't know how to fucking pronounce that, whatever.
That's my pick.
Tyler, more on those ones? I don't know those films, so.
I watched the first one. I watched The Tiger of Eshnapur, and because it's a two-parter. He because the end of it, the end of the first one presumably leads right into the it kind of leads on a cliffhanger. And yeah, I think it's kind of perfect for Tyler to talk about because they're interesting curiosities in Fritz Lang's filmography. I don't know how much I actually like them. They didn't really stick a lot with me, but just the fact of the context of when this came out is interesting. Funnily enough, Film Movement Classics previously put these two films out on Blu-ray back in 2019. Now, I don't know. I presume it's not the same disc. I can't imagine it would be, but it's interesting that these two films have been previously released here by the same company, but worth watching as a curiosity piece nonetheless. At least the first one. I can't speak on the Indian Tomb.
They seem to be doing a lot of that re-releasing their titles. Because they just did it with The Great Silence too, right?
That's true. Yep. That had a release a little while ago.
Yeah. Interesting. But yeah, more on that next month with Tyler. Dark Sky, The G. Is this like a gangster film? Because I see The G.
It's like a crime film. It's
kind of like it's like a new film here. Like this is from 23.
Yeah, that's what I noticed, that the majority of what I watched from this month had been in the last 10 years or so.
Yeah.
Because this is 2023, and it's not bad. It's okay. The lead actress, whose name I'm blanking on, she's been in a bunch of stuff. She's been in Breaking Bad and My Name Is Earl. I think she's the highlight of the film. It's okay. I don't think the plot is great. It's kind of like a backwoods sort of crime film, but it's okay. Do you need to purchase it? I don't know. If it's discounted and you're curious, take the plunge.
From Bizarro, and this is bizarre that we get the Ghost Galleon on 4K. Like,
yes.
Tombs of the Blind Dead franchise is an absolute mess. Props to everybody out there that actually has the old Blue Underground Coffin box set, because at least you have all fucking 4 films in the same box set. This is getting out of control with everybody having the rights being spread out everywhere, and everyone has put out different releases. Now we're getting Blu-rays, 4Ks, and
I just think it's funny because
like a video
Synapse, when Synapse did the first one, they're like, "Oh, I thought you guys were doing a box set," and they're like, "Oh, there's no elements for it."
Yeah.
Lies.
Synapse has always been full of shit, man. Remember when they fucking said, "Oh yeah, we put out this and there's not going to be a standard release," and yeah, that was demons.
Didn't they say that shit about the Deadly Spawn too?
Yeah.
Oh, probably.
Like way long ago.
Well, they sucked me into those Demon Steel books. I'm not even a Steelbook collector, and I'm like, "Oh, we're not putting out standards of these." I'm like, "Really? Fuck." I'm like,
"Oh yeah."
I'm like, "I don't know about this." So I grabbed those. They were overpriced as fuck. And then 3 months later, yep, the fucking Amaray standard editions come out. I'm like, "Fuck you guys." Never grabbed another Steelbook because I think they said that with Tenebrae too. Like, "Oh no, we're just gonna do the Steelbook release," and then yeah, that came out on standard too. So yeah,
I did grab Ghost Galleon. I like that movie.
I did grab it. I mean, it's Tony, you said that's your favorite one out of the 4.
Yeah.
I mean, it's horror on a boat.
I much just love boat horror.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think
I just love boat horror.
Yeah, me too, man.
Because I was like reminiscing about like George Kennedy movies too, and I was thinking about Uninvited, the Killer Cat one,
and Death Ship. He's in that fucker too, right?
I got to see the Ghost Galleon on 35mm one time. Late at night. I think it was like the 3rd or 4th movie they played.
How was the
drive-in? And it was rough, but
like the print was rough,
but like rough in a good way, Like
Yeah.
it was
Yeah.
just very scratchy and
There's
like
some prints you watch where it's like I watched Without Warning on a really rough print, and I'm like, I don't even know what I'm looking at here. This is like somebody pissed on the film. Like, what am I looking at?
yeah. Yeah, like and it was just like, it had such vibes that night. Like it was such a vibey movie. I honestly think that it might be my favorite one too, Tony. I probably rate the first one a little higher, but I think that the vibes for Ghost Galleon are
It's
top
so
notch.
crazy because like I've watched the films multiple times, and Ghost Galleon's always my least favorite. It's not that I don't like it, but for some odd reason, it always comes in the lowest for me, which is weird because you guys know um my love for boat horror. So, but
Yeah.
anyways,
Boat
Ghost
horror.
Galleon coming to 4K from Bizarro, pretty cool that they're dropping that. That's pretty wild. Shutter, we got Grafted. I didn't. Did I watch this one? This one came out what, last year? Oh yeah, I watched Grafted. I didn't like it.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about it either.
Yeah, no, I wasn't a big fan.
I thought that was okay.
Honestly, man, Shudder's been so disappointing with their physical media releases. They're dropping all the stuff that I don't care about. Like, they have lots of good movies. And
It's true,
I pick
man.
up none of them, dude. Like none of them. It's just so shocking to me that none of the ones that I love are coming to Blu-ray. It's fucking wild, man.
I feel like I bought like 3.
Yeah. I got like 1 or 2 or something like that. Maybe 1. I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like I bought 3 as well. Well, I think.
Yeah. Film movement, we got Great Absence. I feel like this is definitely probably an older film. No, it's 23. What the fuck?
Yep. I tried watching this a little while ago, and the website I was streaming it on crapped out on me after about an hour, and I have not gone back since. But I remember liking what I saw, so maybe one day I'll finish the last hour of the film.
Right. Dark Star with Hell Ride to Hell and a Halloween Feast. I know these are new. These just came out, right, in the last couple of years. Well, I guess it was last year, 2025, and this shit is almost sold out. Slip is gone, and there's only a couple hundred copies left of Hayride to Hell and Halloween Feast.
I did grab that one. I'm a
Did you?
sucker for Halloween themed movies.
I thought about it, and I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. From Shudder, once again, we got Humane. That was a hard pass.
Yeah, I wasn't crazy about that one.
I didn't buy it.
Film movement classics, we got Judo.
Judo.
Yeah, that's the other one I bought. Yeah, Judo.
I watched that one. That is one of my favorite things I've watched this year. It was absolutely fantastic.
Hell yeah.
I Tyler, if you don't at least like it, I will be shocked.
Oh,
Yeah, I bought it. Yeah, I bought it. That was
1990.
something I considered doing as well, but I just really, really like Fritz Lang, and I thought,
Yeah, I felt like it would have been a travesty for you to not do those Fritz Lang titles. I should have bought them. I didn't though.
yeah, I bought 3 Fritz Lang movies today on the Kino sale. Like, I love Fritz Lang.
You
Never would-
fuckers are so slow on pick day that like my order's already in before I know what the fuck you guys are doing. Because I don't want to miss
because
like, shit
pick
to
day,
sell
like
out.
you got to remember, man, I'm fucking working, and like,
Take a break.
dude, I'm so the last few months I've been driving. I can't just fucking. I mean, I can, but I'm
Pull over.
I'm super OCD, dude. I'm like
Take
one
5
motion.
minutes.
I literally don't even look at my phone until I'm off work. So I'm crazy like that. But anyways,
Slowing the whole show down.
I'm surprised, JP, that you even thought twice about grabbing Fritz Lang's films.
Why?
It's weird. I don't know. This doesn't seem like you're fucking your lane.
I just watched one the other day.
Yeah,
I watched the fucking 3-hour Silent Moon movie.
That movie is
Oh.
on sale. I did not buy that one, but it is on sale on the Kino sale.
Well, that's part of that 100 years challenge, right? It's got to be.
I've seen M. I
Yeah.
think I might have even seen
M's-
another one.
That was classic.
Metropolis, that's a big one.
Yeah,
I
Metropolis
haven't
is
seen
amazing.
that one.
From Circle Collective, we got King Baby. This fucking slipcover is hilarious. I love how it has the parental advisory explicit content sticker on it.
I wanted to watch this one, but I don't think it's out yet, or at least I don't think it's widely available. I know it played at some festivals seemingly, but at least to me, it wasn't available.
Yeah,
But it looks good. I wanted to keep an eye on this.
Yeah, it says 24, so yeah, relatively new. Dark Sky, Lily Lives Alone.
Was not a fan.
Oh, it's the one with Jeffrey Combs. That's why I know it. I never watched this one.
He was there too.
Meanders a little bit too much.
Is Jeffrey Combs in it much, or is he just like?
I mean, he's there, but it's like if you are like half paying attention, you'd be like, oh, he was in it. It's really this one main actress and her. I forgot if it was her, the other guy. I forgot the relationship, but it's like it's very hallucinogenic. It's very like kind of fever dreamish, which can be a positive or a negative depending on the viewer. It kind of just overstayed its welcome for me. It's like an hour 40 when I think in the second half really kind of was spinning his tires.
Right.
He was at the convention too. Jeffrey Combs.
Such a nice guy. One of the best conversations I ever had with somebody. It was amazing. Delirium home video released Jess Franco's Love Letters of a Portuguese Nun.
I just couldn't resist with that cover.
I actually own the old DVD of this. I remember
as soon as I saw that cover, I was like, I'm buying that.
It's Franco fucking just straight sleaze, man. It's sleazy Franco.
I love the nunsploitations out there.
Yeah,
that's
what it is.
You know, I'm not like the biggest Franco guy, but I like some stuff.
Yeah, Franco's, there's a lot to choose from, a lot of hit and miss, but there's some good stuff. IFC Films The Novice. I don't even know
this is a cool film. I saw this a couple years ago in theaters, and the stars Isabel Furman, who was played Esther in Orphan, and it's a good film. It's a good like drama. She wants to be part of this what is it, like the rowing kind of team. It's like when you in college you have like 4 or 5 people on like one boat. She's very her character is very like fixated, hyper fixated on one thing, but she's also not very good at something. So it's like somebody who's really into something but not very good at it. It's not a great film. There's some character stuff in the second half that I think kind of falters, but one of the things I think I will slightly disagree with you guys on in the past, I've actually been fairly happy with IFC Films' Blu-ray output. I have quite a number of their releases, and even though I'm not going to pick up this release, and I think there's definitely a lot of titles they haven't touched that I wish they would, I've really been happy with their output. And
they've done decent for what they've put out, but I think like they're just skipping a lot of their horror.
Oh, they
I completely agree on that.
Man, the releases from like 2010.
Yeah, we're just being a bunch of fucking crybabies.
Well, 10 to like 14. Remember all this DVD? There were so many good films in there. None of those have made it onto this line.
I mean, Snowtown. That's one
actually?
that people love from that era.
Oh, JP, this is on topic. A film I think you'd like a lot if you haven't seen is have you seen the film After School that they've released?
No, I have not.
I think you'd really like that film. That's with Ezra Miller and Rosemary DeWitt. It's from 2008, and I don't know. Just keep an eye on it. That's a film that is very of that time, and I don't know. I got a weird feeling that you'd like that film quite a bit. But
I think I did pick that one up actually.
Oh, great then! I picked it up as well. I've only ever seen it once. It's not a film to rewatch again and again, but it's one that I really like a lot. I think Jeremy is actually a fan of that as well, or maybe I recommended it to him. I don't know, but
it probably sucks ass then.
Oh, definitely that. If me and Jeremy like it, definitely sucks ass. We're the only two people in America who like Megalopoulos.
I'm just joking. So, Jeremy introduced me to the Phantom Carriage, and I'll never forget that. So,
yeah. Jeremy knew Ball a lot. Jeremy knew Ball a lot. Usually, if he liked something, it's usually
it was definitely worth checking out for sure. Yeah. He just hates a lot of films that we love.
That's the thing. He was more of like if he liked something, it was probably good, but there's a lot of stuff he didn't like that was also good.
Yeah. Yeah. From Kim Stim Plan 75. I think Mikey's doing this next month. Is that the one he picked? Is that the one he picked?
I don't think have we ever done a Kim Stim?
No,
I think so.
When I saw this on the it's written on the spreadsheet, and I was like, "What the fuck is Kim Stim and what the fuck is a Plan 75?" I have no idea what's going on here. So, is it mod? It's got to be modern. Yep, 22. Man, almost like there's all these new labels, man, are dropping so much modern stuff. It's so disappointing to me. But don't anything
saves me money. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's so much this month. Like
Yeah,
I noticed this
some
month
months
was crazy
I'm like,
with it.
I don't need. Like some months I'm hoping there's less partnership I want.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's that'll be interesting to have Mikey talk about that one. So next up from Glass Eye Picks, we got The Roost, Ty West's second film. I think this is
maybe
his third
grab
film.
it.
No, it's
I
his
have
first.
He did this before Trigger Man?
Yeah, this was 2005.
Shut the fuck up. This came out before Trigger Man.
Yeah, Trigger Man was 07, I think.
Right.
Yeah,
that just doesn't seem like it should have been though. Right?
No,
this was
definitely not.
Right.
I had it on a Showtime DVD, which is so weird.
Yeah,
but
that's the only release it's ever had.
That DVD is a bit muddy. You know, it's an older DVD, so
yeah, it looks like shit.
I've always liked the film enough. I think that it's pretty good. It feels like I've always described it as it feels like a late night movie you would stumble upon while flipping channels.
I really enjoy it, man.
I
think it's really good. I never saw this before like Ty West got big. I went back and watched The Roost and I was like, shit, man, you can see the elevation and how he got better as a filmmaker and stuff. It's very low budget and stuff, but I think it's a cool idea and it's got a really good, cool location and stuff. So I don't know. I like it, man.
Did you grab it?
I did.
Me too.
I'm a big Ty West fan. I won't lie. Like I honestly like everything that he's done. I've never seen the Western that he did, but everything he's put out, I actually moderately like. It's crazy.
It's pretty good for a solid like modern Western.
Yeah.
It's almost like John Wick as a Western.
Deck Analog, Snowy Bing Bongs. I don't know why that just made me laugh. Snowy Bing Bongs. What the fuck's a Bing Bong?
Tried to watch this too. I don't know if it's not out or I couldn't find it, but that title was intriguing me, but unfortunately did not find it.
Snowy Bing Bongs.
I mean, with a title like that, you're gonna look at it. It's like, what does that mean?
Dude, if I was flipping through Netflix and I saw a title called Snowy Bing Bongs, I'm clicking on that shit in a second. I don't know why. I'm just curious on what it is. Film movement classics. We got Somersault, which
I have seen. And I can also wholeheartedly recommend. This is an Australian film from 2004.
Yeah.
This is the same director who would go on to do the Berlin Syndrome with Tessa, like not her last name.
Palmer.
And Somersault, Teresa Palmer, thank you.
I thought that movie was okay.
It's not bad. I think she's a quality filmmaker. She did a Marvel as well, which I didn't see. I'm not interested in that. But this is Abby Cornish and Sam Worthington. This is a coming of age film. It's dark without being dour, and it's I didn't realize how popular this or how known this was in Australia. But this is another one, much like Judo, that has just been one of my favorite first-time watches of the year. I thought this was a really exceptional film, and if anyone's curious about it, to just really keep an eye on it. I really, really like this film.
Wow. I cannot believe how many of these releases you've seen. It's fucking blowing.
I'm committed to the show, man. I'm on once a year.
He's a beast.
That is fucking crazy. From Saturn's Core, we got the stupefying Siren Tales of Pamela Such. This is broke me, man. This is the first title I actually passed on from Saturn's Core because I mean, coming off the Joe Christ incident, which I'm going to call it an incident because it fucking broke me, bro. It fucking broke me. And like, people are still laughing about it, man. Like I'm
ready to review it again.
I can't even believe how broken I was in that interview. Like I was during that review, I was so flabbergasted on how bad it was that it made people go out and check it out. They're like, I have to see what's so bad about this. So
you lasted longer than all of us.
I know that it's really crazy. But it just the fact that they put out another collection of a indie film, I'm like, I can't do this again, bro. I can't do this.
I love what does Dave say about some of these collections? He's like, these are made by a crazy person or something, or something like that.
You know what's
the funniest things Dave's ever said.
You know what's
I love when
funny
he talks about these collections.
You know what's funny about this, Dan?
A mentally handicapped person.
Dave Parker literally picked up this set. I'm not joking. He picked up this one, and it's the first one I passed on. I was giving him shit. I'm like, bro, what the fuck, man? Yeah, what's that filmmaker?
There's a kitty cat video on it. That's what got him.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Oh,
What, David the Rock
shit.
Nelson?
David the Rock Nelson, yeah, he's like that broke him from Saturn's core, and I still haven't checked him out, which I'm afraid to now after watching Joe Christ. I'm like, those might be like the ones I skip in the whole collection.
I watched one of those.
That's
films,
what broke me
Dave
too.
is not wrong.
I need to be a little bit more selective with these because I just like sometimes I just like, oh, Saturn's core, I'm gonna pick it up, but I don't really look into it at all.
Yeah, I look into everything.
Well, to be honest, Saturn's core hasn't really missed a lot with me. Like I said, I haven't checked out the David Rock Nelson, whatever. But most of the movies that I've watched, and I've watched a ton of the catalog so far, and I've loved a lot of them. Like I'm a big shot on video fan. It's a very niche and specific audience. They don't just have shot on video films. Like the one I'm going to be doing tonight is not shot on video. But I mean, it's close with DV, but they've released some really good stuff. It's these collections, I think, that are throwing a lot of us for loops, man. Like they're stretching the ball with this, man.
The one can't even call it a movie. It's like a YouTube video on the David the Rock Nelson collection. I mean, I'm sitting there and I'm like, why did I pay for this? This is like I made this like in like a kitchen for like in an afternoon. I'm like, I'm not dogging on indie filmmakers or anything like that. Listen, I know how hard it is to make a film, but I'm saying like I'm sitting there on the couch on my nice big 4K TV, and I'm like, I'm watching some nonsense, man. My fiance is like, oh, you have this wall of films. You have these incredible art films, these incredible films from decades and decades. What do you want to watch? And I'm like, let's pop in David the Rock Nelson and watch him play with like a fucking like little Party City like animal.
Oh my god,
ridiculous.
I'm at that point too. I'm like, I got so much better shit to watch. I'm like, am I really gonna watch these things? I'm like, fuck. I gotta start checking myself. I gotta start checking myself before I actually check out. At fucking Vinegar Syndrome site. It's like, Jesus Christ, bro. From several features, man, I don't even know this label, man. That's crazy. The Temple Woods Gang.
This is a solid film as well. I think the film's, in terms of its release, the biggest downside that it's had is that this was exclusive to the streaming service Ovid, which no one, I mean, I had it briefly, and no one's really talking about Ovid. No one really knows about it. There's not enough good films on there to justify a subscription to me, but Temple Woods Gang is very good. It kind of took me aback. I really didn't expect much from it, and I hope that at least this Blu-ray kind of turns more people onto it, because I really liked it quite a bit. It's I forgot, I think it's French. I think it's a contemporary French crime film about a robbery that goes really wrong, but keep an eye on it. Again, it's another one of these titles when you have like January, and when it's in January and you have like the random discounted titles, like these are the ones like this or Somersault, where I'm like, yeah, at that point, go for it. Well, I mean, Somersault's better, but like this or The Novice, I'm like, yeah, go for it at that point,
Right. Art label, Vic and Tarstar's Scarecrow Factory. What the fuck is this? Wow, it is selling. Oh no, it's actually sold quite a bit here. It's more modern stuff, came out last year. So wow. It says Vic and Tarstar are shooting their latest horror movie trash epic, Scarecrowed. What the fuck? This is a horror film? Tony, did you know about this shit?
Tony's watching it right now on his phone.
Oh, he's fucking muted somehow. Or I can't hear him.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Good. Well, I didn't buy it because I've been like prioritizing like older movies.
Right.
And like honestly, like the past couple months, like I've just been buying so much, so I haven't been buying anything like contemporary.
Yeah.
I haven't bought Hoagie. I haven't bought like the Cat Sick Blues, even though I want that. There's a bunch of shit that I want that I just haven't been getting.
So I already have a copy of Cat Sick Blues. I think I bought like the Australian Blu-ray that came out years ago, but I got about halfway through Hoagie the other night, and I paused it, went onto the Vinegar Syndrome site, and then added it to my fucking order. I'm like, I'm loving this movie, man. Hoagie was so much fucking. I loved it, man. It was fucking fun.
Yeah,
Mike
I'm
was a big
definitely
fan
gonna
of
get
it
that.
as well. He was enthusiastic about it.
And what made me get it right away, because I was like, man, I'm like, I should have grabbed this shit. So I went on there. I'm like, holy fuck. Slipcover's gone. And then the standard, there was only like under 200 copies left. I'm like, really? This is fucking crazy, man. So anyways, but yeah, it's just, short story long. long story short, it's fucking good. This one's got Tina Cruz in it, which is interesting. She's a low budget kind of scream queen. But yeah, modern stuff from 25. Canadian International Pictures vinyl.
This is a cool documentary. I really like this film. This is from 2000.
Wow.
Yeah, and and what's interesting is that this was before, I guess, the modern mainstream resurgence of vinyl records, seeing them in, general stores. And what's
in
interesting about
2000, but it's kind of interesting because still in the year 2000, and I know this for a fact because when I lived in Vancouver at the time, and vinyl was still massive. Not so much maybe like with the mainstream, but like hip hop vinyl. Right. So there was tons of stores, but even if you went into the Mega Virgin store, which there was one in Vancouver, which turned into a Mega H&V, but the Mega Virgin store literally had an entire floor, which had like 8 fucking, 50-foot of just hip hop vinyl. It was crazy. Like it was fucking huge, man. It might have just been because the culture in Vancouver is like, it's very hip hop and like, but it was still big. It was fucking huge in 2000.
Yeah, and that's I'm glad you mentioned that point because you have more perspective on that era than I do. But it's interesting because in this documentary, it's specifically about these interesting individual collectors of people who just have these massive record collections, and they don't really talk about the CDs coming up or tapes being a thing. It's more about the personalities of these people and also the director who relates collecting, which all of us can relate to, into his personal life. And just some of the characters in this, I say characters, but they're people, they're just so funny. There's one guy who's like, what, you don't have 50 James Brown records? And there's another guy who's like, yeah, my goal is to collect every single pop single ever made. And the director's like, you can't do that. It's not going to happen. He's like, no, watch me. There's one moment I don't want to give away, but give me a hard laugh where one of the guys is like, pick a record from that collection, and I will name you every track list and who produced it in that order. So the director grabs a record, and he's like, "No, pick a different one." And it goes. I don't want to give the whole thing away, but it's a film where if you're with it, you're really gonna like it. If you're not, you're not. Because if you find these people annoying, after 20 minutes, you're going to want to turn it off. I thought it was, I'm a casual record collector, but for all of us who collect, I mean, Moodz, I know obviously you collect music and films as well, but for, the rest of us who collect primarily, I guess Tony, you too, collect primarily films, I think this still applies to collecting to your real life. So honestly, give it a shot. I really like this film.
Yeah, it's definitely something I would check out because I love watching music documentaries and stuff. And if it's solely on vinyl,
you would greatly appreciate it.
Yeah.
I mean,
and you're Canadian, so you should buy it.
Yeah. The fact you didn't buy it is actually making me upset right now.
You know what's funny, man? Like the Canadian International Pictures line, I probably only have maybe like 7 or 8 titles from the whole range. I've been really picking and choosing. I know I don't support.
I probably have less than that.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a few. I mean, they released the Amityville Horror on there.
Yeah,
I got a couple of
last year. But... The Devil at Your Heels was my second favorite release of the year. I love that documentary. I've been waiting for that Blu-ray, and my gosh, that is one of my favorite documentaries ever. So thank you, CIP, for that.
Yeah, I would definitely check this out though, because like I said, collector, like watching shit about collecting, it's like specifically on vinyl, even though it's not like specifically hip hop. I don't really care about that. Just watching other collectors talk about their collections and just whatever it is. Dude, I'm down. I'm down for that shit, man. I get it though. I like it personally. I get it. So
you'll really like it, I think.
And then the last one up for the pre-orders is from EGFA, and that's Wildwood, New Jersey, which I did grab because I like these kind of weird, wacky documentaries. I think this one came out. Did you watch this one, Dan?
I did. And I'd be interested to actually pick this release up.
It's only 60 minutes.
Yeah, I know. I saw that runtime. I was like, that's really interesting. Short.
The bonus features, I think, would be enough to make me want to pick this up because we have Girls of the Carnival from 98. Excuse me, from 98, which is 23 minutes. And then Mall City from 83, which is 48 minutes. And I think this is pretty good. Like I said, 56 minutes, I think, is probably about the right runtime for this. I think, unlike something like Heavy Metal Parking Lot, where you have I think they did a better job at curating the people in that. We're in Heavy Metal Parking Lot. You have these different, interesting, distinctly unique people. I think Wildwood, New Jersey kind of falls into a little bit of some people are better on camera than others. It's an interesting time capsule to this point. I I don't think it's great, but I think this, even though I didn't think it was great, this is one that I would pick up for the commentary and for the features, the additional films. So I think if you like these kind of like time capsule sort of films of just interviewing people on the street and the fashions and what's contemporary at the time, I would say it's worth watching. And I'm honestly glad that Agfa put this out. This is right up their alley.
I did pick it up as well. I do tend to like Agfa's just hodgepodge of curiosities that they put on discs. So yeah.
Yeah, they put out some really weird stuff.
Usually pretty cool.
Yeah, and that's the one cool thing about Agfa is that, you know, they everything from like 60s fucking nudie cutie fucking films to like random horror films from the night. Like they put out so much variety of shit, but it just all kind of fits their mold. It really everything that they put out always seems to fit. It's not very often they put out something like that's weird. You know what I mean? Like, why is it on that label? But yeah, they're always dropping some really cool shit, man. There were some really cool releases last year from Agfa, like compilations and shit that were really fucking bizarre. And I love popping those things in, man, late at night, drinking and shit. And you're just like, what the fuck am I watching? I love them. It's good stuff. But that is the rundown from the partner labels.
I did watch some stuff from this month that we're reviewing tonight. I did check out Cat Sick Blues for the first time.
Yep.
That was pretty fun. That was a weird movie. Totally feels of its time. I feel like there was a lot of weird movies like that coming out that feel like kind of low budget, but you know, kind of messed up and stuff. That was I actually liked it. I thought it was pretty good. And then I did watch like Boxcar Bertha, which I liked as well. I see a lot of people not like that movie so much, but I think it's pretty good. And then I watched Deadwood Park, which I know Moodz will be talking about. I also watched the thriller, the sexy thriller that they put out, Body of Evidence.
Ooh.
That was actually pretty good. It's Willem Dafoe and Madonna.
It's a solid thriller.
Actually. Yeah, I dug it. And then probably the biggest thing that I watched was Dead of Night. The who put that out?
Yeah, I saw you watch the whole thing.
Shitfest. Yeah, I did watch the whole thing. That's kind of what I was doing because like the episodes are like an hour. Some of them are shorter. And it was like with my crazy like busy life at the moment, I was like, that's like the only thing I've like can commit to. So I was like, I'll just watch one of these every night. And yeah, it's pretty. Did anybody else watch it?
I'm like halfway through it.
Yeah. It's it starts off a little rough. The audio is not the best. For those of who don't know, this is like a public access, like shot on video TV series that aired like for oddly enough for like 3 years or something like that. Yeah. And it's kind of insane because there's only 12 episodes. One of the episodes is actually lost, like it's like 11 minutes of an episode or something, and basically it comes up with a title card saying that like my car was stolen and all the rest of the footage for this episode was stolen with it.
Shit. No way.
But it's about these like two security guards who are like in this weird town that all kind of like interdimensional shit happens in. Like there's like different weird creatures and shit like that. It's a fun little novelty. The effects are really shitty. Like all the like monsters are like just like some puppet or something.
Yeah, they're like puppets or plastic. It's kind of really low budget.
Yeah, but it was kind of cool to see like a TV show that was very ambitious, you know. But yeah, it was all right.
It's fun. It's like a public access mix between X-Files and Twin Peaks, honestly.
That's what they kind of describe it as. David Lynch directing the X-Files.
Ooh.
Not as good. Not as good.
Oh yeah, they're definitely aping Twin Peaks. You can like even like their fake like Casio score is just like a Twin Peaks ripoff.
That's hilarious. Oh man.
But I'm glad that it was put out. Like that is such a curiosity, like little oddity thing that exists. Didn't even have an IMDb page whenever I was looking it up.
Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah, you don't see that every day.
Yeah. Pretty cool though.
Yeah, I'm getting there with the 26 releases. I've only got that to watch, Dead of Night. Maybe one or two other releases. I know I got to watch the Herschel Gordon Lewis set and maybe one other. But I've pretty much watched everything. Like since last show, I've watched Embalmer, the Bleeder, rewatch Panic, which is fucking terrible. That was
so boring.
That's the one I
so boring
picked,
and it's bland. Like, it's just fucking bland, dude. Like, it's brutal. But then I got into the Hong Kong volume 2 set, and I watched all the titles in there. New York Chinaman, which I thought was pretty cool. It kind of lacks. I know. First time to laughs at the China, not Chinaman. It's called New York Chinatown, not Chinaman.
Oh man, that makes it way less
shit.
funny. New York Chinaman. I'm just picturing some like.
No, I baited you into laughing on that. Yeah, New York Chinatown. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of your like it's like early 80s kind of standard. It's basically about these bosses that are kind of rivalrying in Chinatown and stuff like that. And it just kind of like there's a lot of really good ideas that are happening in the film, but it just kind of lacks direction with it. And it just feels like it's a hodgepodge of like scenes and stuff. I don't know. It's okay for what it is. It's a decent watch, but yeah, it was okay. Then I watched Best of the Best from 1992. That's part of that set. It's not the Eric Roberts movie, of course. This one's from 1992. I think Best of the Best came out in the 80s, right? 89 maybe, something like that. 88.
I think Best of the Best 2 may have been 92.
It could have been, yeah. This one was pretty good. It's basically about this dude that is part of this elite police task force that his father was part of. It's like the Flying Tigers or something like that. And he basically, it's so funny too when they just show up at these crime scenes and they just have all the ability to just blow away everybody and just get in their vans and leave. It's fucking hilarious, man. They would just show up on these scenes and start taking out people. I'm like, this is amazing. But basically the course, it starts out really good, but then it moves into this territory I was not expecting where, so he gets involved with this girl and her father's like this mob boss. And of course he's like wants to bring down the mob boss, and it's like this whole conflict of interest because he loves the daughter and stuff, and his father gets all brought into it because he was an ex-cop and shit like that. And it's kind of an interesting story. I wasn't really expecting like a romance to happen in a story like this, but it kind of worked for what it was. I thought it was pretty interesting. And then Final Justice. This was a really odd choice for the box set because you got like a couple films that deal with mob and a little bit of romance and mob and stuff like that. And then this one is about this fucking priest. It's a total drama. It's a drama, straight up drama. It's no gung fu. It's no kung fu. It's I've never really watched a lot of older, Asian or Hong Kong dramas like this from this period. But it's really interesting about this priest that gets falsely accused of raping this girl because he was a priest and she kind of falls for him and stuff like that. Anyways, he makes the mistake of actually having sex with her, but then he pushes her away and she claims that he raped her, and it goes to trial and stuff like that. And it's just like crazy fucking story, and it's kind of bad. I really liked it. It was well acted. It was well kind of, the story was very disturbing. It just felt kind of real. We've seen stories like this before, but it felt pretty down to earth and stuff. And I thought it was pretty interesting, but I was not expecting random drama in a set like this. It was kind of interesting, but I recommend it. If you're familiar with the Hong Kong Volume 1 set, that was more on the horror side of things. All the films were horror. That was a really great box set that I loved. And this one's pretty good too. Apparently the New York Chinatown is very obscure. Like this thing had like no release. I think it's like the first time it's ever even been released. So that was kind of cool. Of course, I watched Demonwarp. I watched the entire the Veil series with Boris Karloff. Pretty cool. Of course he hosts it and he acts in 11 of 12 episodes, and he hosts 11 of the 12 episodes. Pretty cool. It's like the Karloff show. It's fucking amazing. And of course I watched Dead Park. So I'm pretty much caught up on Vinegar Syndrome titles for the year. Like I said, I'm only a couple behind for all the stuff that I bought, and I've been making a point of watching literally everything. So and I watched, of course, Dead Boys Can't Fly. And yeah, so
I've been trying to keep up.
I'm doing
if
better
I
than I
may,
normally do.
which I just realized I forgot to put that in here. So
I haven't touched
all
the
good.
Hong Kong set yet, though. I think I've only watched one movie in this third Sado set.
I'm trying to stay pretty current. I got one to watch. I honestly wanted to probably watch it this week or last week, but I kind of hit the movie wall. That's what happens, I guess, when you watch almost 300 movies in like
well,
two and
dude,
a half
you've been
months.
quiet. You've been quiet this week, and I was like, oh, Tyler must be busy, not talking at all, and no
Oh,
movies being watched. No,
I have
nothing
a-
was being logged, I should say. But
Yeah, I have probably 15 movies to log. I'm not dead, but that's like from the last like 10 days.
yeah,
That's like midway off the pace I was at. But yeah, now I'm just like super busy. You know, like when I go, I don't have like the stamina either to like stay up till midnight like I was when it was really chill.
yeah, I'm always checking what y'all are watching. I look at Dan, and I'm like, holy shit, this guy's already watched like 400 movies this year. I'm like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
when I was at my craziest pace when I got to watch like 4 movies a day, 5 movies a day, Dan was still beating me. I was close. I was
I don't
keeping
even
pace. But
like
Dan was
honestly,
still
Dan. I'm
beating
not
me.
even like I'm not even trying to judge, but how in the fuck are you watching so many movies, bro? Like my pace is pretty crazy. Like I'm over 80 films a month right now, and you're putting me to fucking shame. Like I'm at what am I at here? 237. And I feel like I'm like half of you.
No. The thing is that, at least where my job is very, my job is one of these things where you get the work done and the rest of the day is for you. Because I also read a lot as well. I'm actually, my fiance for Christmas bought me this really wonderful book about the history of Mondo films that I've been reading through casually, and it's such a wonderful experience to go through. And it's just been, when I find the time to watch films, great. And also, I love going to the cinema. I mean,
Yeah.
I have 6 films to see this weekend. I saw one today. It's just great. But I also, I love that you guys have your own kind of special thing. Like, like if I see a contemporary horror film, I'll know that okay, Mood has definitely logged it, JP has logged it. Or if I see or if I see a film from 40 years ago that may be a little unknown, I'm like, okay, Tyler's probably logged it. So I like having that perspective. I like having that kind of knowledge of it. Slightly off topic, if I could, before we get into the kind of the feature reviews, I'd like to briefly talk about, I guess, the state of Melocene in 2026, if that's okay with you guys. I'll be very
Sure.
brief with
Yeah,
it.
for
It's
sure.
just what they're doing.
I was gonna say I could
'Cause-
honestly I could probably keep pace with you if I just never experience burnout. I think that's something you definitely have over me. Where I get burnt out sometimes where I just don't watch. I watch barely any movies for like a month, and sometimes I get fixated on like the competitive Yu-Gi-Oh thing comes back, and I think like a couple month detour where I'm playing that a lot and watching less movies.
Whatever you do,
The
just don't
funny
have
thing
kids.
is-
It'll take all your fucking time away.
Well,
man.
it's coming.
There you go.
Crazy, bro. Like
Couple.
Sometimes I will.
my
I'll
kid
see
just
MK
turned
log
16, so he's
something,
not
and
a
I'm
kid
like, oh,
anymore.
Tyler's
So
watching.
Yeah.
I'm like, fuck him. He's an adult now. Whatever.
Tyler, I saw that MK log Begonia. Did you watch that as well?
Yeah, I watched that with her. I'm just that far
Yay or nay?
behind. I liked it. Yeah. You know
All
what
right,
you're
good.
gonna shield me for that I didn't like?
What did you not like? Uh-oh. You,
The
wait,
Nirvana
you broke my
movie.
heart with a painted bird, so I'm very curious what you're going to say about this.
Nirvana the band, the show, the movie. I didn't like it at all.
That's fair. That might be I had a really good theater experience. Comedy is so tricky to recommend. That's why it's funny. I was just talking to Dave about this, where it's like stuff that we find funny. It's like, could I recommend it to somebody? I don't know. So no, I don't blame you for not liking it. It's
Yeah.
definitely. I had a really good experience watching it, but I'm glad you at least gave it a chance.
Comedy is
Yeah,
the
I
hardest
was
thing to
really
recommend.
excited. Well, this is the thing. Like, I knew he was going back to like 2008 in the movie, and like you have that first Hangover joke, but I laughed my ass off at that, and I just thought that's like what the movie was going to be, and it just wasn't.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair. I think I'm already a fan of Mag Johnson. I've liked all of his films, The Dirties, Project Avalanche, Blackberry. I think he's a really exceptional filmmaker, and Jake Carroll is really funny as well. But and that was just a film that, we watched it, and it was just, I mean, it was just hard laugh after hard laugh. And for the last decade or so, where I've been so comedy deprived, where I've seen some good films here and there, to see something like this where I'm consistently laughing hard, it's tricky because it's like I thought it was fantastic, but even close acquaintances, I'm like, could I recommend this to them? I don't know. It's really difficult.
Yeah.
I thought it was funny.
It seemed like most people like it. Like I'm in the extreme minority.
Well, comedy is the thing where if you didn't respond to it, you didn't respond to it. It's not like a great
Yeah.
drama or something where it can be like, oh, but like, but comedy is not reliant on plot, I would say, where it's about the jokes. And if, it's what it is. But no, it's what it is. I know I thought it was fantastic, but so be it. I guess briefly before we get into the featured reviews, I did just want to briefly comment on Melusine in 2026 and how optimistic I am for the upcoming release slate. So in the past month, they have announced that VCX is now a partner label with them, and VCX have really strong amount of films under the belt. I have their first releases right here. Their first release was Debbie Does Dallas, which Vinegar Syndrome put out Debbie Does Dallas Part 2. And they also put out High School Memories, which I actually haven't seen, but I've always heard good things about. And they have a really, really good catalog of films here. And their release this month was Anytime, Any Place with Seika. And I maybe wasn't as enthusiastic about this film as I saw some reviews online, but I know this is one that a lot of people like. And with VCX now having their foot in the door for Vinegar Syndrome, I think it's a really good sign. And the fact that something like The Devil and Miss Jones could very well be coming this year, which fingers crossed, I think it's just really exceptional. I've been really happy with their output. Peakorama are still going strong. I have their new release here, the double feature of Nasty Nurses and Let's Talk Sex, which I haven't seen either of these films. I may have heard
I've
of
seen
Nasty Nurses. I
Let's
don't
Talk
know.
Sex, I think.
Oh, you have? How is it good?
I can't really remember it, but I think that it sounds familiar. I have to look it up.
Yeah, Let's Talk Sex. That was oh gosh, that was Bridget Monet. Oh my gosh, who was in that? I'm drawing a blank right now. I'm losing my mind. I haven't seen it, so I can't really comment on it. But I'm happy that Peakorama are still at least putting out.
Natividad.
Drawing a blank right now.
Tyler, is your hat brand new?
Yep.
Take your sticker off. It's fucking bugging the hell out of me.
No,
I might be thinking of a different one. I might not have seen this one.
Let's Talk Sex, I think it's, let me see here. I'm assuming if I find the year. It looks like it's from 83 as well. Yeah, Kit and Natividad from Beneath the Valley of the Ultra Vixens. Mike Horner from Body Girls. Julia Parton from Vice Academy 3 and 4. Either way, I haven't seen the film. I'm just saying I wanted to point it out. And then Delirium Video as well with, I'll cover up the cover here, but Jess Franco's Love Letters with Portuguese Nun. I'm admittedly not the biggest Jess Franco fan. I don't think I've liked any. Well, to be fair, I haven't seen a lot of his, I guess, good stuff. I've seen a lot of the stuff that isn't as well received. Not really for me, but anyways, I picked it up. But yeah, I'm very optimistic going forward with Melusine this year. I've already been really happy with their output last month. Like I said, that Debbie Does Dallas Blu-ray, I'm glad. I'm not the film is what it is, but I'm glad it got a release. VCX is part of the roster now, and actually Muscle as well, who we talked about on the main partner label titles. From what I hear, they're going to be putting out Wakefield Pool's filmography, including Boys in the Sand, Bijou, presumably Bible. He's a really prominent gay adult filmmaker, Boys in the Sand predating Deep Throat in terms of the porno chic of the 70s. But either way, I wanted to just comment on that briefly. I'm very optimistic about 2026 going forward with Melusine. And I thought I had a better point to wrap up on, but I really don't. So I'm just going to say optimistic. And that's all I got to say. So thanks for letting me have my little spiel.
I always pronounce it mescaline.
Mescaline. Adding a K.
I'm so stupid.
Just adding letters.
I'm just adding shit in there, man. I don't even read it. I just look at it. I'm like, it's mescaline.
What was the other one?
Like who the fuck? Like what am I, Hunter S. Thompson over here? Like
every month, add one more letter to make like a sentence after like a year.
What was the other word you kept adding a letter to? There was something goofy. I was like, why are you adding?
It's just me, man. I will look at a word and just read it, and I'm like, that's what it is. So whatever. But that's cool though, man. Yeah, no. The Portuguese Nun film, yeah, it's not Franco's best shit for sure. Franco's got really good stuff and he's got really bad stuff. He's the weirdest filmmaker.
Moodz, have you seen Love Camp that Delirium put out last month?
Yeah, I've seen Love Camp. I own it.
Is it good? I haven't seen it.
No, it's not great.
All right. Well,
I bought that
so
Blu-ray, but I haven't watched it yet. Very excited now.
Although I do have like the old fucking full screen. I mean, the transfers are shit on those. Even the transfer on that I've seen with Portuguese Nun is not great. Because years ago, Full Moon put out a basically a fucking brick of like just Franco films, and if you put the spines together, it like had his face on there. It was like 10 films.
Gosh,
and both these are part of that. Both of these are part of that. So yeah, but. Yeah, I mean, Franco from like, so interesting because the early 60s Franco with the Orloff films and stuff like that are really well made. Those are really good films and shit. Like he's done a lot of really good stuff. And even in the 80s, he did some good stuff. But I mean, I don't know. He's got a lot of sleazy bad shit though, too. Like just shit that he just kind of spliced together and just kind of focused on more of the sex and stuff, but like kind of left out the narratives and stuff. And you're like, okay, is this supposed to be a porno? Is it supposed to have a narrative? Like you kind of question when you're watching some of Franco's films, like what he was doing. A lot of stuff with Romay, like it just like he was really exploiting the shit out of her. I don't really think she cared too much, but some of those films are not the greatest. But I'm a Franco fan though.
Yeah, I totally get that. I feel like Franco is one of these filmmakers you're either really on board with or you're not. In the case of Love Letters of a Portuguese Nun, it almost felt like it wasn't going. You almost kind of were expecting it to go sleazier and further. Whereas I'm watching it, it never really reached that point. Not that it really needed to, but it felt like it was going to a certain point, and I don't think the narrative was as strong. It just didn't. I didn't really connect to it.
No.
I mean, I bought Be a Completionist for this line, but
it's like the film he did in the early 70s called Demons. I think it was Demons. I think that's the one. And it's like, it's basically like 90 minutes of like lesbian fucking nun sex with like no narrative. It's really fucked to watch.
You know, I noticed that Franco is guilty of, which a lot of early 70s, kind of adult stuff is guilty of, is that when they have two women being intimate in a film, they'll have lesbians. They don't exactly have sex with each other. They kind of just rub up against each other and like kind of like push their like lips against their cheeks. It's very bizarre. I was talking with my fiance about it. We're laughing, we're watching something. We're like, are they even kissing? They're kind of just like
maybe they didn't know how lesbians had sex.
Maybe they didn't.
Like back in the day.
Maybe lesbian sex wasn't discovered yet in the early 1970s. I don't know. I'm not an expert,
Right.
but I remember watching like Vampiros Lesbos, and I'm like, are they gonna kiss, or are they just gonna like kind of like rub each other's arms? Like I can do that, like
it must have been fear of the censors. Like they were actually trying to make a film. They're like, well, if we go too far with this, like the censors are going to make us chop this up and like got nothing
want to be
else.
Sleazy, but not. Listen, want to be sleazy, but two girls kissing? That's ridiculous. We're not doing that, guys.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, true that, man. True that.
Anyways.
Yeah. Anyways, that should probably conclude the intro unless anybody else has got something to say before we move on to the solo reviews here. I determined the order. Now JP's back at the top because you didn't show up, so you were at the bottom. So it goes JP, me, Mr. Sasado, Dan, and then the Shiner. So that is going to be the order. JP, hit us up.
All right. Yeah, the film that I went with is Dead Boys Can't Fly, which is a VSA. I think I was going to do that Panic movie you guys were talking about, but I didn't know it was like not a good movie. So
not a good one to talk about.
Yeah, thank God you switched.
We actually
I'm
just
so glad you fucking pivoted.
By saying that it's really boring and shitty. That was pretty much everything you need to say about it.
That being said, the 4K looks pretty good.
It does. Yeah.
Tommaso, you guys said it was boring and shitty. And
they pull us to turn
in a week.
Like all the fans always say with Vinegar Syndrome, man. Vinegar Syndrome is notorious for polishing turds. This case, they actually really did.
Yeah, this is like the white Cannibal Queen of this year.
It totally is. White Cannibal Queen is fucking terrible.
I feel like that was also a February title.
It was.
Or was that? No, that was
with you guys.
So Vinegar Syndrome has dump month also.
Yep.
Yeah, they do.
That's one of the worst cannibal. That's one of the worst films in that era I've seen. Terrible film.
Oh man, like even when Franco did a couple of those cannibal films, like he was just kind of contracted. He didn't want to do those, right? The story goes, it's actually kind of interesting, but
he definitely acted like he didn't want to do them.
Yeah, I mean, Franco
Yeah.
took tons of films. If you ever read his book, it's crazy, man. He took tons of films that he did not want to make, but they were just paying him big money to make these films. That's why he was doing like 7, 8 films a year. Like some of the films he wasn't even on fucking set for. He was getting credit for. He's like just pointing and shit, like this, do this, and then that's
He
why
showed up.
so
Looks
shitty.
good. All right, go on the next film set.
Exactly. I mean, how do you put out 8 to 10 films in 1 year and be on the set of every single one? Unless you're
David Sterling.
Unless you're wrapping up like filming within like 5 to 6 days, which is quite plausible with some of these movies.
And he probably has like no input with the editor or like any of that shit. He probably just like shoots it and then just moves on and lets
literally on to the next project.
Else.
Yeah, I bet you Franco hasn't even. I bet you never saw half his films.
Probably right.
His fans have seen more films than he has.
He's like the Michael Caine. Low budget filmmaking, doesn't watch his fucking movies.
All right. So yeah, Dead Boys Can't Fly. It is a film by Cecil Howard, who apparently did nothing outside of this film and a bunch of adult films. I clicked on his Letterboxd, and it was just like all, you know how like on Letterboxd it has like the pixelated poster arts for adult films. I'm just like, oh, okay, this guy hasn't done anything. It was also written by 3 people. One of the people wrote Fight for Your Life, which is a 70s film that's kind of notorious.
Which kind of makes sense, actually. Now,
yeah, it kind of does. This movie is essentially just like kind of gratuitous violence and assault. So it follows these 3 guys, Buzz, Goose, and something else. Goose is sort of, I guess, supposed to be like a transvestite. Is that what we're going with?
Yeah, he's one of those dangerous trans people.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but not a trans. Like
he's just transvestite.
Transvestite.
He just dresses in women's clothing.
Dresses in women's clothing. Yeah, he shows off that to his mom and shit. And then the one character, I think it's Buzz, is in like an employment agency, and somebody like makes fun of him. And then he goes and gets Goose and shit, and then
those drawings that he showed were honestly like some of the dumbest and like goofiest drawings I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah,
dude, it would have worked a lot better if they actually were decent and the guy was just being a piece of shit, but they actually sucked, and he had every right to be making fun of him.
Right, the guy's like, I draw. He's like, when I get going, I never stop, and it's literally like some fucking stick figure bullshit. It was so fucking stupid,
so bad.
Yeah. So they end up like they're in this high rise, and they basically go on this like terror of just like assaulting people and murdering people. There's also a like Vietnam veteran who we get some like pretty shitty, honestly, flashback footage of like stock footage of like Vietnam. And then there's also like a suicidal lawyer there as well. This is such a weird movie for me because like on the surface it seems like something I should love because it's just like crazy violence and just like no real purpose, just like, you know, and like counterculture type movie that is just like violence for violence sake, super gratuitous. And Goose actually is kind of charismatic in a way, and kind of like decent for a lead bad guy. But for some reason, like I don't know if it was just, I don't think it's just me because I've seen other people not really be crazy about this one as well. But I feel like I was just sort of like, maybe it could have been just like my mood too, where I was just like, like in like the worst mood, like the last couple weeks, and just not really enjoying it like I thought I would for a movie that's basically just all balls and violence, you know? Um, I think that there are some like good scenes in it and some like of violence, and there's actually some like decent like blood and gore in it and stuff. There's like a dentist sequence. there's actually a scene at the end where one of the characters gets their throat slit, and it kind of looks pretty good, but it's kind of a weird scene too. Um, but overall, I thought it was just like a bit like it didn't really have like any soul. It felt like did
Yeah, it
some of you
was.
guys watch this shit?
Yeah, it was
I felt like
yeah,
it lacked direction big time. It just
JP,
yeah.
let me ask you this: did you watch any of the features on it? Is there any insight as to what motivated Cecil Howard to make this film?
Yeah, I did watch. So he's not involved in any of the special features.
Well,
Well,
he's
I think
passed
he's
away,
dead.
so
Yeah, he's dead.
yeah.
But
They AI'd him back.
they had the one of the writers is in the features, and he sort of talked about like the process of how the film came to be a little bit. Honestly, I'm a little shaky in my memory of what all he talked about, but I know he mentioned Fight for Your Life. That's how I learned that. And just sort of like I think they just wanted to make something that was like crazy and just like uh I think that he did talk a little bit about like the trans aspect of it a bit. And he talked about um the filming, and then they had I think it might be the guy that played the oh yeah, the first guy is the guy who played the first guy they interview is the guy who played Goose, and he talks about a lot about how he just like didn't really know like what to do, and just sort of like went for it and tried different things and stuff like that. The second guy was the writer who they talked to, the guy that wrote Fight for Your Life. And he talked about basically kind of wanting to do something similar to that again.
yeah, that's what I
Um,
figured.
and then they had the executive producer on there. I don't really remember much about his interview. I feel like it was boring. And they had a production assistant interview. So yeah, I can't really remember exactly. I feel like when I watched the special features though, it made me like the movie a little bit more, because of them talking about like behind the scenes stuff. And there's another. It's some of it's coming back to me now. Like the Brad Friedman guy didn't really understand like he didn't really know what the movie was saying. Like, and it's just like kind of just violence for violence sake. And um like there's a scene at the end where like his character has like an American flag or something around him or behind him or something. I can't really remember. And he was talking about like not really sure what that means, but you know, it something. So
I
yeah,
felt the same way while watching it, honestly.
Yeah,
yeah.
me too.
Yeah, and he had some jokes and stuff. His interview was probably him and the writer were the best interviews probably. They're each like 20-ish minutes long, between like 20 and 25 minutes, somewhere on average 23 or so minutes. But overall, yeah, I like the movie. Watching the features made me like it a little bit more, but I don't know. It feels like a movie I should like that I just didn't really love.
I
Well,
think it
it's
was just like
interesting.
almost like an edited mess. Because like the movie really like it begins at this office building with that Buzz character like showing his drawings off and trying to get like work and whatnot, and they laugh at him and he runs away. But then they go for like 30 or 40 minutes of just like random acts of violence, and you just like forget about like any sort of like plot. And then they end up back at this office building and like keeping under siege for the last bit. And to me, like the movie's already like probably too long. Like if you eliminated a lot of that middle filler and kept most of the movie at the office building, I think it would have been a lot better.
Yeah,
Also, the Vietnam vet guy feels like so just like he's just there, you know what I mean? It
Yeah,
doesn't
he's
feel
such
like
a nothing character.
yeah.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, and
He's
you would
there to
think
It
be
that
doesn't
he
feel
would
cohesive.
he's there to be a hero, but then he fucking dies.
yeah, and it's also which is kind of like nihilistic, I guess, but it's like
Yeah,
I think that it's like they don't really do much with him, like
no.
where it feels like there's opportunity to.
You think he's gonna be like a John McClane or some shit?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like some sort of Die Hard type shit.
yeah. They did not write that character properly. Should have been a better. It should have been more of a conflict with them and him. And but yeah, you're right though. Like
Especially with the opening narration where he's talking about the scum of the, like this and crap. I was fighting in Vietnam, but the real war is at home.
I thought they
it almost makes it feels like it's gonna be like some like taxi driver shit or something like that.
It starts out so good, and I got that total feel of like Taxi Driver, and then this Vietnam, but then he gets rejected from his artwork, and then they go on this it's almost like you're following just out of control crackheads. Like there's no direction whatsoever, and I felt like that's how the characters were, and also like literally in the film there was literally no direction.
You know what?
You're just following these guys do fucking nothing. They're just pointless characters, just doing violence for the sake of violence because they're crackheads. Really, that's what I feel like they are. I mean, the one guy kind of isn't, but I feel like there's some crackhead shit going on there.
Bizarrely enough, it reminded me at the beginning and the end of Miami Connection, which is that you have in Miami Connection, you have this violent, bloody sword fight, and then you have the ending text that's like something like, "Through peace we can conquer love," or whatever, something like that. You have this. So in the case of this film, you have this opening that's like, so and so people die in America every year, blah blah. Then you have this violent, upsetting movie, and then at the end, after you watch all this horrific violence with seemingly no real moral or conclusion, they end it with like
the most comedic moment of the whole film.
Yeah, it's like there will be, you can stop the killings this year, blah blah blah. And I'm like, did you just watch your own movie? Like, what are you talking about? This is so out of touch and clumsy.
Yeah.
What's interesting is that what JP had mentioned earlier is that this is directed by Cecil Howard, who was director from the golden age of porn, and that's why I was asking about the features on this, because Cecil Howard's an interesting figure. This film was released through Command Cinema, which released some of his films like Firestorm and Neon Nights. But there's like a sublabel. It's like Command Cinema is something else. And to my knowledge, Cecil Howard grew out of touch with the industry with the rise of video in the mid 80s. He had done some stuff after that. He did like Firestorm 2 and 3, and he did like the last X-rated movie trilogy. But my assumption was that looking at the output that he was doing up till video, and then the few movies he was doing after that, my guess, without having heard the features, that he was trying to go straight, make something more commercially accessible, like this, to be like, okay, well, the adult industry is gone. The film era is gone. Now it's video, so I'm going to transition to straight narrative films. But as strong of an adult director that I think he is, I just don't know what he's going for here. This feels so loose and sloppy, and feels like just there's no cohesion between the scenes. Scenes just happen without any like, you could edit the scenes in any order and you'd get the same conclusion. And then by the end, I'm just like, I don't even know what I'm supposed to get out of this. Like, okay, you're trying to make a comment or a statement about the violence in America at this time in such a clumsy way that it just felt so awkward for me. I was so disappointed by this film. I really didn't like it.
It's just a really poorly done revenge film. I mean, he felt like he got done wronged, even though he really wasn't done wrong, because who the fuck is going to hire that guy to do anything commercialized? I mean, the guy's artwork sucked. I mean, the guy didn't have to, specifically laugh in his face and call in other people specifically to laugh at him and point like literally and shit. It's like completely ridiculous how it goes down. But yeah, anybody would in their rightful mind would be butthurt by that. I mean, but to go out and just do what you do, I mean, to me, it's like a revenge film that just goes completely over the top and ridiculous. Like you said, you made a really good point though. You could edit this film and get the same result, because it's scene by scene. It's just a bunch of fucking violent acts, and it really doesn't go anywhere. And the whole ending is so stupid. Actually, the ending made me laugh with the ambulance.
It kind of saved the movie for me, honestly.
Dude, that was the funniest part of the whole movie.
Nonsense.
But like the way it goes down, like right away, this guy's like, "Oh, I'm going to give this guy a fucking hero cookie." Or he doesn't say hero cookie, but this guy saved the fucking day. And I'm like, really?
I tip my hat off to this kid. What
you
a
don't
brave
think
guy.
that guy looked like that as a punk and shit like that, all covered in blood. You don't think that maybe he was the one doing the shit there, and they just assumed he was the hero? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, not the janitor.
Not the fucking it's and like there's so like the weird shit, like you said, the suicidal lawyer, that whole angle was fucking weird, and like, oh my god, dude, it's a really bad version of Fight for Your Life, man. It really is.
I think if you want to,
at least that one's saying some shit though about racism and shit though, so it's a little different. But
right, and Fight for Your Life is so. I mean, both of these films are over the top. But Fight for Your Life is almost so comically over the top and consistent that I think it's so ridiculous, but it's an enjoyable film. You know, whatever you like or dislike it.
Well, it's got strong dialogue, and it really does hit home though. Like, you know, it's almost comes off as being like white supremacy, you know, towards blacks and shit. It's hitting hard. This one doesn't. This one lacks all that type of that anger and like that actual realism into reality, right? It's a revenge tale. It's done so fucking stupid. But I mean, it's not even like I mean, I guess in theory, it's revenge. That's what it is. The guy's pissed off because he got wronged.
It feels tonally inconsistent about what they wanted to do with the film. It's like you wanted to make a statement about violence in America. That's fine, but then you have these ridiculous, over the top scenes. But they're not quite comical. They're not quite mean spirited. They're just kind of there. But it all feels like just so, which is funny because I think Cecil Howard is actually he's got a good visual eye. I mean, funnily enough, I was watching one of his films, Firestorm, a little while ago. And my fiance came out, happened to catch part of it, and even she was like, "This is really well directed, like compared to some of the other stuff I've seen." And so he's got a good visual eye, but this film, I don't know what he's going for, and I, I don't know. I think if you want to watch a a film, a good comedy about violence in America, you can watch The Killing of America. It's a really exceptional documentary. This, I don't know, the fact that he passed away in 2016 and this was his final film in 1992. I'm very curious with the thought process. Like, why was this his last film? Did he just not have interest in making films? Did he try to make another film and it didn't happen? I mean, what is the gap there? I don't know.
Yeah. He probably knew that he can't make an actual movie and he was done making porn.
Maybe.
I mean, some of them like come down to the writing though too. It's not written well at all. Like, you start out the thing really strong with this kind of message, but you just get away from it right away, and you just go into, maybe it's a commentary on just fucking how violent America is. Do some crazy shit, man. People just act out on like on the smallest shit. Like, oh, you got laughed at, I'm just gonna go and kill an entire building of people. I mean, it's a little over the fucking top when you really think about it. I mean, this guy got laughed at. Yeah, big fucking boo-hoo, you know. But these guys, I mean, they're street guys, you know. One dude is like completely a fucking drug addict and shit, like just out of control and shit. Maybe that's the commentary. You know, this is what the state of America is in. But it would make a lot more sense if it was about the Vietnam vets acting up and shit, because they kind of did wrong. You know, come back from Nam and being kind of shunned in society and stuff like that. But that's not the case with these guys. These guys are just punks. They're literally punks.
Yep.
And even by 92, the whole, I mean, I wasn't there, so I really can't say, but I guess that whole kind of like gang of punks like beating up people, it feels outdated even to this point, where that's primarily an 80s thing. You know, you have like, not even a film that's specifically about like punk music or anything like that, but you have like, hey, with leather jackets, crazy hair, you know, people, at this point in 92, it's like we were not
but
even doing this
you don't even feel like there is any of that Rage Against the Machine shit in there. Not the band. I'm talking about, you know, Rage Against the Machine. You know what I mean?
It feels like clumsy. It feels awkward. It's like I don't fully. I mean, I guess I get the intention to a certain point, but it feels so distorted. It feels so clumsy that I'm like, what are we doing?
It's way too long too. Like, it's edited so shitty.
Oh, I agree.
It's edited so fucking poorly. There's so much going on in this film. I was like, I just kept kind of drawing me out of it. I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, this shit should have been 25 minutes shorter easily. We got the same effect.
Right.
Yeah. And even the violence wasn't great. I thought that the violence wasn't even that great.
The violence was decent.
There was a couple decent moments, but otherwise some of the kills I felt kind of cheap and shit. So, but
I gave it like a 6 out of 10.
I don't remember what I rated it. I didn't really think too highly of it. I was kind of shocked though too because
you gave it a 6 as well.
Yeah, so just kind of on that, it's not the worst thing I've ever watched. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not
this
mad that I watched it, but like, I just felt like I should have liked it more. Like, I think that it just is, like you guys said, kind of clumsy and isn't really saying much for what it's showing. It seems like it should be saying more too. But
it's a missed opportunity not having a hardcore punk soundtrack though too, because these guys are clearly street punks, right? You throw in that hardcore punk soundtrack, yeah, like like the old film Skinheads and shit. Like it was straight up punk and fucking. Yeah, I just there was so many things about this movie I was kind of rolling my eyes at. I'm like, man, I really, really, just like you, I expected to love this movie. Like the whole idea was there. I'm like, this is great. And then I'm like halfway through going, I just checked the time on the movie. When you check the time, you're like, okay, that's not good. That's never a good sign. So,
right.
But yeah, not as bad as that Japanese VSA release. What the fuck was that?
Dow Dead.
Oh my god,
Dow Dead for Dow Demons or something.
Dow D for yeah. That movie sucked.
I was like kind of happy that there wasn't like hours of special features on here. It was like an hour of special features, a little over.
Mm-hmm.
But I did watch them all actually. But it didn't really change too much in my opinion on the movie. It did add some insight. But I think also I was just like, this was a really bad week for me, just in general, being distracted and stuff, can't really focus. But speaking of which, I do got to take off, guys.
Okay.
No, it's kind of a weird thing.
Okay.
But yeah, have a good rest of the show.
Duty calls.
I just got some stuff going on at the moment that I kind of got to handle.
Oh, dude, are we gonna have to do like a live? Oh, fucking Tyler's not even here. Thumbnail.
Live what?
Thumbnail.
Oh.
We used to do this before now.
Let's do it with Tyler.
I'm one of those people that
really
I hate when I'm watching people's YouTube videos and they're like, they pause for a second, like thumbnail. I'm like, shut the fuck up. Like, just don't put that in your video, you dummy.
We can do it.
I could wait for him to come back for a minute, or
no, let's do it without Tyler. It's funnier this way.
Leave it blank.
Exactly.
Right,
dude, what the fuck is that guy doing, man? Does someone have Demonwarp? Oh yeah.
No, I don't.
Okay, I got it.
Perfect.
I'm trying to
all right
set up my shit here.
People are like, what the fuck is this?
There we go. Tyler, he's omitted.
There we go. There's the thumbnail.
Right, so that's how we do our thumbnails, by the way. Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
All right, dude.
Take care,
Peace
JP.
out.
See you, JP. Man, my internet has been absolutely shit tonight.
You getting storms over there?
Yeah, we got like super high winds and storms out the ass.
Dude, you know what the fuck just happened to me this week? So on Monday, it was like super beautiful, warm. People were like out there doing their lawn work and shit. Next day, snowed a foot, got to -20.
Gosh.
That's a fucking schizophrenic or what? Like, dude, first week I've walked in my job in 5 months. I gotta walk through like a foot of fucking snow everywhere. I'm like, I'm like sore as hell. Like, I gotta walk like, well, what is it, 25? So what is that, like 12, 13 miles every day packing? Like, dude, it's brutal.
Right,
Anyways, I don't want to get into that shit. All right, so I'm up next. I was really hoping JP was going to be for this because he said he didn't really care for this, and I really wanted to hear his opinions on it because I'm fascinated by that, to be honest. So my pick here was from 2007, Eric Stanze's Deadwood Park. I've always been a big Eric Stanze fan. I mean, he's done some pretty good shit, man. Savage Harvest is probably one of my favorite. I think it's one of your favorite films, though, too, right?
Oh yeah, it's probably my favorite shot on video movie. Period.
Yeah, it's up there with me also. With video violence.
Great Blu-ray.
Yeah, really good stuff. So I had seen this movie before, and I kind of watched it under weird circumstances. I was kind of in and out of it and stuff, so I didn't really take it all in at the time. Anyways, more films from Eric Stolze. Savage Harvest he did in 1994. Ice from the Sun, which is really good. He's really known for Scrapbook, which was kind of like this indie kind of, low budget classic kind of film and stuff like that.
That was a brutal movie too when it came out.
It's fucking brutal.
Still brutal. I mean, if we're being honest.
Yeah. So with that said, if you were familiar with Eric Stolze, like Savage Harvest, that was kind of like an Evil Dead thing. Shot him really, really good stuff though. Ice from the Sun, Scrapbook. What else? What else is
he did? I spit on your, or I piss on, or I spit on your grave, like one of the unofficial sequels. It's like I piss on
known
your
as the Captives. Also known as the Captives, right? Yeah. That movie is.
You kept messing up the title. You're like, I piss, no, I spit, no, I shit, no, I piss.
It was an SRS release, right?
I feel like it's had 100 different titles, where it's like I piss on your grave and I shit on your something.
It's called I spit on your corpse and I piss on your grave.
I spit on your corpse and I piss on your grave. That's
the DVD that I have under that title, but on IMDb here it says The Captives. That one is pretty interesting. It was an SRS release.
I haven't seen that one.
It's fucking ridiculous. I think I reviewed that a long time ago.
Those fucking DVD covers with like the girls with just their asses out, and they're just like wearing like rags and just holding on to like sides. I miss those days.
Right. The spiritual sequel. I pissed
Cannibal Hookers.
Yeah, I'm not actually sure. Like, did he? He actually did direct that one. I know he did a couple segments on the Severed Head Network, Volume 1, which I do own. I've never seen the second one. But the point I'm trying to make though, like Savage Harvest, Ice from the Sun, Scrapbook, Severed Head, that the Captives, I spit on your corpse, whatever the fuck. So up to this point, up into 2007, like he was known as like a pretty brutal kind of indie director, doing some pretty, pretty nasty shit and stuff like that. And I think this is one of the reasons why this movie was a little bit misunderstood when it came out in 2007, because he was looking to do a bigger scope of things. He wanted to incorporate a lot of things that he loved, like amusement parks, like ghosts and just the elements that make up this film. He was very interested, but he wanted to make kind of a bigger scope. This one wasn't shot on video. It's actually shot on DV. The interesting thing about this film is that he shot it on DV cameras, but he shot it in anamorphic widescreen because he was going for like a more of a cinematic thing, which you can totally tell in this film. It's totally different than the rest of his films. It's a bigger scope. The locations, I think they use like 5 to 10 different locations. They use multiple abandoned amusement parks and stuff. Like this was a big production with a low budget, basically is what it is. So essentially Deadwood Park is the story of like our lead character here, which actually he starred in Savage Harvest also. William Clifton plays a character named Jake Richardson. So the film starts out where he comes back to his hometown and that he grew up in, and which is Idalong Crossing. And he comes back to this town under kind of interesting circumstances. He doesn't come back to the town to investigate what happened to his brother. So the backstory is with this town is for about 35 years, like 26 children went missing and basically were presumed dead. They only ever found 4 of the bodies, and it basically crushed this town. So what happened was a few bodies were found at this amusement park, and it basically shut down, and it kind of destroyed the whole town. A bunch of people moved out, and it became like this kind of almost like a ghost town. It just became a town that like nobody wanted to be around because it had this history with all these child murders and stuff. And the thing is, they were unsolved. Nobody knew who did them. And so does
it remind you of a movie that came out last year that was also filmed at an abandoned amusement park, where a person goes back because of their missing or whatever sibling, and then there's a ghost town because
is that
fucking Shelby Oaks?
Oh, Shelby Oaks, totally. I was thinking of
classic film Shelby Oaks.
Yeah, right. I never thought
it was literally filmed at the same amusement park too.
Was it really?
So they filmed it 2 different ones. I know Tony probably knows because one of them's in Ohio, and then the other one's I think in North Carolina, but they shot it 2 different ones for different scenes and stuff like that. But yeah, you're right, dude. That's I never even thought about Shelby Oaks.
That's crazy. I did not make that connection.
Yeah. So he comes back to the town, and not to investigate his brother's disappearance and murder and stuff like that. He comes back because what we learn later on in the film is that he got a girl pregnant and he kind of fucking freaked out and just left his town, left her all pregnant and shit like that. He's like this successful businessman and shit, but he had inherited his house in his hometown after his parents got killed in a car accident and stuff. So he's like, well, fuck it. I'm going to run from this childbirth and go back to my hometown and stuff. So he goes back,
figure a few things out.
Yeah. So he goes back to his house, and of course it's been abandoned for like fucking like 20 something years or whatever. I guess they had renters in there before. They had goats and shit in their house, and it just, it fell through. So he inherited the house and shit like that. And he goes in there and he's got no power and stuff. It's really creepy and shit. And he's just kind of figuring out his shit, right? And he starts to see like kid ghosts and shit. You think he's like hallucinating, but it turns out that he's actually not. He's actually seeing like ghosts and shit like that. So anyways, but he has no ambition in, investigating his brother's murder. Anyways, he meets a girl at this local convenience store and shit like that. And she's totally enthralled by the town's history because her dad is the sheriff. And he doesn't allow her to like dive into the history because, he's kind of part of it. He's been a cop in there for a long time. He was part of the original investigation with, the child murders and stuff like that. And it's always been on the kibosh. Anyways, he comes in contact with her and they start talking about the shit. And then she's like kind of persuades him to like look into what actually happened to his brother and the other child murders. Maybe they can actually solve the crimes. And it kind of goes from there. So my thoughts on Deadwood Park. Now, this is a really interesting Stanze film because, like I said before, he was making some pretty brutal, nasty films. This one's totally out of left field. I can see why it was misunderstood when it came out because it's not your average thing. He wasn't doing these slow burn ghost films. His idea was, like I said, to incorporate his ideas of love for like ghost films and, slow burn 70s films. He was very inspired by Mario Bava type films. I mean, the colors and all that type of shit are not present here, but just the slow burn style of 70s films and actual narrative and storytelling and stuff like that. And so you can see all the influences within this film and shit like that. And I think it's a really, really well executed film. Now, I will say one thing about this movie, and you probably know what I'm going to say right after this. It runs almost 2 hours, but I'm not going to say that it runs too long because I was never bored for 1 second in this movie. I think it really, really, it pulls you into the story so well that the 2 hours run by super, super well. And what it is though, because it really follows, our main character and this girl, and there's very minimal characters, but it is a slow burn, but it just executes itself so well. The breadcrumbs left in the narrative within this film is one of those type of things where you're like, it's like a chef's kiss at the end of the film because everything that's happening within the narrative for the 2 hours all comes to fruition. It all adds up and everything completely makes sense. The payoff in the movie is not one of those ambiguous endings where you're like, because through 2/3 of this movie, you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, you learn that he's not hallucinating. He's not seeing ghosts because she ends up seeing this shit too. So there's something actually happening supernatural here. But then you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, what the hell? And who did all these child murders and stuff? Are they going to solve this and stuff? And then the third act explains everything away, and it just goes completely off the rails. And you're like, what the fuck? That's wild. You get all these different reveals and shit that totally work. I really, really enjoyed this movie. I loved every minute of this. This is how you do low budget filmmaking. It's low budget filmmaking at its finest. It really is. I mean, he accomplished everything he set out to do. He meant to make a slow burn atmospheric film, and he really accomplished that. He found the great locations. The house that they filmed in was banned for like was abandoned for like 20, 30 years. Perfect location. I thought the abandoned music parks that they shot in were shot beautifully. The cinematography is fantastic. It's shot standard def, anamorphic widescreen. So, but the reason why he did that though too is because there's a lot of panning shots throughout it. There's a lot of cinematography shots. This movie really relies on the atmosphere, right, within the narrative, and I think it's executed actually beautifully. The standout thing for me with the cinematography and the slow burnness of it is the sound design in this. The score is the original score. I can't remember the guy who did it. They said his name a couple of times in the features and stuff, but he scored this movie so beautifully. It's so haunting. It's so moody and atmospheric and just creepy and fucking, it's just really, really, really well done. I think probably my biggest complaint is maybe a couple of the performances of the film aren't up to, the exact par, but I still think it works perfectly fine. I think our lead is really good in the film, to be honest, because he's kind of like a lost soul. He's been broken by what happened to him in his life outside of the city with getting his girlfriend pregnant and stuff like that. And he's kind of lost, and he's conflicted because throughout the whole film, because he doesn't really want to find out, because he's kind of like accepted that his brother's dead and stuff like that. He doesn't really want to go along with this, but and I like the fact that Stanze doesn't create like a total cheesy romance with this girl that they're doing the investigation with. I think that's a really good relationship that they have in the film. And I think they played those characters, they wrote those characters so well. They really did focus eventually on what the narrative was and where it was going. And they didn't focus on some cheesy ass bullshit. I thought that was really well done. So pretty cool. Now her father is a sheriff in the film. And I think that he's a really interesting character because he comes across as being very much an antagonist in the beginning of the film. Like he's very standoffish, like get the fuck out of here, stop talking about the murders, we did everything we could, blah blah blah. And and then and they set up his character super well to like another reveal that's in the film. I think that's really well done and shit like that. But again, like I said, the breadcrumbs within the film, with the ghosts and like what the ghosts are saying to him and shit like that, which I won't give away, play into the end, the leaving of the literal breadcrumbs with teeth, the teeth crumbs, if you will, plays out again. Like I said, everything plays out really well. Very well and thought out narrative. Super good stuff. So the story is constructed really interesting because if you guys know me and my style of, I don't really like a lot of movies told in flashbacks. I hate when flashbacks are used when they don't necessarily need to be used. In this case, the flashbacks are used so fucking well to tell the story in bits and pieces, again, with the breadcrumbs. So this one flashes back to like 1979, and they show that's when the murders ended. So his brother was the last kid that was murdered. And there's a scene where him and his little brother, his twin brother, are getting into a car, and all of a sudden just something swoops up and fucking takes him, and his ice cream cones left on the ground. And you're like, what the hell? It's like supernatural and shit like that. Really well done scene. It flashes back to like 1945, 1944. Like there's a bunch of different scenes. There's this really well done World War II scene that they actually went out and got all authentic costumes, tanks, everything was all authentic. They actually went and grabbed it from, I think it's somewhere down in the South. It's like a reenactment type place or whatever. So they had all the shit. So everything looks authentic, costumes really well. And then that becomes like, part of the core narrative and the reveal and stuff like that. And the scene is really, really fucking fantastically done, edited well. I thought it was just shot.
That really scene alone like blew me away, probably more than any scene in the movie. Like for a movie like with such a low budget, like it looked really fucking good for a war scene. Like I was so surprised, and it sounded great.
But I couldn't believe it though, like because you're watching a slow burn 70s type film where it really relies on the atmosphere and the sound design to kind of suck you in as you're getting bits and pieces of the narrative. And when it flashes back to the preacher story, which is another really interesting character, I'm not going to give everything away about the preacher backstory and stuff, which is a really interesting character and really good performance by him too and stuff. That it's edited, so it's actually edited to the point where you're like, shit, dude, that would have made a pretty good fucking war film. It's not bad, right? Again, Stanze talks about like this film went into pre-production, I think in 2003 or 4 or something like that. They finished it in 5. It was in post-production for like a year, released in 2007. But he was like, he talks about like how they could have copped out with doing CG and doing it that way a lot cheaper and stuff like that. But again, he's a filmmaker, he wanted to do everything practical. So this one is all practical effects. Everything you see, there's not a lot of gore. There's a little bit more, there's gore in the war scene, and there's some towards the end of the film and stuff like that. It's pretty cool, but it's not one of those type of films. It's not relying on the gore, it's not relying on that type of horror. It's relying on the ghost and the atmosphere and the horrific, basically the legend of the story, kind of thing. Because that's the cool thing about this film, is like these murders were never solved, and it became like a campfire urban legend. Like, who the fuck did this shit? And there was somebody that was tagged, And they said right away, like the sheriff says in the beginning of the film, he's like, if you're looking to get revenge on somebody, if you think it's this person, like he's dead, like or not the sheriff, I think it's the store owner that says that, he's died. So, we never solved it, who it was, and blah, blah, blah. But it plays in so nice how they set it up to be this person, may or not be him. And, just how it kind of plays out. You know what I'm talking about, Tony. I think this one is really, really misunderstood. I think it's a great film. I honestly think Tyler might even like this movie, to be honest. He might be a little bit on the edge about the acting a little bit at times, but I don't think it's bad at all. I don't think the acting's bad at all. I think they do a good job. Pretty much everybody does a really good job in this, but I mean, if you don't have the attention span for a film like this, probably don't seek it out. But I really, truly believe this is might even be his best made film. It's a full blown, like, just kind of straight up shout out to, like I said, 70s style filmmaking that I think really does work for a time period when people were not making movies like this. Big props to Eric Stolze for doing a film like this and going out of his elements in a time where CG was the thing, the sci-fi films, and nobody cared about doing practical effects, and writing a real actual story and a narrative that actually fucking works and completely makes sense. All the props in the fucking world to him, man. There's really cool scenes with drive-ins, which plays into the narrative of one of the characters that may have or may not have been the killer. I think it's pretty cool. There's a really cool scene where you see a Serpent in the Rainbow poster and a Night of the Demons poster in there. I think there's a Jurassic Park one, Terminator 2, shit like that, man. It's like, I fucking love that stuff. All in all, really, really, really great film. I love this movie. One of my favorite watches from this year. Like I said, I'd seen this movie before. I completely didn't remember it. I didn't even watching this again, I had no idea where it was going. It's like my fucking brain does not work sometimes. I remember why I ended up watching this, because I wanted to do this when I was on the review channel Body Bags. And what had happened was, I can't remember who was sending me the file, but they sent it to me too late. So I went and watched another film for that week. It was I think it was like Ghost Week or something. I don't know what the fuck it was. And I ended up doing another film instead. And I watched this one kind of despairing and didn't really give it my full attention, which, I'm glad I did now, because it's really good. But yeah, it's overall, it's a very somber kind of, atmospheric, bleak feeling type film that goes into a really cool place. I really like it. As for the features on the film, so they have a documentary called Season Pass. It's like a brand new look at, like, of the Deadwood Park, the movie and stuff. And it's basically with Eric Stolze and shit. And I think the producer and also Milton, lead actor. And they kind of go through like their thoughts and, the thought process of making the film and shit like that. And there's some really good information in this, and like, what they set out to do. It's interesting because a lot of times people talk about like what they set out to do and like, this didn't really work. And like, this didn't go that way, blah, blah, blah. It ultimately went the way they wanted to. It didn't exactly go, because they had other locations planned. There was a music park that they were going to film in at, I think it was in North Carolina. And they end up finding another one, but so the day before they were going to film at this amusement park, a fucking hurricane came through and demolished the whole fucking thing. So they had to up and find another location. It was literally the next day, and his people went out and found another one. It was actually a really crazy story. I was like, that's pretty wild. So but yeah, it gives you a lot of real good insight. Eric Stolze as an interviewer really breaks down everything so perfectly for you, and you just feel his vision completely. I love the feature. It's really shot well too. It's actually shot like you're watching like a Mario Bava film. It's like all kind of like really bright colors. It's got this waterfall behind him. It's actually really well done. Pretty cool. Really good stuff. That one run about 44 minutes. So there's a making of documentary from 2007. This one's about an hour and a half. It's like a full-length documentary, and it's a lot of the stuff that I watched previously. And this one just kind of more drawn out. It's behind the scenes and that type of documentary and stuff like that. It's interesting. It's pretty cool. So I watched the whole thing. There was a few things that were different and stuff, but pretty cool. Post-production featurette runs about 9 minutes, just talking about how they really took a lot of time in post-production, hence like over a year to do the post-production, hence the sound design and stuff like that. They took a lot of effort because Stolze felt like this was kind of like his magnum opus, kind of thing, and you really didn't want to fuck up the feel of the film, because really what brings the whole thing together is the sound design, right? When you're watching a slow burn ghost film, you need that really good sound design. And the guy that did the score actually comes from a totally different background. He was like a metal punk guy and stuff. And he said what he did with this is you wouldn't even know it was the same fucking guy. It's the craziest thing in the world, but original score, which is really cool. There's outtakes which is like 3 minutes, which they're outtakes. Crew on camera, it's just behind the scenes like that. And then there's deleted scenes, which are 12 minutes. Of course, there's some that are completely finished and some that aren't finished at all. I can see why they were cut from the film. But all in all, man, Deadwood Park, man, I am a really, really big fan of this movie. Honestly, I'm super fucking happy. And, this is funny because last month I talked about Joe Christ, the worst shit I've ever seen in the world, from Saturn's Core. They redeemed themselves like a motherfucker with this. And this is what I'm talking about, man. They're putting out great shit.
And then this past month happened.
Yeah, and then they go back to doing these fucking stupid things.
The next month's gonna be really good.
Yeah, hopefully they get Ice from the Sun finally.
Yeah, no doubt, right? No doubt. Yeah, that's gonna be fucking sweet, dude. I haven't seen that forever. It's fucking pretty awesome shit. But yeah, really, it's an interesting film. Like I said, if you're a fan of like 70s films, ghost films, just slow burns, which I have no problem with, you might really like this, man. I really like this. But Tony, what are your thoughts on the film? Then you obviously watched it.
I mean, I pretty much just echo everything you said. Like, I'm probably not as enthusiastic about it as you, but yeah, like, honestly, like, I was just, like, kind of blown away by, like, pretty much the scope of everything. Like you said, just the amount of locations, the mystery was probably the best part about the entire movie, and it was just interesting the whole way through. But yeah, like, it's just super impressive. Like, every aspect of this movie is honestly kind of mind-blowing.
It really is when you think about Stan Zeta's previous films to do something like this. Like the scope of this is like it's like 300. It's like times 300 from his other films. I'm not saying his other films like they were perfectly done for what they were with Savage Harvest and Scrapbook and stuff like that. But like he like went out and said that he didn't want to be a guy that was known for just making these hardcore exploitation films and stuff. Like I have other interests too, which makes sense as an artist, right? Like you want to do other things all the time. He's like, I have an interest. He's like, I love amusement parks. I love ghost films. I love 70s films. He's like, why not just put all these things together and just do something totally different? And I get that. And I love that about like the artistic value of like directors and writers and artists and stuff like that, when they actually do what they're thinking, instead of just staying in that mold and just doing, the fans love Scrapbook, I'm going to make another fucking Scrapbook times 10. Fuck that. I don't want to see Scrapbook fucking part 2. I want to see what you can do. And this is a great example of an artist that really took the time, and there was a lot of people involved in this shit, and like low budget, but I really wish I could find out what this film cost to make, because the fact that they shot in like 5 different states, and they shot this, I think they said 55 days, they shot over 8 months, a lot of different locations, just a lot of craziness and stuff. But it really paid off. It really paid off when you have that vision, man. I think Dan might even like this movie. This is something I would definitely go back to.
I did watch this.
Oh, you did watch it? Fuck. So maybe you didn't like it because he's pretty quiet.
I didn't want to be a party pooper.
I love this movie.
Well, no, listen, I'm sincerely glad you got something out of it that I didn't. One of the things I will say is that, I with a filmmaker like Eric, one thing that I really respect with a lot of filmmakers is not falling into the same traps that they would normally fall into.
Yeah.
Where it's sort of like, I like the example that he brought up, where it's like, yes, he could have made 10 more films like Scrapbook, and he didn't. And Scrapbook is a film I do like. I don't love, but the example I always go to is a filmmaker like Adam Braymeyer, who directed a film like The Bunny Game, which I really don't like. But then he ended up following that up with 2 films, Dinner in America and Shake Shack, or Snack Shack. I'm sorry, Shake Shack. Snack Shack, and those 2 films I think are phenomenal. So with Eric, a film like this, it's almost okay that I wasn't crazy about it, because he's trying something different. And I agree with a lot of your guys' points. Doing the flashbacks on a budget where you have these authentic costumes and you have, you're going for something more than just shock and exploitation. To me, that almost kind of trumps my opinion on the film. The film for me, it just didn't really work for me. I did think it was a little too long. It didn't keep my interest. I wasn't engaged, but I'm so ambivalent about it that I don't have any real strong negative opinions about it. It really comes down to that it didn't work for me. But hearing your enthusiasm about it has almost made me replay scenes in my head and go, okay, well, I can appreciate that in context or in retrospect, I should say. So I'd be very curious what Tyler thought about it, whether he was responded positively or negatively to it.
Well, JP said that he
Because
didn't really like it either, and I was like, that's fucking. But then again, I thought about it after, and I was like, I think if JP watched in the right frame of mind, because I can see this movie being a mood film for sure. It's a slow burn. I mean, we're not always gonna like just sit there and pop on a 70 slow burn film when you're if you're in a like a down kind of bitchy mood and stuff like that. It's really the last thing in the world I kind of want to watch. I feel like this is something you need to pop on. I was in a really fucking good mood yesterday when I watched this, and I was just like down. I'm like, I know it's gonna be a slow burn. I'm like, this is fucking awesome, and I get in those moods, man. When I watch that shit, I get in the moods. I get in those moods. And I love this shit though. I've always been a big fan of the style of filmmaking as long as the payoff is proper. And I feel like here, the fact that they didn't go in the ambiguity way really worked for me. I really love that, how it just kind of gives you everything. And I'm like, oh, that's fucking sweet. But I like, again, the construction of leading up to that I thought was really fantastic. Even the Reverend's motive for going to the war and shit like that, I thought was really interesting too. It's just like a lot of really interesting character developments within the narrative, and I'm like, that's pretty fucking wild and shit like that. So,
and I completely agree with what you're saying before when you're talking about the mood that you see it in or the context that you see it in.
yeah.
Whereas if I had seen this film in a completely different environment, it would have been one thing. But even in the way that I had seen it, being able to acknowledge the aspects that Eric had done so well, the fact that I almost kind of respect more if a filmmaker doesn't make a film that works for me, but is actually putting in the effort and trying something. Like I can see the effort on screen. I can see what he's trying to do rather than so many filmmakers. I can name off 10 filmmakers right now who are just like, well, I'm just going to do the same thing again and again and again because I know my fans like that. And sure, you can make a better film than somebody not taking as many risks, but it's like, or make a better film than somebody taking more risks. But it's like, what's the gain though? And so, although I didn't really respond to this film, I have immense amount of respect for it. I think Eric was a really talented filmmaker who was really trying to shoot for higher than his budget and his filming capabilities.
So what
I have
exactly
no
were
animosity
your
towards it.
problems with it though? Like, was it? I mean, I can't imagine being narrative wise, or was it? But
It was, I mean, well, for one, I think one of the things I did disagree with, I did think pushing 2 hours is rough for a film with, man, like some of these lower budget indie films, it's funny because I was right now I'm in the process of getting a screenplay together to film with some acquaintances, and I'm very adamant about the idea of keeping it like 70 to 80 minutes because I know if I show up to somebody, I don't want to push it to a certain point. But I just thought the narrative, I guess it almost felt a little not necessarily out of order, but it was jumping around so much that
it's not
I
really
never
jumping around.
felt
It's telling you pretty much the whole narrative is being told to you in the flashbacks, and I mean obviously in the present though too.
right.
But I feel like I said, I'm not a big fan of stories jumping around with flashbacks unless it's like appropriate and stuff like that. Like if you're just going to do exposition dumps and stuff like all the time and just kind of throwing shit for the sake of throwing it. But I felt like in this film, everything that was being shown, especially with the world, like when it comes to the whole Reverend character, like I felt like everything that they were showing was really relevant to where it went and stuff, obviously. And just, I mean, honestly, I can't even really think of anything where I was like, damn, that really doesn't need to be there. But it's weird because even for a slow burn film, I always felt like it was progressing the narrative and the plot was progressing itself to the point where I was like, wow, like it's not very often you watch a 2-hour film that can be this slow and be that coherent for one thing, but be that entertaining. I don't know if it was my mood or what the fuck it was, but I was I was so drawn into this in the first like 30 minutes of the film. It was like, I remember going, fuck, this movie's 2 hours when I first started. I'm like, oh my God, this is crazy. Like, okay. But then I just completely forgot about it. And like, that doesn't happen very often with me. So
right, let alone for a smaller indie film. And I completely, I can't even argue with any of your points, because
like what I mean though, like I just didn't feel like there was a lot of filler. Like when you watch a lot of low budget films, they're always trying to pad the time with some bullshit. Like you watch some shot on video films where they have a 19-minute slow motion fucking food fight. You're like, dude, seriously, your movie's 75 minutes and you just padded 19 minutes. I feel like there was no padding of the time here. There was never any moments where you got these, you know, our lead character and the girl and stuff where they were not, everything that they were doing in the film was progressing the narrative, was progressing the plot. Like it was always moving forward.
And I think you're completely right about that. I don't fault the screenplay necessarily. I think I felt more, I just wasn't particularly engaged by the characters or even really by the narrative itself. So it's one of these things where I think it's a mystery, film though. No, that's fair. And it's like going to my point where I feel like if you are on board with it, then you're going to be fully, and if not, then it's going to feel like more of an arduous task than it is. Because the funny thing is, I don't even feel strongly negatively about it. It's more of a film that just didn't work for me overall. I think Eric is a very talented filmmaker, and like I said, the ambition I think maybe kind of overrides the quality to me. But yeah, I just found myself not particularly engaged, and then by the end, it didn't relieve me as much. Hearing your enthusiasm about it has really made me replay these scenes in my head. But
well, I can see overall, it though. Like if you're not engaged in the film in the first first two acts, then I could see the third act not being anything like. But for me again, it was like I couldn't even remember where the shit was going. I'm like, that's fucking wild that it went this way. But to explain it away and like actually give you a visual of why it's like that, like I'm like, that's fucking crazy, man. It's a very ambitious film. I respect it. And there's a lot of ambitious films where I'm like, I'm not very high on either. And I respect what they did and stuff. Like, I understand your vantage point for sure. This one just really hit home for me. Like, I've always loved Stanze. The thing is, I haven't seen his last couple films. Have you guys seen his latest films that he's done in the last like 5-6 years? I haven't seen them.
Yeah, no, he came out with a movie last year called Anxiety. I thought was pretty good.
Yeah, Tom recommended to me a couple times. I couldn't find it. I have found it now. You can find it on Diabolic or whatever. So
it's on Tubi too as well.
Okay, so I got to check out his later stuff because I'm kind of at that point with Stanze where this was, I think, the last film I even seen by him. Yeah, like I'd seen pretty much everything up to this point.
2007 or something.
Yeah, 2007.
2010.
And he's done 3 or 4 films since, but he's done a couple in the last couple of years. That Anxiety was, he did one called In Memory Of. Is that one?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
He did that one. I heard that was decent too, like again from Tom. And I know he's a big Stanze fan. So
yeah, he's got a Nazi horror movie too.
Yeah.
From like 2013 called Ratline. I haven't seen that one.
Yeah. So Ratline is one that I've never seen either. I've always wanted to check that one out. So his films were just harder to see. Like Ratline, when that one came out, the internet wasn't as easy. You know what I mean? To find shit. Like
streaming wasn't really a thing. Like the way it is.
And I remember it was very common for what happened with me, even with Murder Set Pieces. So I ordered that special DVD uncut version from the director back when that shit came out, and he canceled my order because it didn't ship to Canada. So there was a lot of these independent sites that weren't shipping to Canada. I'm like, fuck, man, am I that fucking foreign? Come on, guys. But
you get that 4K yet?
I was gonna say,
we don't have 4K in Canada. We just got power, like in the last during COVID. They thought during COVID it was a good idea for us to get power and shit. So yeah, but yeah. Anyways,
well, Massacre ain't putting out much else, so you got that going for you.
Yeah, they haven't. Fuck, dude, I got to get that fucking Blu-ray. I think I might just order from Diabolic and just pool some shit together.
Do it at that point, yeah.
Because back in the day, I used to make an order to Diabolic every 2 weeks because the shipping was like flat. It was like $10. Our dollar was pretty much par. And it was every 2 weeks. I used to order from them all the time, and then their shipping went through the roof. Dollar sucks.
Yeah.
But I went on there last night and found a bunch of Stanze films, and actually my cart's full. of 3 Stanze films and murder set pieces. So
should you though? Because like, what if Saturn Score just releases all of them?
I know. I'm wondering
because
about
on
that
the
too.
Blu-ray of Deadwood Park, they've got trailers for like half of his fucking shit.
I know.
So that's what
Did
got
Saturn
me
Score
thinking.
did Saturn Score put out Scrapbook or who put that out?
It was Saturn Score.
Yeah, so I
Okay,
think
that's
this
what I
is the
figured.
third movie of his that they've put out now.
Yeah, Savage Harvest, Scrapbook, and this. So yeah, I mean,
Which I gotta
you're
say as
probably
well.
right. You're probably right.
As much as I'm not a fan of Deadwood Park, even something like Savage Harvest to Scrapbook, I mean, you can see the filmmaking progression right there, and that's the point I really want to hit is I am far more I am way more interested in a filmmaker who is doing something different, taking more risks in his own filmmaking career, and maybe the film doesn't work for me, rather than a filmmaker who's like just doing the same thing again and again and again. So
Hmm.
yeah, Deadwood Park, it didn't really click for me, but to me, I don't really have any strong opinions negatively. It's like, okay, well, he tried something different. It clicked for you guys, and that's fantastic. But I respect the hell out of it. I think it's,
No,
it's what it is.
I love the whole story with the where everybody in the town thought that like this one dude was the killer and stuff. And I like the scene where it flashes back to 1955 and they find the body like in that part of the music park and shit. I'm like, dude, that's fucking gnarly, man. I love that shit, man. It brings everything together for me. I don't know,
It
man.
feels like a novel, honestly. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it kind of does actually. I think they did a really good job writing this. I don't know, it works for me on all levels. I love low budget films that tell stories like this. I mean, I like obviously it would probably be, I shouldn't say obviously. I mean, Hollywood might fuck up the story completely and make it ridiculous, but I mean, it might look a
We
little
got
bit
it with
better.
Shelby Oaks.
Yeah, with Shelby Oaks, exactly. I wonder if motherfucker, who's that Duckerman, what the fuck's that guy's name?
Chris Stuck.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah, so
Mark Zuckerberg.
I wonder if he'd ever saw this film before.
What if he
had to
saw
have.
it? What if he saw it and just hoped no one else did?
But JP always calls that guy like, what does he call him? A fucking something a plain bitch, whatever the fuck. He's just into like mainstream shit. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah, he is. He's probably
very
a basic bitch. I think
Basic
that's what he
bitch, yeah.
says.
Like
Yeah.
it, like just loves his mainstream. Like it's like our biggest pet peeve in the world, right?
I
All
don't
these
know for sure,
YouTubers.
but I've heard he's one of the. From what I understand, he's one of those people too that just doesn't really criticize any movies on his channel. He just talks about all the stuff he likes.
Right, right. Yeah, I really don't respect that. That's why, like that.
And
That's why it's been so fun doing these shows for so many years. Is that like, we
It
can sit
is
here and have
like-
these disagreements, but I'm not going to. Like the fact that Dan is like, it doesn't bother me one bit because it
Yeah.
doesn't impede it doesn't distract me from loving the movie
Yeah,
because I'm a real
Well,
I'm
that's
a
the
real
difference,
person
too,
with
is
real
that-
opinions, and I'm not going to let someone. But the thing is, Dan has his opinion. He's not saying this movie sucks. He's not saying you shouldn't like this. Like
Well,
those type of
that's the
things
thing.
piss me off with people. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. That's retarded to
Well,
say.
that's the thing is that's why I think the difference between I don't look at any like online like message boards comments or anything like that because okay we don't like you got something out of the film I didn't I don't care because the difference is that like I have a context for your opinion for Tony's for Tyler's. I mean look at like Dave and Dave Parker and I disagree on like every new film. Like there's ones I love he hates and vice versa. And I think Dave is one of the funniest and smartest guys I know and I love hearing what he has to say. And that's the difference is that like if you have an honest and genuine critique of a film positively or negatively, stand by it, man. Like I'm not, I'm sincerely glad you guys got something out of this film that I didn't.
Yeah.
You're not just like, oh, it was good because it had good scenes. It's like
Yeah,
something
good
like that,
scenes.
Yeah. Like fucking, Tyler and I, we disagree on tons of films, but Tyler's a smart guy. He knows what he's talking about, so we can talk about it, and that's what it is,
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah, Deadwood Park, creepy fucking atmospheric slow burn film. Really enjoyed it, man. I think it's really, really good. I actually what do you rate this one, Tony?
I'm probably around like an 8 on this one.
Yeah, I'm in about a 9 on this one. I absolutely love this movie. Like I just can't even believe I wasn't expecting to like this one this much. It's crazy. I'm glad that my brain falters me sometimes because I just didn't really remember this at all. So, yeah. good stuff, man. Great release. But yeah, again, yeah, I talked about the special features. There's about 3 hours total of features on here. Good stuff. So, you know, with the film, you got about 5 hours worth of shit. Looks fantastic. Probably the best it's ever going to look, you know, for a DV film. And it does, though. It actually does. It has that quality, but it's not full screen, like it says, anamorphic. So it really adds to it. But, and I love that. This slipcover is great. That looks really, I love that plan. And it's the film. It's the film. So, yeah.
So better or worse than the Joe Christ set?
Dude, I don't even think if I had explosive diarrhea that burnt my asshole for fucking 3 days, that wouldn't even be as bad as that Joe Christ set. That Joe Christ.
You had me on board until the genital mutilation, where I'm like, I'm good.
But I will, but I will say though, man,
Right.
if you're one of those people that's willing to accept things that you can't unsee, you might actually have to see this, because the whole interview is literally, like I said, the camera on this guy's basically, now there's a hole there. It's fucking it's actually
you
funny.
You described it very well.
It's fucking hilarious to watch, because it literally is just a static shot of this guy's nub. It's fucking crazy, bro. With this robotic voice. Like, it's something that you have to see at least once. Don't watch the movies. Just watch the documentary.
Oh no, I get it. There was a little while ago, and I'll be quick before I move on to Tony, but I was reviewing for my show a pretty solid adult film called The Erotic Memoirs of a Male Chauvinist Pig, and I wanted to review the DVD as well. It's sold the DVD, and it was like a bonus film on the disc, and I'm like, okay, what is this? Ball bust? What is this? And it is 10 minutes of the most uncomfortable, awful testicle punching, twisting, and it's like, I don't need to see any of that stuff anymore. I'm good. After that, I'm like, I think even in my review, I'm like, you got the idea from the first second. If you want to continue watching it, whatever, do what you got to do. But I'm like, I'm good. So after you said that about Joe Christ, I'm like, Moodz, I love you, but I'm good. I don't need to see it. Anyways,
I've heard enough.
Back to my little
I'm just glad there was a couple people that even said, like, you described it to the point where I have to see it now. Like, that's crazy.
Almost sold me on it. If you left that out, I would have bought it. Oh
my god, man! I can't even believe that's in my collection, to be honest. It's something
I'm
I
glad
do want
in your collection.
It's one of those things where I do want to show people. One time where we get all shit faced and shit, I'm like, you guys have to check out this. I'm just gonna mute it. Just like, actually, I shouldn't mute it, because actually part of the fun is actually listening to this guy tell the story of why he did it, and like, I'm like, just absolutely.
Yeah, you definitely need the context, because then your friends will be like, "What the fuck are you showing?"
Because you're right, because the context is actually mind blowing. It's fucking wild. And that's a great
cinema wasteland film where, like, hey, let's go up in my hotel room. I got a cool film to show you. And then, or better yet, you put it in the indie film kind of like lounge there you got there. You're like, hey, here's a film about a guy who really likes body modification to the extreme. You know?
Oh,
Joe Christ.
Fuck. More like Jesus fucking Christ. Oh my god.
That's all I got.
All right, so that's Deadwood Park from 2007. Mr. Sasado, what do you got?
All right, we're gonna head over to Film Movement Classics for Zweihart's 1980. I think it's 84. Just kidding. 1984 film, Shanghai Blues. Didn't really know what to expect from this movie. Actually, I probably thought it was more of your typical Hong Kong action movie. If you can't tell, this is a Hong Kong movie. And if you don't know who Zweihardt is, I suppose. But Zweihart's a really notable Hong Kong filmmaker from the 80s, 90s, and beyond. And I've seen a few of his films, so that's probably what appealed to me most about this and led me to check it out. I've actually only seen 3 of his films that I've seen. For 1980, I watched both For Going to Eat You and Dangerous Encounters of the first time. And those were both kind of like, I guess there's a little comedy in the We're Going to Eat You movie, but they were both just kind of like dark, gritty movies, especially Dangerous Encounters of the first kind. That movie was really, it was like, bitches detached like school shooter kids. It was pretty, like, they're not literally school shooters, but basically terrorist kids. It was really great. But so This is about as far away as you could get from that. So if this is something that looks appealing, you're just more familiar with Hong Kong action flicks and that such. This is very different. This is more of like a rom-com. Actually, watching this, I felt like this was very inspired by American 30s, 40s screwball comedies. It has a more serious opening than you typically see in those films, and that's obviously something set culturally too relevant to the film and just kind of updated for the content of the time. But really, what this movie is just it's a rom-com where these people just go through a series of like goofy situations and just like farcical situations, very lighthearted. Even like things that you could put in a movie that would be very serious, like sexual assault, they kind of make a joke of in this movie. And it's if you were trying to watch it as a straightforward narrative, it still works, but it's really kind of a sloppy film. It just picks things up for laughs and just never goes back to them. It's just like a rolling ball of like goofiness. But it kind of comes into its own. It's its own thing too. So start with a little history about the film. So this was actually the first production from Zway Hark's film company that he started with his now ex-wife, Film Workshop. And I guess I'll save the context of that for the special features because that's where I learned it. But one thing that does stand out that you don't always see in rom coms is this movie's got excellent cinematography, and when you learn more about what like the resources they had, it actually is much more impressive. This movie is very colorful. It captures like this whole this whole Shanghai era. It's set in 1937, so but takes place mostly in 1947. So it's a period. It's a period piece, and they do a really good job with all the art design. It's very colorful. I'm sure this restoration brought out a bit. It sounds good. There's some nice playful like music that you can't really understand because it's not in English, but it works with the film. But yeah, essentially, so this movie begins in 1937, and it's set in Shanghai. And it's the breakout of the Second Japanese Sino War, which I don't know anything about, but that's what they go ahead and tell you. That's where it takes place. And there's an air raid that happens, and you have your there's four main players in the movie. There's three relevant ones right now. Who is Dong? These people all have the craziest names too. Uh, so there's Dong Guok, who's going to be our main character in this. His uncle Aksuk, who's more of a supporting character, but they both work for this club and this entertainment act, and they're clowns. And then there's a girl Aksu, which like is pretty fucking confusing. That there's a dude named Aksuk and a girl named Aksu, but she's a singer and also in this entertainment trope playing at this club. And the other person will come in later, so they're not really that relevant. But as the air raid happens, and everyone kind of scatters, and Don Guok and Aksu, the girl, end up hiding under a bridge together while this air raid's going off. And it does just a Goofy's 30 thing. It's actually funny that this movie's set in like this era where the screwball comedies were very popular. Uh, that it has a goofy plot from that just like you'd never see in a movie because these people like instantly fall in love under this bridge together during this air raid. And then the male character, Duan Guok, feels so like full of patriotism when he was watching his city get bombed. He's like, I'm gonna join the military, and after the war, I'm gonna come back and get you. We're gonna meet under this bridge. So he leaves out for the military, and stays in Shanghai, and then it just cuts to 10 years later, and Duan Guok is finally coming back to Shanghai after his military service, and like he had foretold, he checks under the bridge and he finds nothing but vagrants every time he looks. But yeah, he's back there with his uncle, and they kind of go back to the old ways. And he's trying to break out and get into the film industry, but he's working as a clown again with his uncle on the side. And our character Aksu is now working at a club as she's like a dance hostess. That's what she is. So you just get this little introduction for these characters. Now they're both back in Shanghai together. They both made this promise to each other. They meet under the bridge after the war was over. And it just takes off. It kind of takes off from there. And this is really there's not really a strong narrative. It kind of just goes from thing to thing. and all of it's just kind of ridiculous. So this girl's walking away from the Aksu character, and she just runs into this girl that's just like all scatterbrained and crashing out, and she like falls into a river, and she's like, we can't swim, so she helps her out of the river, and she's like, you know what? Is like, do you have a place to stay? And she's like, no. And she just takes her home, and she's like, you're my roommate now, and that's it. And that's our fourth main character, Deng Zai. Uh, those are your players in this movie, and uh, yeah. So it just goes to this goofy situation where she's like, okay, well, I can't pay you, so I'll be your maid. And unbeknownst to them, in the apartment they live in, the person that lives above them is none other than Dung Guok. So now you get this goofy situation where they're back together. Hey, like. So then this girl, like, this woman was working at a club, and then this is just where these like just dumb situations just start like snowballing to each other, and where they start like they just I just can't go through them all and like just spoil like every gag in the movie, but it ranges from everything from like people at the club trying to assault these girls to one of like the girls getting beaten up for trying to protect against them. There's like a whole gag with like a kid, like someone's going for a kindergarten interview, but they accidentally go to a swimsuit competition instead. They're just endless like dumb things like that. People jumping out of cars and sugar daddies. It's just a tumbling ball of goofiness. But what really gets it going is like when her roommate's hanging out with her at her club, and yeah, some guy's trying to rape her, and she comes in to stop it up to like try to break it up, and she gets pushed up on stage, and in all the chaos, she ends up there, and then there's some rich old guy that's so enamored by her that's like, you gotta marry me, and she runs away from him, and it ends up like pouring outside, and now she finally by chance meets with the Dong Guok character as they share an umbrella on the way home, but they don't recognize each other. And as she comes home, her roommate character is there, and she just instantly falls in love with this guy and creates this de facto love triangle. It just gags and stuff from there. It just from there it really plays out like a typical like 30s 40s screwball comedy too. It's just more of the Japanese style, or not Japanese, I'm sorry, the Hong Kong style. It's got that Hong Kong humor that you probably know. So it's just like, like the goofy cops, like it's just like everybody's a goober who just makes like weird noises like whoa. And but it's also it's a well-made movie. It's very colorful, the production and like the lights and everything. None of it's an afterthought. So it was really cool to see a movie like this in this style. It looked so good too, and just so colorful because also being in the era of these movies, all these movies are pretty much in black and white. So you never really see like these type of movies like this, but it's just like it has a lot of stupid humor. It kind of like some of it, and the duos kind of team up well. It kind of reminded me of stuff like Bringing a Baby, or what's another good one that's like it's kind of like a buddy movie. I don't know. I can't think of another one right now. I guess, but I honestly there's actually a lot more simulators that happen one night than I really thought of. But I don't know. I guess that one, I never think of that one because that one's not one of my favorites. But yeah, if you've heard me talk on 22 Shots, especially on our What We Watch segment, I watch a lot of movies from this era. So this movie definitely is something, especially if you're familiar more with Wayhark's action work, that definitely isn't gonna be for everyone. But if you go into it knowing like this is what you're getting, I think it's a pretty good movie. It's pretty enjoyable. It's still an early work from him. It's definitely a departure from his other movies, but it's definitely the most impressive movie I've seen film wise. They put out the movie he made after this, I believe, or shortly after. It came out like 2 years later on that Shout 4K line with the Hong Kong movies, Pecking Opera Blues. So I'm definitely excited to check that out. I kind of wanted to check that out before the show, so I have the context of that, like relative to this movie, because those two look like to be similar movies as well, and just see kind of where he was at with this movie and where he was in 2 years with a little bit more experience.
I just got that in like the other day, actually.
Yeah. But yeah, this was really good. I liked it. It's a lot of fun. I laughed a lot with this movie. And it's just like it's not too long. It's not that short. It's like 105 minutes, but you're not like sitting there like, all right, let's wrap this up. It's got that. It just has that classic type of third act that you become accustomed to these movies, and the humor is a little different. It's just cool to see like the humor, like the Hong Kong style of humor in this, as opposed to that more of like slapsticky proto like romance humor that American comedy was at in the time during that time at least. But yeah, Sway Hark went on to be a great filmmaker, so it's no surprise that he was already making really good movies this early in his career. And really, there's not much truth in that. Like the acting's good, but it's like with this type of movie, especially when you're doing something pretty unserious, it's hard to like really say, well, the performance was amazing. Like it's something that like stucks out. It's more of just like it's some of its all parts type of thing. But the characters all play pretty well with the humor. The uncle and Dong Walk are a pretty good duo as the two girls together. Is just being able to play off each other and finding ways to get mixing up these people in different situations. It's just like I said, there's things that they make light of I guess we in America they've made light of later in like the 70s and 80s, but not in movies like this that I've really seen. So that was really cool about it. That's really all I have to say about the movie itself. The restoration looks great, but pretty much anything from A Part or Labor or Vincent, like it's never not good looking. But I really like the packaging on this too. It's very colorful, and the art underneath it is also very nice as well. So it's high, not the highest grade for the packaging, but there's no complaints for a release that looks like this. Onto the special features. The special features in this guy suck. All you really get is an interview with Sway. Both the interviews are new, or at least appear to be. But you get an interview with Sway Hark, which this is a weird thing to say, but this is legit might be one of the worst interviews I've seen. Like a special feature from someone. Like I don't know if this guy's like. I mean, the movie's 40 years old, so I figure he's at least in his like 70s. He's probably at least in his 70s, like late 60s at the most. He still looks fine, but he's just like he was so roundabout and babbling in this that I remember like at one point I felt like I've been watching this a while and I felt like I've gotten absolutely nothing out of what he's saying. And he was speaking in English and he was speaking pretty well. So I mean, it's obviously not his first language, but he doesn't seem like someone that was really struggling to speak in English. And I checked the time of this 26-minute interview, and it's at 8 minutes, and I'm just like, what the fuck has this guy been talking about for the last 8 minutes? He just like would pick up and just like, oh yeah, there was this happened. They just like go off on like some type of tangent, and you had half the context for anything. Like, what are you talking about? But some things I got out of this 26-minute interview was he was looking to get out of movies right before he made this, and he kept talking about the situation in Hong Kong, and but he never elaborated on what the situation was.
What year was this movie made in? What year was it? 84?
Yeah.
Oh,
but he kept saying he couldn't make movies like he used to. And he didn't like the situation there where the filmmakers, and then he never elaborated what that was though. So I'm just like, what is the situation? Please tell me.
Well, his latter career, he went on to bigger and better things, including Double Team, starring Jean-Claude Van Damme and Dennis Rodman.
He made that.
Dude, that's classic material right there.
Yeah. And Knockoff, also starring Van Damme and Rob Schneider.
And Rob Schneider.
So he went on to bigger and better things, which he also did the series. Well, some of the films I like, Once Upon a Time in China, but forget about those movies. We're talking about Double Team, all right, with Van Damme and Rodman. That's where it's at.
How crazy was that? Rodman had the tiniest little action phase. He had that and Simon Says.
Dane
Cook.
With Dane Cook.
So crazy.
Oh my god.
So fucking crazy that those films even exist.
And then he went to North Korea.
Jesus Christ. But
because of Shanghai Blues.
Because of Shanghai Blues.
Because of
but somehow he went from
He went to North Korea?
Yeah, he met with Kim Jong Un like 10 years ago.
And that's where he's just gone from civilization now.
I don't think he lives there, but I think he like hung out there and played basketball and then went back home. I guess.
That's
I don't
so
know.
random.
Yeah.
Fucking
Like,
random.
yeah, you
I
can
don't know.
stay. We got Dennis Rodman here.
I
What
guess.
the
I
fuck was
have no
with Van Damme having the worst fucking co-partners in films, man? Rob Schneider? Fucking
That was the thing in the
Dennis
90s.
Rodman? Come
How do
on,
you put
bro.
Rob Schneider in
Yeah,
action
fucking.
movie?
These
Yeah,
guys have
fucking
no
Goldberg.
business being in fucking action films
Isn't
whatsoever.
Rob Schneider like 5'4"? Like, how is this guy in an action?
That's what I'm saying. They
Rob
have
Schneider
no
had
business
a
being
weird little action like thing too. He had that, and then he had fucking Judge
I didn't
Dredd.
Demolition
know
Man.
But he was just
Demolition
there for the
Man.
comedy relief, right? He was just there for the comedy relief from what I
Yeah.
remember. So
Oh, okay.
Not knockoff though. Like he had a pretty big role in that movie.
I can't remember.
Tony,
Like,
honest
You
question
could just
for you.
never. You could just never sell me as Rob Schneider is the guy that kicks ass in this movie.
No.
No, he's not the one doing
No,
that.
he's not.
No.
Tony, honestly though, do you know how to use the three seashells?
Like, is this like a serious question?
No.
Do you know how to use them?
No, I don't. But I've thought about it.
Okay.
I always assume that you take
thought
like
about
two
it,
of the.
okay.
Like I assume that you take two seashells and you like clamp the turd with them or whatever, and then you use like the third seashell to like scrape your asshole clean or whatever.
What the
I was
fuck?
hoping to know the answer because I have no idea.
There's no way I'm
Oh.
putting a seashell in my butthole.
Why not?
Never say
Because
never,
I'm always
Bruce.
blowing my shitter. I don't need that fucking hard thing in my butt too. Fuck that. Fuck that.
Yeah. So
Tyler, have you seen any of the Once Upon a Time in China films?
no, the only movie I've seen from Hark are those two '80s movies.
You've never seen
They're
Once
good.
Upon
I
a
think
Time in
like
China?
No.
Oh my god, that movie's fucking awesome, man. It's great.
I think all of them are good. Tyler, you
I've
like
never
them, I
seen the
feel like.
sequels. I've never
I've
seen
like
2 and 3.
dabbled with the idea of picking up that set before.
I know. I've been wanting to grab. I was gonna grab. I think Eureka
It's a
put
good
it out
set.
too because the Criterion is like 3 times the price. So,
Yeah,
and it's probably the same transfers, but
more than likely.
yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah. So he went from I'm done with movies to starting his own production company with his wife. So, funny how that happens. But I didn't get much else out of this interview except for one story he had that was pretty funny. So after like 4 days of shooting, they pull up the projector screen, they get in like their little makeshift theater, and they fire up some dailies. And they're like, why does this shit look so soft and out of focus? What the fuck is going on here? And they think it's a problem with the projector, and it's not a problem with the projector. And they discovered one of the cameramen didn't like the gate was not working properly on the camera.
God.
And it wasn't it wasn't closing how it was supposed to, so like it wasn't applying enough pressure. So yeah, it was just soft. So they had to reshoot this, and like
Holy
he told
shit.
like then they
Fucking
got to the cameraman and kind of like and kind of discovered what was going on, and the guy was like, "Please, don't tell anyone what I did. My career will be over."
We're gonna kill that guy.
So instead of just telling the cast, like, yeah, our cameraman is an idiot. This is what happened. We're gonna get rid of him now. He told the actors that it just was bad. It was just bad. It was just the scene wasn't. They had to do it again because
Blame the talent.
Yeah, they just blame the talent.
Fuck.
So apparently that was easier than just throwing this one idiot camera guy that cost you 4 days of production on this like low budget movie under the bus.
But was he respected though? As a
No, it was some random guy like starting his career early.
oh,
I
okay,
think.
so he did fuck up.
I'll
yeah.
suck
I
your
don't know.
dick, man.
Where's Dennis
But
Rodman
yeah,
when you need
but
him?
like the thing, I don't
Anybody
know if
wants
like he went and
cheeseburgers?
told everyone what happened, but apparently they did like okay, we need a new camera, and they just like got rid of the camera guy and brought in the guy who had the other camera, so he got kicked off the movie anyway.
Shit.
But he didn't like bust who it was or anything. But yeah, but that was pretty. I thought that was pretty funny. That was a good story. And then there was another interview with the art director on the movie, which was definitely a more interesting interview than this one. But he also had the problem where he just kind of picked stuff up and just and like babbled about stuff that like I had no context for. You're like, oh yeah, we went out with her that night, and that oh yeah. He just like says half things. It's like I don't like he's talking to his friend that was there with him 40 years ago. It's like, bro, I have no idea what you're saying. But some things that I got that were pretty cool about that movie is this movie had basically the budget was tight because it was the first movie where this production company was like underfunded, and most of the movie was just shot on sets. They didn't even shoot this in Shanghai, but he like just built they just built sets and threw on licensed shit. It really did a good job. I mean, like maybe if you're familiar with what it actually looks like there, you'd be like, "This is fucking awful." But as me, a dumb American in 2026, I have no context for what Shanghai would have looked like in the 30s, 40s. So looks good to me. I had no complaints, and a lot any of the shots they needed for their exteriors, like the river, for instance, they had to go like find somewhere wherever they were that looked like it was Shanghai. So when they got on set with that river scene after they found this perfect location, the actress that was going in decides to tell everyone there that she can't swim. So he's like, "Oh shit, I better check this." And he just dives in the water and he like stands up and he's like, "It's fine. It only goes up to your waist." So that was pretty funny to me. And then they had to have one shot on the train on a
Tyler has
train
that sense of humor.
station in Taiwan. And they ran out of money, so he was like, "You can't come to this. I'm just gonna." The director's like, "I'll just do all the art stuff. You're not coming. I can't pay you. We're out of money." So that part was all done without the art director there, I suppose. But yeah, he kind of also just babbled a little bit. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention about Zwei, in his babbling, it seemed like he didn't even like this movie. He was just like kind of like shitting on this movie when he was talking about it in a way. Like just kept saying like, "Oh, I was disappointed in this," but it wasn't clear he was disappointed in. But he seemed to not really like this movie that much. But at the same time, like, yeah, I guess that was kind of fun to do. The other guy seemed more enthusiastic, and he seemed to remember all these stories, but they weren't. He didn't really explain. He kind of just went story to story and kind of told them with half the context. So not a whole lot I got out of this. They're like it's total of like 45 minutes of special features, but you can only get so much a lot of the time on a 40-plus-year-old movies. So it is what it is. Overall, you don't get much special, so you're not getting any bonus points with that, but that's not always the big deal. But you get a nice restoration. It's a pretty good movie. From a notable filmmaker. Um, and yeah, I enjoyed it. I think if you just if that sort of movie appeals to you and you're not going in expecting an action movie like his reputation might suggest, you'll like it just fine. I give it a 7 out of 10.
Cool, man. Right on.
I also thought it was pretty good.
Yep.
I'm glad you kind of took the lead on that because I watched it fairly recently and I didn't retain a whole lot of it. I think I was watching a lot of stuff this week. But some of the comedy worked, some of it didn't. Mostly ambivalent, but yeah, I'm glad you said it better than I could.
It would have been weird if he didn't take the lead on it, considering it was his review.
This is my movie.
He was like, Dan,
usually
if he was like, Dan, I see you logged it, you got it, right? And I'm like, all right. Well, there were a lot of actors in the film, and they said their lines pretty well.
They all had crazy names, and they're all Asian.
Yeah. To quote MK, I couldn't tell anyone apart.
Oh, she wouldn't be able to in this movie. No shot.
Oh my gosh! Do not show her Kokuo because I could not tell them apart.
Wow, she's not. Isn't the movie like 3 hours long?
Pushing 3 hours. There was 30 minutes. I got two characters mixed up, and don't worry about it.
Oh my God. One of the best stories I ever had was I was watching Audition with my brother. This is probably like almost 20 years ago, 15 like at minimum, and you have like the scene at the beginning where the main guy is with his business partner, whoever his friend. And he's like, "Let's set up an audition," and they're both like there together. And but he goes away. You only see him for a second, and I guess like he didn't pick up at some point in the movie he like merged them together, And there's like a scene, like literally like an hour in, where they both end up in the same room together again. And he goes, "See, this is why I hate Asian movies. I thought those guys were the same character the whole time."
That'd be me.
That's so funny. All right, so
oh my gosh,
Dan, what do you got for us?
all right. Well, I guess I have two films here, but I'm gonna be very brief on the first one. I just want to mention it nonetheless. Well, this was the film I was originally going to talk about in terms of the adult releases until I discovered the former, or the latter, I should say. Well, anyway, so I'll be very brief for this, but this is from, what year is this? 1984, directed by Larry Ravine, who, funnily enough, comes back to the first film I discussed on the show, Roommates. He worked with Chuck Vincent a lot. He was the cinematographer on Roommates. He worked with them on, I think, like Doom Asylum as well. He did a lot of like his horror stuff. Anyways, briefly, I want to mention Raw Talent, starring Jerry Butler. Jerry Butler is one of my favorite actors from this era. This was also what he named his autobiography after, and this was a pretty cool film, man. I gotta say, this was a film that is it feels like kind of semi-autobiographical in terms of, we have the first act of this film, which I think is really strong. I should say the first half of the film, we have Jerry Butler, who he is wanting to be an actor, but he gets invited to this porn set, and that whole scene where they're directing the porn is great. It's really fantastic. There's a bizarre scene early on that feels out of context, or that feels out of place, where he's working at a diner and this woman is being really mean to him, so he has sex with a turkey and then comes on the turkey and then feeds it to her. It's weird. It's like it doesn't fit in the context of the film. It's like, why is this even in here? Anyways, it's a bad way to start the film. But the film itself is not bad. It's like it's like, I don't know why they put that in the film, because it is not indicative of the content of the rest of the film. It feels like, well, we got a turkey there. Let's fuck it, There's
Fuck
a
it.
there's a strange like rape subplot that goes nowhere, that's treated kind of lightly. It's just like, all right. But Jerry Butler is just a great, fantastic leading man. He is so charismatic. I think he's incredibly handsome. And he's just a great natural performer. I'm a big fan of his. Um, I won't get into the specifics of the film, but yeah, Raw Talent I think is very good. I wanted to mention that at the top of the show, but we're not talking about Raw Talent. We're talking about a different kind of film, as my cat knocks things over. So, at the time of this recording, we have the upcoming Michael Jackson film coming out in about a month or so. So maybe if you're a Michael Jackson fan, you're going to want to listen to some of the records like Thriller or Bad. Maybe you're going to want to watch Moonwalker, or maybe you'll play Moonwalker for your Sega Genesis. Or you could, goddamn, or you could go the extra mile and watch Driller from, when the hell did this come out? 1984. A film that I was not familiar with. Uh, there you go. See, Moodz is the right idea. Moodz is the expert on Michael Jackson. Not only does he have Thriller on vinyl, I know for a fact he has watched Thriller. um, so I know for a fact, Moodz and Tony, before they go to see the new Michael Jackson film, they're like, I gotta catch up my lore on Driller. And wow, Driller. I was not familiar with this film. This is directed by Cindy Serile, who has done nothing I've seen. I don't know what any of these films are. It is a very strange film, to say the least. I don't even know really kind of how to go about this. On the little blurb, it said somewhere on the inner sleeve, I wanted to mention this. It said, picks up where the Rocky Horror Picture Show, Night Dreams, and Michael Jackson's Thriller leave off. The most bizarre, erotic film to hit the blue screen in many a full moon, from Hustler. And that's an interesting comparison, because the Rocky Horror Picture Show, I kind of abstract. I mean, I guess the musical aspect of it. Night Dreams, which is one of my favorite adult films from Steven Sayden, aka Rinse Dream, who did Cafe Flesh, did Dr. Caligari, which is a very fever dreamish, hallucinogenic, very out there film. Driller is something else entirely. It starts off as a Michael Jackson, I can't even say parody because it feels so sincere. It feels like you have the opening scene, which looks like it takes place in a classroom, but it's a concert venue. There's a lot of fog. There's a lot of like a lady's flashing herself, and they're like shoving her in the seat, like, get back there, watch Thriller. And it goes on in a pretty well choreographed scene. The music is catchy. And then
they
from
use
there,
the tune of Billie Jean, but not the lyrics.
exactly. Well, the funny thing
Billie
is that
Jean, they like interpretate that Billie Jean, but like
100%.
Totally, oh my god, dude, it's so funny.
I mean,
I was pissing myself.
I feel like this is the film where the music in the film is as far as you can go without it being copyrighted, where you are parodying just enough and you have the beat just enough that.
Well, it couldn't be copyrighted because like they just interpretate the music, man. They do their own thing with it. All the instruments, like it's all played themselves, right? So
you're
it's all
completely
interpreted.
Correct. I think it's to the point where instead of just doing a straight cover of Billie Jean, they tweak it just enough where it's like it's that tune, but it's not quite that song. But it's Billie Jean.
Absolutely.
This is, of course, another film I made my fiance watch because I just want to get her perspective on it. And because, she's like, this sounds like Billie Jean. I'm like, yeah, it is. But so we get that scene. And then from there, it feels like a lot of ideas that don't fully come together. When you hear the title Driller and you have the Michael Jackson kind of aspect of it, you would think that, okay, this is going to be a riff on the Michael Jackson songs or pop culture kind of aspects, and it is that to a certain extent, because from there we get this bizarre scene with this character ironically named Dan, who is having sex with his girlfriend. And I think Tony mentioned this. So Tony, if you want to jump in, go for it. The dubbing is ridiculous. I mean, listen, in a lot of adult films, they dub a lot of stuff because if they'll record a sex scene, which is funny because in Raw Talent, they actually quote that, like, okay, we won't record audio, whatever. But they had the sex scene early on, and the dubbing is ridiculous. I mean, it is, besides him moaning, you have this girl who is, I guess, improvising, and she goes from, "Oh, Dan, oh, come on, stop it," to, "All right, Dan, yeah, okay, all right, now, Dan, hurry up." I'm like, what am I watching here? He's like,
come on, let me stick my cock in your mouth,
dude.
Please,
at one point, she says, "Oh, stop it, Dan, you're hitting my bladder," and I just fucking lost it.
The part that got me the most. The part that got me the most, so he's like, "Here's my dick, open wide," and she like opens her mouth and like whatever the dub went ah.
Yeah.
As it was going in.
Well, it's funny because they're on the couch together, and he's like trying to be like intimate with her because, okay, for one, they get away from this. He's obviously not called Michael Jackson. Driller, so they go off to this alley where there's like one poster, and they're talking about the concert, like, "Oh, that was a great concert," and they go back to the apartment. And he starts like violently fingering her, where she's like, "Ow, your nails! That really hurts." Like,
your nails!
Oh, come on, you like it.
Well,
Stop
she was
playing
like, I think the point was that she was supposed to be like the obsessed fan with the the Michael Jackson character.
Oh, I totally get that.
Yeah.
And she's like the girl next door who's like turning into like a wild child because of the music and what other.
Bro, I'm watching this shit going, I'm like, I've never seen this porn. I've never seen her in porn before. And I'm like, man, dude, like she's super cute. Like she's not even like, she's like cute, right? And I'm like,
she's like a hot Ricky Lake.
She looks like the girl next door. And I look her up and the fucking blurb on her, known as the girl next door. I'm like, what the fuck? It's like literally what I was thinking. I'm like, perfect example, like crazy.
Damn, so that I looked typecast.
But I looked into her though. I looked into her like, so the early part of her career, she did like a shitload of films looking like how she was. And then she changed her look until like she lost all the weight. And she wasn't even fat. Like she just had you know, she was just a little bit bigger, and she lost all this weight and became blonde. And I was like, no, completely just tuned out on her.
Right,
Like,
right.
Didn't even look the same to me. She was
think
fucking
that was
so cute. Like that was a porn man. If I was in
she's a babe.
Early, oh, totally, 100%, like super awesome. Yeah.
To my knowledge, I think that was Tyja Ray. I don't know.
Tyja Ray, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was looking at her filmography on IAFD, and it looks like she did a lot of stuff like after the Golden Age. So, because I didn't recognize her, there's a lot of actors in the film where I'm like, I don't know who that is. Like, I'm usually pretty good with faces, but I'm like, I don't know when these people are.
She did like,
unless I'm just that dumb.
It was like through the 80s into early 90s, and then I guess I read into it, and she like just retired abruptly. And everyone was kind of pissed off. I guess the fans were like, where the fuck did she go? Kind of thing. Right? She just fucking packed her in.
Interesting. Okay. I'm not super
there was no reason for
knowledgeable.
it.
Yeah,
pretty tired.
I really
think I'll go home now.
Yeah, pretty much.
after
you're like 400 films. I'm done.
Right. After like 85, 86 when I'm not very knowledgeable, admittedly. But like before that, I have a pretty decent eye. Anyways, they have this scene early on, and I'm not trying to just break down the scene. I'm talk about the film, but it's like, yeah, they have the scene dubbing. It almost sounds like they're improvising, where it's like, but they don't know what they're doing. It's like, oh no, stop. Okay, hurry up. It's like, well, what are we doing? And then from there, in terms of the Night Dreams comparisons, which Night Dreams I've said before it's a fantastic film, but it has a very dreamlike, no pun intended, a very dreamlike atmosphere. And this has that a bit where like you'll have these sequences where you have the driller character doing these full on like Michael Jackson kind of parody, not even parody, it's really kind of like riffing dance sequences with, decent choreography to some good fog, like, lighting all that. And then about halfway through, they kind of just don't do that anymore. They really kind of just give up on that part of it, which is funny because it's like you're billing this as a Michael Jackson.
I feel like the rest of the theme was like a dream. It was almost like a dream. Like they're in this like the whole orgy scene was like, it felt like to me it was just it was like a fever dream thing. Like it was inside of her.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I don't think it was actually really happening. Like but man, in that orgy scene, not a great orgy scene though, by the way.
No. I mean, her being in that bed and
the sex scenes in this action are bad. I think the best thing about the film, like for like when it comes to porn, with the chick that actually fucking comes, like she actually fucking spits a little bit.
Oh, she doesn't.
A little bit.
Really comes.
It's not bad. Like I was like, wow. Like you don't like even
that was like a super soaker.
You didn't see a lot of that.
Oh
shit,
yeah.
Though. I mean, now it's super common. Like you see that if you watch the porn, I'm like you see that shit all the time. But like,
oh, that is a little bit. Trust me, I watch porn in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, there's chicks fucking doing that shit all the time. It's like, but like back in the day, like I watched a fair amount of porn, but I don't remember seeing a lot of that.
It was not common. The thing is that even when you have the lesbian porn, you'll mostly be like, okay, pretend like you're finishing or whatever. The fact that this goes to where it does, I mean, even my fiance, she's like, whoa, okay. And I'm like, oh, there you go. Although I did find it funny that the set design, I don't know. That's why I'd be very curious, Moodz, about your Wildlight DVD, because with the Blu-ray, the framing very clearly shows the top of the set where they made a brick wall, but where you can see the lights and like where all the equipment is. I'm like, I don't know if on the DVD they cropped that or not, but on the Blu-ray you can see that very openly.
Is the Blu-ray in widescreen?
I think
no.
No,
I don't think so.
Okay, so yeah, I was gonna, yeah, it's
it's
in four.
It's from a tape master.
Yeah, it's in 4:3.
That's the thing. Because I know sometimes where you're converting certain elements.
Wow, I wonder how much better it looks then, because like this is the like it looked fine. Like I mean, it wasn't bad. It was not bad.
I mean,
I'll tell you what though,
for what it is, it looks solid.
Yeah,
having the subtitles though for the dub track though, that's everything.
Oh, I should have done that.
I should have fucking put that on, bro. I never even thought. I was pissed. Like that opening scene with like the nerd and the two nerds fucking. I was like, dude, I was pissing myself. I'm like, this is the worst stuff, but it was so good.
It's a weird film because I think the first half is, I think the sex is very well shot. Like that first scene on the couch, I think is well done. The like just the ambition of it, the set design, the fact that you have choreography for these dance sequences, the music that you're trying to riff on, to me, like I said before with Deadwood Park, ambition I think can overcome a lot of quality, and this I was like, it really has it. The second half is where it really kind of dropped off for me. I think it really loses steam after a certain point, and it's funny because I have my notebook here that I take, obviously take notes in. And at a certain point, my lady's looking at me. She's like, "You're not taking notes anymore," and I'm like, "I don't know what else I can say about it." It's like this scene's going on for like a half hour. There's that whole orgy scene that just goes on and on,
it's
and
too
to
long.
the point where I really was like spacing out, where I'm like, I'm thinking of other things, and I'm like, man, this just will not end. Why they didn't continue with the Michael Jackson part of it, or why they didn't try to do something more to space it out, I don't know. Which is such a shame because it's like for so much of this film that I was unaware of, I was thinking like, man, this is like a fun, genuinely erotic, enjoyable, funny musical film, and then it just really kind of shits the bed in the second half.
I think it's like at the point where like the Michael Jackson character fucks that chick with the fucking like the mechanical meat stick.
Yes.
Like right after that is where it kind of goes downhill.
It takes her to the castle.
Yeah,
and that's it.
Yeah, and takes her to the castle, and that's it. And like it just kind of we get this long ass orgy scene, which we get there's a couple scenes before that. And then the orgy scene, which I thought was actually really poor. I didn't think that scene was shot very well at all because, to be honest, you got like 4 or 6 people in there, and like you're not really seeing anything. Like nothing's really happening. Yeah. I'm like it almost to me was like soft porn with a couple moments. I'm like, what the fuck is I'm seriously? You can do a little bit more with that many people.
Yeah, it really does feel like it runs out of steam after a certain point, and I don't know why. I don't know what. I mean, I'm not saying it to have constantly like a music kind of like riff parody like that, but it feels like the Michael Jackson kind of aspect is like the lead in, and then you watch the film where a lot of these films they will have the big orgy, orgiastic kind of finale where you have like everyone's like a big coming together, no pun intended, where it's like everybody's here, music's really pumping. Blah blah blah, whatever.
We're gonna start pumping.
Everyone's pumping, everyone's dumping. It's everyone's having fun listening to Driller. But here it really kind of stumbles to a finale, which is so disappointing because my fiance and I we're having so much fun watching this. We're just like, this is so ridiculous and funny and silly. And then by the end, I mean, we're both kind of like just on the couch, like, all right, we got the point. Unfortunately, I did not. As dumb as it sounds, I completely forgot to watch any of the features on this disc because this does have an interview with the producer Timothy Green Beckley and an interview with Esmeralda, who's one of the actors in the film. Trailer, whatever. Reversible sleeve, because I'd be very curious on the thought process of the film because it doesn't feel half-assed. It doesn't feel like thrown together. Like, oh, here's a big artist of right now. We're gonna, make a film about that. It feels so thought out, and it feels so put together that the fact that one half is so much stronger than the second half is strange.
I agree, man. I agree. It starts out so well, bro. I agree with you 100%. I was like so on board with this, and I'm like, the most boring orgy scene that goes on forever and kills the whole third act of the film, and then it doesn't really go anywhere.
It's funny, kind of like Oh yeah, no, go on.
No, I'm just saying it really doesn't. I was super disappointed. So going back to the features, what did it have? It had interview with the producer, and
it had the producer Timothy Green Buckley and one of the actresses, excuse me, in the film Esmeralda.
Okay, so that's what I got on this DVD too. So the original Wild Eye DVD has the same thing.
So it's the same thing.
Yeah. So I'll show that, and then here's the VHS.
Okay, which is the same artwork as might not pick up as much, but I mean it's new artwork on the slipcover, but other than that, and then you have the back here, which is
just a standard.
There you go.
That says Driller.
VHS,
It just says Driller on it.
Yeah. Wow, I think as
just a white label.
It is funny, kind of briefly mentioning raw talent in this, where I feel like they both kind of fall into the same trappings, which is the first half of both these films. I was like, I was like, man, this is a really good way to start off the year. These are like two films I hadn't seen before. Raton, I knew about. Driller, I had not. And then both these films, I'm like, man, at a certain point, there's like they really kind of, I won't say shit the bed, but it's like, man, it feels like somebody else picked the reins. For somebody who is not into adult films who is curious, I think you would still get enough out of it. You know, if you were just kind of curious about a weird kind of 80s Michael Jackson parody and you weren't into adult films this period, I think you still would probably enjoy enough of it. I mean, you can skip the sex scenes. You would enjoy the first half. The second half does meander a bit too much. We were talking about it before we were recording about Wild Eye's kind of output in terms of adult stuff, which is apparently they're only, to my knowledge, they're only adult film. You guys know more than I would, but
Yeah,
as a yeah, it's fun, it's enjoyable. It's one where you watch with people and you just kind of laugh at the absurdity of it, but then you don't watch it again, and I probably won't watch it again. Um, no strong opinions on it. A bit of a missed opportunity, but I did have fun, and I am glad I watched this, for the show because if I'd watched this in 5 months from now, I'd be like, guys, Driller's fucking crazy. Um, but with that said, I would give it a recommendation for sure. I did like it. I had fun with it. Well, we both had fun with it. It has its flaws, but I had fun. So I'll leave it at that. Driller, a recommendation, nonetheless.
Driller. Cool. All right, Tony.
All right. So I'm going to talk about the newest from AGFA, and that is from S. Toriano Berry, which is he's like a professor that worked at a university who just did like films like in his spare time. And he lived in Washington, D.C., which is I'm pretty sure this is where he filmed most of his shit. But I'm of course talking about The Embalmer, which is basically the hood version of Dr. Giggles, like almost literally the same movie.
Do you think he shows this to his class now that he's a professor?
No, like, and honestly, like, I don't think he's like very proud of this movie at all. If you
Why
like
not?
watch the special features,
Jack
he
does the
like,
whack, whack, whack. Come on.
I mean, honestly, like the fucking the song kicks ass. But yeah, like
Oh, it's
I'll get
great.
into it. I'll get into it in a little bit. But like he always like, and there's a Q&A in those special features, and he talks shit about his actors and a bunch of other shit that he like regrets about the movie.
I love
So
That's
he's
a great
like,
way to sell. That's a great way to sell the film.
I love
I know,
like
and
these.
it's
I love these interviews that can take place long after. Like, you know what? It's been long enough. I can shit talk this
They're
person.
like they suck, and I suck.
yeah, it's a great way to preface this review too. The director talks a lot of shit. Well, anyways, like
Buy it,
so. So the movie starts with like a children's rhyme, which I honestly love in movies, like Dr. Giggles and Nightmare on Elm Street and shit like that. The 1, 2, Freddy's Coming for You. I forget exactly what the Undertaker Zack like nursery rhyme actually was, but it was funny and stupid. Like, yeah, he murdered his family or he murdered his wife, and then
Yeah.
I forget what it is, but
Yeah, me too,
It
actually.
does the
there.
whack, whack, whack. Come on.
Yeah, the whack 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 part is the best part. And then after the nursery rhyme, the opening credits kick on and you have a really awesome Undertaker Zack rap song that they made specifically for the movie.
Yeah.
They play at the end as well.
Yeah, they play at the end. I think they play at the end like twice. But the movie starts off with this girl named Chiffon and this guy named Dwayne. They're like walking down the street and she's a local basically, and she's telling him about this local legend named Undertaker Zack, who I don't know why, but one day he came home and killed his wife and then killed his daughter because he or she reminded him of his wife. But then when she's like reciting this story to Dwayne,
Yeah.
he's like asking about it, and she's like, he murdered his family and then he embalmed them to keep them around. And then she mentioned that he got committed to an asylum, and then he escaped from the asylum, and then embalmed a neighbor girl, like a little girl, just so his other embalmed daughter could have somebody to play with. And I always thought that, and like I thought that was such a weird little story because I'm like, did they like commit this guy to an insane asylum and then leave his fucking family like in the house, and then he just leaves and just picks up right where he left off?
I
Like
know,
I thought that was
I thought the
so
same thing, bro.
So yeah, that right there is really fucking dumb. So of
Yeah.
course Dwayne's like, this
Yeah.
Undertaker's act shit is dumb, whatever.
Yeah.
But whatever. So we go to the next scene and Chiffon is, you find out that she's a foster child and her foster parents are horrible as they usually are, like depicted in these movies. Her stepdad named Harvey is a fat guy who just farts all the time. And it's not like he actually farts. They just like randomly pipe in like a fart sound effect every so often, just so you know he's a fat slob.
The most public domain fart sound effect.
It's just and it's the same
that was
one.
me.
You can't even give us like two different sound effects. It's literally the same fart over and over and over.
Yeah, man. Because no two farts sound the same, bro. Come on.
But we
Not
also
for him.
find out that it's Chiffon's 18th birthday. And like so like her foster parents show up all creepy like with like a birthday cake and shit. So she's like, well, it's time to put on my best face for the foster people or whatever. But then there's like this weird little jump after that where it like skips ahead like a few hours where it shows Dwayne at the video store where you see like the Traces of Death poster and the Tales from the Hood poster and shit like that. And Chiffon calls him and says that she needs to pick him up or that he needs to pick her up because she ran away from her house. Turns out, look at that. She ran away
There we
because
go.
her foster parents got approval to bring in another child, and they were going to bring in another kid to do all their slave labor for her. So, and because of that, Chiffon runs away because now she's 18 and she's legal. And I don't know why you would
Ran
wanna stay
away
there
because she
anyways.
rented Trace
Dude,
of Death
this
without
movie,
her.
man.
So Dwayne, he doesn't have a car, so he has to enlist the help of his friend named Archie to come pick them up in his car. And when he calls Archie, my man is like sitting in a bathroom, jerking off in like the most sensual, like red lit like room, like looking at Playboys and shit. And he's
I like a little
"Man, you come."
ambience when I jerk off.
This is like the most like prepared jerk off sesh I've probably ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
And then
Because
Dwayne has
once
to
a
ruin
month
it by
doesn't
calling
make it
him.
count.
So Archie gets done. I don't know if he actually finishes or not. We don't actually like
No.
see that. So he picks up his girlfriend named Cindy, who's another high school girl that they hang out with, and they pick up Dwayne and Chiffon. So it's the four of them in a car. In Archie's car. It's like a really old, it's almost like a 60s or a 50s car. I don't remember what year it is, but it's a really old car. And they're just like cruising around DC at night. You can see like the state capitol and some of the shots in the background. It's pretty cool, like those scenes. And it's just like talking back and forth. And then all of a sudden Archie like rolls over a stop sign. And of course that like alerts the cops because of course, you know how that shit works in movies. They're just like fishing for somebody to make the tiniest little mistake. So a high-speed chase ensues. I don't know why you wouldn't just stop for like rolling a stop sign. But lo and behold, they hide inside of a garage and his car stalls out. And the reason his car stalls out is because if he goes 55 miles an hour and then turns his car off, it won't turn back on. And he like specifically said that. I'm like, that's such a random ass little line to put in a script. Like, I'm like, that had to have happened to the director at one point in his
Totally.
life.
100%.
It's autobiographical.
Yeah.
Right.
He's like, trust me, I know from experience.
Like, it can't
Yeah.
just be, oh,
This
the
shit's not
car's
gonna
old
work.
and it stalls. It's like, specifically, if it goes 55
But you
miles
don't
an
just
hour,
write
and then
that shit
then I turn
randomly.
it off.
He saw speed and was like, what the fuck? This happened to me for real.
So, they're trapped in this garage. And it turns out that they're actually in the mansion of Undertaker Zach, our local Dr. Giggles legend. And for the rest of the movie, these four characters just mosey around this mansion, not really doing much. Like a couple of them have sex, and a couple of them are like bickering back and forth. And the one guy, Dwayne, really, really wants to have sex with Chiffon. But the dude has no idea what he's dealing with, like the type of damaged goods that he's like really thirsty for. But eventually, and thank God, Undertaker Zach comes out of his hole, which we don't really even know why or how he even showed up. He's just there.
Yeah.
He's just there in the basement hanging out, doing his thing. I do love how like Undertaker Zach and Dr. Giggles each have like their own little secret like lair in their houses that are like fully like electric furnished, like no fucking like dust on the walls or anything. It's like behind like three dry walls just hidden. But he comes out and he eventually like kills them. And that's basically it about this movie. They're stuck in this mansion just getting picked off. And since they're I only mentioned that there's four people, the body count in this movie really isn't big at all. So
I think it's the biggest problem with the movie is that you have this ridiculous premise, but you gotta have some fucking kills, man.
Yeah, you gotta have some kills. Like Undertaker Zach fucking
It's
people
so
up.
dull.
Yeah, dude, it's like the bleeder doll with the kills. I'm like, man, come on, bro. Like, I'm feeling this shit. It's funny to watch and stuff. It's ridiculous. The storyline literally doesn't even make any sense, but you can salvage it with some on-screen kills. That's what we're here for, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you get like two at the very beginning, and after that, you get this honestly a pretty funny kill like 10 minutes into the movie with a homeless man like pissing outside of Undertaker Zach's house.
Yeah.
And he cuts his dick off and then like takes the body, and then like a little cute little dog just starts eating his cock.
Yeah.
But then after that, it goes like about like almost a full hour of nothing.
Yeah.
After that.
Yeah.
And then like a couple people die. And honestly, like there's a twist like towards the end, like in the third act that honestly surprised the fuck out of me. Like I wasn't expecting that at all.
Mm-hmm.
And then the actual end of this movie I thought was fucking hilarious.
Dude, I actually laughed my ass off. I was like, dude, come on, man.
I have never seen like a movie end that way in my life. But you know what? I welcome it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if one movie's gonna do it, let it be The Embalmer.
That freeze frame is legendary.
The freeze frame, yeah.
It is like somebody is in the middle of a conversation and they're like, "We're done." I was laughing because I was talking and my lady, and I was like, "This is what Precious. This is what happened. This is what should have happened at Precious. Like this is like this lady is from this crazy household. It's like I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna do what's right. It is nonsense, but it's not consistently nonsense.
Precious would have been better if she just showed up at Undertaker Zach's place.
That's what I'm saying. Instead of stealing fried chicken, she should have showed up at Undertaker Zach. No, it's nonsense. And that's the thing is that like funnily enough, like Driller, I feel like it's not consistently entertaining. Where there's like a handful of moments. Really, like the first 20 minutes, the ending is hilarious, and then a couple, here and there. But beginning to end, I'm like, I would not.
Dude, when they first get to the fucking house, man, and like it's just this going around the house, like trying to fuck, and I'm just like, can we do something here?
Right. A lot of filler.
Yeah, a lot of fucking one of these, lot of padding the time for sure.
Mm-hmm.
One of these movies where like I'm watching it, I'm not on my phone or anything like that, but I'm watching it fully, and I am forgetting that I'm watching it. I'm like spacing out, thinking about other things, and I'm like, oh shit, the movie's still on. Like I'm thinking about like I gotta get groceries later, it's like it's nothing happening.
And on top of that, like it's shot okay. Like there's some decent lighting in the movie, but like the acting is horrible. And I'll get into why. Like none of the people in this movie were actually like trained actors. They're all students.
Yeah.
And then the guy who played Undertaker Zach, I thought was horrible. It's like probably the least intimidating like slasher killer I've seen in so long. but I honestly liked it because I thought it just made it funny to me. Just like how like unimposing this guy was.
It's
And
just a
like how
guy.
how like the people's acting were so bad. They didn't act scared when they were around Undertaker's act. They act like more annoyed than anything, like when they would like cross paths with them. So like made it even dumber and more funny. But then like the kills themselves when they did happen in this movie, they just weren't good. Like it'd be like him holding a scalpel and then he would like thrust out of frame like towards somebody's gut. So you don't see anything like that. But yeah, it's just pretty sloppy all around. You can tell that the director probably didn't have his like full vision out on this film. And once I get to the special features, like you'll hear more about that. But overall, like I enjoyed it for what it was. Like I love like super low budget regional slashers like this.
Mm.
Especially I don't know, like I've like the hood variety, you know what I mean? There's like this like specific flair that just I don't know, I really love, especially when it comes to like the music in movies. And if it's like rap music and shit like that I've never even heard of, like I always gravitate towards that type of shit.
I feel like the shit in this movie, man. Like, I mean, for somebody that knows their shit pretty good, I'm like, I feel like this is some regional shit that they might have taken regional for like maybe from their homies or whatever the fuck it was, but like, or it was done specifically for this because it's nothing that's ever made it out of that area. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It stayed there.
It's super
It didn't
regional.
leave.
It's super regional. Yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's literally just like local people that went to
Oh,
that
100%.
school.
100%. Yeah.
Or
Like,
maybe
I don't
not
even
the
think
hood
there's
with this
credits
one.
for it. Like,
No, you ain't.
I don't even think there's any credits for it, which is interesting. So,
Yeah, I can't even remember if there were or not.
no, but
But yeah, overall, I'd probably give it like a 6 out of 10. I had a good time with it overall. What about you guys?
I liked it too, man. I thought it was like it. I hate the term "it's so bad it's good," but it is pretty bad to be honest. But I had fun with it. Like it starts out good, ends pretty funny. It's just the middle part, bro.
Mm-hmm.
It needs a higher body count. When you have a title like the Embalmer, like you're expecting some carnage here, man. Come on. It doesn't
Yeah,
really
right.
deliver on that. I mean, there's like I said, there's a lot of a lot of bad timing. Like the whole shit in the house, man. I'm just like,
It's
it's a
not
little tedious.
consistently. Yeah, it's like there's like a lot of parts that are like very enjoyable, but it's not consistently entertaining and it's not consistently fun. Where it's like you have like X amount of scenes that are great on their own, but like beginning to end, it's like, oh man, like I'm just not with it. And like, yeah, okay, like the very end is hilarious, but it's like, man, there's so much downtime in this that I'm
Yeah,
very middle of the road on it.
A lot of filler, man.
Yeah, a lot of filler
A lot of padding the time, man. Like,
for sure.
but I mean that's what I was talking about earlier. With a lot of like low budget shot on video films and stuff like that. Like, that's a common thing. It's a common theme. I mean,
And
Trim
the
your
actual embalming
down.
stuff in it was horrible and like
yeah,
super half baked.
and it sucks that they didn't do more of that. Like actually going through the idea of like taking people and bombing them. Doing like that would have been a way better movie. You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? Instead of following these characters like some dude with a rock hard fucking cock and trying to fuck for fucking 45 minutes. It's like, bro, I want to see some
And then
kills, man.
they do like this same gag multiple times in this movie where they'll like cut a piece of paper and like stick your finger through. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like
Right.
the old like magic trick.
Yeah, yeah.
They did that multiple times in this movie to like portray like severed fingers, and it was so obvious like what it was. Like it's like
At that point, it's just padding the time more. Like,
right.
we've already seen this, bro. Come on.
Like that's the type of kills we get in this movie is that stupid bullshit.
I'm not gonna lie, man. The
And a
one thing I took
scalpel.
away from this film that I'll never forget is seeing the Tales from the Hood poster in the fucking movie. That's the craziest shit, man.
Oh yeah, we talked about it off recording, but I was laughing the fact that you have this video store, and then right up front you have the you have this Traces of Death poster. Like you got Joe Schmo coming in off the street, being like, "Oh, what's this new horror movie, Trace of Death? But is that like Halloween?" It's like, yeah, yeah, it's exactly like Halloween.
But it is something that's very interesting to wrap your head around. Like, why the fuck would they like? Did they put that there, or was that actually there?
They probably
I feel like
put it there.
It had to have been there, and I'll
I feel
get
like it
into
had to
that
have been.
later.
I have never heard
All
of
right.
any place ever having something like that. Like, that's crazy.
Because I mean, I've heard so many stories about, people who are, obviously older than me, but they talk about like, oh, you go to the video store and it's like, oh, that's the tape behind the counter, Face of Death, ooh,
Yeah.
or these Trace of Death, ooh, it's like, you have to have an adult and all that. So, kind of like very secretive. Then the fact that you have Tales from the Hood, which is, a big Hollywood film, Trace of Death, which is like, it's what it is. It's like, all right,
But I mean,
Hey,
even
video stores you gotta
Tales from the
promote
Hood
all your bases.
wasn't necessarily a big Hollywood film. It
Yeah,
was
no,
bigger for the time. It had a great soundtrack. That was the thing.
you're completely correct. I meant more so in comparison to Trace to Death.
It got
Where
promoted
it's
a
like,
lot more.
okay,
Yeah.
this is not made like for $2.
Yeah, for sure. No, it definitely wasn't. I mean, the sequels
No.
were.
Oh yeah, well,
But-
we don't gotta talk about those.
yeah, man. Dude, it's so fucking crazy. Like when Tales from the Hood 2 came out, how fucking
Oh,
shitty it was. And then
oh
the
my
third one
gosh,
was actually better than the second. I was like, how the fuck did that just work? But they're still not
that,
good.
there's so much potential for that series, and they just
I
fucked it
know.
up so bad.
So bad.
Oh man, welcome to hell, motherfucker! Oh, that's so bad.
That's the best part.
That shit made me racist. I was like, oh, never mind.
Shit.
Anyways,
In terms of special features for this, there's an early cut which I didn't watch, which I figured is just like on the earliest DVD that came out in like 2000. But there's a Q&A with the director that was filmed probably at like whatever screening they did of this movie. And one of the guys who like asked a question like specifically said that he like really appreciated that he put in a Tales from the Hood poster like in that movie store scene. And when the director like heard him say that, like he like looked at him like he had no idea what the fuck he was even talking about. So in my mind, I'm like, he probably just like picked a random like local video store and just shot at it and didn't actually like pinpoint like whatever posters he actually wanted in it.
No fucking way. Oh, dude, like he did. Oh man.
But it would make sense because it'd be like if you're like shooting it like in the hood, basically, you're going to like one of the local video stores. I wouldn't be surprised if they had Tales from the Hood
But
poster
like
on the
just even the
wall.
timing of it to have that up there. I guess it didn't really it might not even have mattered though. Like, I mean, to be
But
honest, it
but
could have
that's the
been big
thing
at the
though,
time.
like
Just had the poster up for a long time though, too, right?
yeah, Tales from the Hood is a 95 movie and this came out in 96.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that that would
Oh
be like a
yeah,
new
yeah.
release poster on the wall.
But especially in that neighborhood too, like that would make complete sense because there wasn't a lot of like, films that were completely aimed at like a black crowd.
Mhm.
100%. That was the point of Tales from the Hood, right? So yeah, interesting. Still trip me the fuck out though, man. Crazy.
But other things. So yeah, he was basically just like calling out like the actors in his movie, just saying like they're pretty shitty. They weren't like putting forth the effort that like he envisioned that he wanted them to be. So basically he was like throwing them under the bus for not like selling the movie. And the original guy who played Undertaker Zach, he threw him under the bus too. Cause like he talked about this guy. He's like, oh, he had such broad shoulders and he was huge and he was scary. But then he's
it's
like
like
the day of filming, he called me and he said that I can't be there because he forgot it was his wedding anniversary. So that's
the
how.
acting is not the big problem with the film.
So this guy doesn't commit to anything then.
So yeah,
Like,
the Undertaker Zach,
how do you forget your wedding
he
anniversary?
he dropped out because he forgot about his anniversary. So he picked up some random dude that was also in like his film class to be Undertaker Zach, and he talked shit about him, say he was horrible too. But
that is the ultimate move to just make a film and then be like, yeah, everyone fucked up but me.
and the best part
Everyone
about
else.
it is that we're talking about a film professor here working with his students as the crew.
I imagine like the film professor like
You think
showing,
he failed them?
you know.
Oh,
I
for
would've.
sure. This is your thesis right here. This is
He
your final
fucking fails
project.
them all for
My
sucking in
film.
the film.
I was laughing thinking about like a film professor showing like,
You guys
Citizen
will never work
Kane,
in this town
Casablanca,
again.
The Godfather, Embalmer. It's like these are real films.
Man. And this guy is teaching our kids about film.
I'm more concerned about that than any other kind of teachers.
Dude, that's fucking hilarious, man.
But yeah, the
Ugh.
only other really thing in this Q&A talks about was that he got completely ripped off by the original distributor. He was supposed to get like 50% of the net profits, and when he finally like was about to like sue them, they filed for bankruptcy, and that was pretty much the end of that. So he saw pretty much nothing out of this movie.
Well, that's a bummer.
And yeah, sucks for him, but at least he's got this Blu-ray out now. So besides that,
Consolation prize.
hey, it is, and now he's
It's got a Blu-ray out.
Isn't it pretty much sold out? So he's got to be making bank off that now.
Yeah, his movie's like getting cult status at this point.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
Handing to his students.
But yeah, there's a few shorts on here too. One is called Day of the Crow's Call, which is like 5 minutes long, and it is nothing but like an old man like reciting like some spooky shit, like a story. Like I would equate it to the grandpa at the beginning of Silent Night, Deadly Night just speaking to his son. Where like what he's saying like really isn't scary dialogue, but the way he delivers it, you make it think it's like the most terrifying thing that's ever happened in his life. But yeah, it's just this old man talking about, I heard the crows outside. Like shit like that. But it was filmed dark and it was lit pretty well and it had pretty decent atmosphere, but it's 5 minutes and is completely pointless. And that is honestly the best short that I'm about to be talking about.
Shut the fuck up.
Because the next one we have is Euphrates Awakening, which is like 2 minutes long. This is a 2 minute short, and all it is the director like reciting some biblical poetry with some like stock footage type shit in the background. That's all that is. I hated it.
Wow.
The third short that's
Why
on
is that
here, I
shit
thought-
on the disc?
What was in the hole again? What was in the hole?
Oh, I'm about to get to that.
Okay.
So in the hole is honestly pretty interesting. It opens up with two black men in prison. Well, they're in a jail cell. One guy's like leaned against the bars and one's like sitting in a bed. And the one in the bed has been there for a while, and the one in the bars just got like locked away for years for killing somebody. And the guy in the bed, who's his new cellmate, is like basically coaxing him into like admitting what he did instead of being like, I'm an innocent man. They got me the wrong. So he finally like got him to confess me like, yeah, I killed a woman I love and shit. I deserve to be here. But then the one guy says like, I also deserve to be here. I killed the person I love too, and he had broad shoulders like you and this and that. And he started like rubbing his shoulders, and then the guy just got there. He's like, no, no. And then it faded away.
Wow.
Why?
That sounds
So
great.
that was like a 5 minute short as well of a guy who's about to get prison rape for the first time in his life.
Yeah.
Very
I'm glad
cool.
that's on the disc.
Me too, actually. But the best thing about this entire disc, and even better than the Embalmer, is that there's a bonus feature on here called The Black Beyond, which is basically the director's version of the Twilight Zone. So it's basically just like the hood version of that. And he basically gets in front of every segment like he's Rod Serling talking about like, man, what has he done to deserve such blah blah blah? Will he do this and the Black Beyond type crap? And this is like a 71-minute like feature film. It's an anthology. of 3 segments, and I honestly like was a fan of all 3 of them. So the first one is called Deathly Realities, which he actually filmed in 1985. I would say like imagine a slasher movie starting in the third act, and that is basically what this short is. It starts off at like a news station where this woman is delivering a story about a local serial killer who's killed like 20 victims or whatever. And she's like saying a lot of like new like evidence and all this crap, trying to like lure him out in the public, which actually works. And she's attacked by the killer at her house later on that night. But it's more like the killer going after the final girl in a movie. So it's almost like a final battle in this girl's apartment. And she ends up getting the upper hand on him and killing him actually. And it's interesting because the ending of this segment is kind of like Slaughter High, like when Marty Ranson finally kills the people and then like the dead people like come back and like haunt him. Except he doesn't wake up in this version. So the killer wakes up in purgatory and all of his victims like converge on him. They're like, there is life after death and it is eternity. So they just like stab him for eternity and it basically fades out in that way, which is a cool little comeuppance thing about. And that's what's cool about these segments is that they all have that weird little like EC comics type like comeuppance little twisty feels at the end of them. And then the second segment is called The Coming of the Saturnites, which is like a sci-fi alien segment. It starts off with this woman in an interrogation room. She's a scientist, and you don't really know what happened. You know that like a scientist is gone and she's deleted like really confidential like information from the government. So she asked her to like recount her entire story. She's like, "Oh, you wouldn't believe me." But she finally starts saying what she's doing. So her and an old man scientist who had like a Wolverine haircut for some reason. They're like fucking around with like magnetic waves and somehow they pull in an alien from Saturn called well they're called Saturnites. And it's interesting cuz these aliens they move with like magnetic waves like through like tape and shit, which is something I don't think I've ever really like seen in a movie before. And these guys look really cool at first. They're like dark, long, like cloaked dudes with like really red glowing eyes. And then he turns himself into a human to like assimilate and like stick in. And it's basically just the director playing the alien at this point. And he says that he's there to like, learn from the humans and this and that. So him and the girl, they go off on a date basically. They have a picnic and do shit like this so she can like show him what it's like to be a human. And she starts falling in love with him and vice versa. He starts like generating feelings. But then you find out that there's like ulterior motives in this and that he's actually sending waves back to his home planet to come and invade, which I
Oh,
thought was pretty interesting. And there's a really cool twist in this too, where at the end, the old doctor he disappears and everything, and so does the other alien because the aliens come to converge. And he has like a crisis of conscience, and he's like, "What have I done? I love this woman." And he gets taken out, and then she survives basically, and then she's like in the interrogation room, and then you find out that the woman that is interrogating her is also a Saturnite, so she's basically just been in an alien ship this entire time, which I thought was another cool little twist. And then in the last segment called Money'll Eat You Up, it starts off with this homeless man in like Central Park, basically. It's probably just a park in Washington, D.C. He used to be a really successful guy, but his wife died and he like lost basically faith in anything. So he sold off everything and now he just lives in the park and like tends to the animals and shit. But you find out that the reason that he's like living in the park is because at night there are these dollar bills that start floating around that he calls them the dirty green. And if you like chase these dollars around, you pick them up, you disappear. like the dirty green will get you. You stay away from the dirty green. It's basically just like it's a stupid commentary on greed, basically, like money kills type shit.
Right.
But he like befriends this little kid named Rodney, and the little kid like tells him about like how he's afraid of like the boogans, and he's like, "What the hell's the boogan?" He's like, "They're these creatures that live in my closet that eat people," and he's like, "Well, I guess you got to eat something." And he like basically just like patronizing the kid, even though he's literally chasing dollar bill monsters called the Dirty Green. And he's like, "Repent, stay away from their dirty green. It'll kill you."
Amazing.
But then you find out, well, at the end, he's like chasing the little boy because he's out at night in this park for some reason. The little boy grabs the dirty green and disappears. So the professor's like, "No, not him. Oh my God." He runs up, he grabs the dirty green, and he disappears too. And then you find out at the end that they're in like this giant pot. And then there's like a voiceover. It's the fucking boogans from a different world who have been literally fishing for humans with dollar bills to like eat them. And it's the same fucking boogans that the little boy was telling him about earlier in the segment.
That's
I
actually
thought it was
fucking cool, man.
Hilarious.
That's fucking cool.
But yeah, it's just a really cool little anthology, I thought. And it was filmed from 1985 to 1992, I believe.
Wow.
But yeah, honestly, that is the best part about this disc, and it's not even close. And besides that, there's actually like a 3-minute news segment on this anthology too, where this newscaster lady just does like she does a rundown of like the 3 segments and shit like that, and that's basically it. But yeah, that's the whole disc right here, the Embalmer, or like basically the works of S. Toriano Berry.
So what do you give the Embalmer?
More so. Yeah.
What's that?
What do you give the Embalmer?
I'd probably give the Embalmer a 6.
What do you give the anthology?
Probably give that like a 7.5. it was good.
I love it. I gotta watch that, man. Sounds really good, actually.
You sold me more on everything else but the main feature.
Yeah.
And it's crazy too because that anthology doesn't even have an IMDb page.
You could be the first.
Like it's on Letterboxd and shit, but it's like it's crazy how much shit out there you don't even know about still to this day.
Yeah.
Right. It's great to have these Blu-ray labels that are putting this stuff out there because besides them, no one's going to be talking about them.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I recommend it for fans of Tales from the Hood and Dr. Giggles.
And Trace of Death?
And Traces of Death. Whoever loves Traces of Death is going to pop off when they see that shit. Guaranteed.
They'll be like, what the
Because
fuck
you guys did.
Yeah, it's crazy. All right, man. So yeah, so that's going to conclude the solo reviews. Let's get into the featured review here on season 3, episode 3. We're going to take it all the way back to 1988 with kind of, what would you call this one here? A Holy Grail release?
Yeah, for sure.
So
for some people.
Yeah, for some people. 1988's Demonwarp. Yeah, man. Dude. It's one of those films, man, that I've seen before, and I just, you kind of forget about, and you never really think about. Well, I forgot about it, so I never really thought of it coming to anything past VHS. Really, did it have a DVD?
No.
Yeah, so this went from VHS to fucking 4K.
Yeah,
it's so crazy. I mean, if it had a DVD, I probably would have had it. But yeah, that's one of those crazy jumps. And wow, holy shit, man. So last time I watched this movie was a VHS rip, YouTube, probably, I don't know, man, maybe 15 years ago. I'd seen it before that too. And watching it in this quality is absolutely the funnest shit I've ever had in my life. Because when you have those memories of watching a film like this in such bad quality, and then you see it like this, you're like, God damn, man. It's amazing.
This release is ridiculous.
It's like amazing how good this looks. It actually blew my fucking mind. I was like, what the fuck? So yeah, so synopsis on Demonwarp. Bill Crafton and his daughter Julie are attacked in the woods by what they believe is a Bigfoot type creature. However, they soon begin to suspect that they may have stumbled upon a nest of aliens in a hidden spacecraft. Yeah, so Demonwarp.
I definitely suspect that after being attacked by a Sasquatch.
Like, what that's the stupidest fucking synopsis ever. So Bill Crafton is actually played by George Kennedy. It's funny because like the synopsis makes him out to be the main character, which he's actually not. Like he's in the beginning of the film, but and then he kind of shows up later in the film, and oh, that's amazing. That's amazing.
It's like he forgot he was in the movie. He popped up later. He's like, oh, I guess I'm here.
I still think he had to go do another movie real quick, then come back.
He had to go do Airport 15.
He had to go do
Airport,
Care
because he did all 4 airport films. Yeah. I still think it's so funny when like he reemerges in the film and he's like set up camp and shit, and they actually question him like, well, how did you survive here? But then they show fucking booby traps everywhere and shit. I'm like, oh, what the fuck?
He's like, how the hell did you not? Or like, he's like throwing up dynamite bombs and shit like this. It's like, holy shit.
All right, man. So Tony, you want to lead off on Demonwarp?
I feel like this is like Tony like encapsulated as a film. Like this is the most Tony film I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Did you guys like really notice like the cabin that they're filming at?
No. Is it the Evil Dead cabin?
No.
It's actually the Jarvis house from Friday the 13th, the final chapter.
Oh, okay.
And it's like shot in a lot of the same ways, like the stairway that you see Tommy running down and shit like that.
No.
There's a scene in this movie where you see like one of the girls run down the stairs, and it's like literally shot the exact same way as Tommy after he like shaved his head to like confront Jason at the end. It was really cool. But so after George Kennedy's daughter gets kidnapped, he gets knocked out basically. He's just completely fucking worthless. In this like opening scene, he's like, daughter.
He's old as shit. What's he gonna do?
Yeah, he's too tired. But then you fast forward, and then there's like 5 young adults in a car, and the leader's name is Jim, right? And you don't really know why they're there. You think that they're there for just like a weekend of partying. Actually, his friends think that they're there for a weekend of partying. But little did they know that they're actually friends with probably like the worst guy on the fucking planet.
Dude, this guy was such a shithead. Oh my god. This guy sucked.
So you find out that
he's kind of a dick for sure.
He looks like a discount Kurt Russell.
I just love the fact that he brought his friends there for his like own reasons. Like it's gonna be dangerous, but like
I can't go alone. Let me put my friends in danger.
Yeah.
So yeah, he knows that there's like a Bigfoot there, so he takes his friends there to basically hunt a Bigfoot with them. Like he's not sure of like the amount of danger that they're actually in. Like, he doesn't think that he's gonna put them in.
Well,
like,
he thinks it's literally he literally thinks it's a fucking Bigfoot.
Yeah, like he thinks it's just gonna be like some fucking like hunting expedition, which it turns out not. Because the second they show up to this cabin. So it's basically the same cabin that George Kennedy and his daughter were at, but it's Jim's uncle who actually owns the property. And when they get there, it's all torn up to shit because of what we saw earlier in the beginning. And they don't really like they act like it's nothing, honestly. Like his friends are like, "Wow, somebody just trashed your cabin, Jim."
Like, and it was like really 3 months prior to. It was like 3 months later after the shit went down with George Kennedy and his daughter too. It was like a couple months later, whatever. It's like, wow.
But yeah, it's your typical cast of like young adults. One of my favorite actors actually like from that era is Billy Jacoby, who's like the dude, like the tech nut with like the boombox and shit. I love that dude. He's also in like Just One of the Guys as like the little brother. of Terry. He's in like Superstition. He's the little boy in that. He's also the little boy at the beginning of Hospital Massacre. He's one of the bloody birthday killers.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah, he
He's
totally
in
is.
Doctor Alien.
Right.
He's just in so many movies of the era that I love. So just the fact that he's in this makes me really happy. But literally on the first night of them showing up, Bigfoot arrives and literally just fucking destroys, kills my fucking man crush, Billy Jacoby. He lasts 30 fucking minutes.
Yep.
Which was sad. And one guy disappears, and then the next day they're like, we need to go.
Well, the guy
and kill this
disappears first, and
motherfucker.
then Buddy gets killed off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But before that, they also cross paths with George Kennedy because he just shows up earlier on that morning with like a gun, being like, "You need to get the hell out of here."
Yeah.
Like he's playing the same character.
It's
from
such
Just
a
Before
weird
Dawn.
construction in the film too, because as you're going there, you don't really know what's going on, but you think that like George Kennedy might be his uncle. At the, you don't even really understand what's going on, but then you kind of get the story later on that like he's obviously not who he is. It's like kind of confusing at first. You're like, what the fuck? It's a weird construction. Yeah,
you found out he's just renting the property from the uncle, and that's why he was there. But he knew him.
Well, he went up there to go because he knew it's later revealed that his uncle went missing, and he was going up there to like figure out what the fuck is going on and kind of shit and stuff like that. But like we are under the impression that George Kennedy is his uncle, but he's not. He's renting all the place. It's like a weird. The whole beginning of the film is fucking strange, but it makes sense.
It is strange,
but
yeah, the remaining three friends basically just set off on a little expedition to go hunt this Bigfoot down. Meanwhile, Bigfoot's rolling around in this wilderness, fucking people up left and right. You got fucking Michelle Bauer and her friend just like driving around, sun tanning out. They get fucked up. There's this, what was he, a photographer just running around, getting chased around?
Yeah, this random photographer. Yeah, Michelle Bauer's friend gets fucking her head pulled off, which it's so funny in my notes.
And punted.
Because I'm watching this, I'm like, that is such a missed opportunity that they didn't pull your boy's head off. And then he shows up on the beach and then pulls the bitch's head off. Like, that's fucking hilarious, man. But I love the fact that like Michelle Bauer shows up in this film just to be showing her tits and be in a bikini. That's basically her whole over the whole movie.
There's a lot of tits in this movie. They're not shy about that.
Fucking a lot of boobs in this movie.
Who's the girl that plays? Who's the girl that plays the main character's girlfriend? She's fucking cute, man.
Some chick that would take her top off for money.
Yep, multiple times.
Well, we get to see her tits though. we see her tits in the beginning of the film, but
this is what we're paying you for.
She was fucking cute though, man. Get rid of that 80s fucking wig. Well, she wasn't literally wearing a wig, but you know what I mean?
Her hair was horrible though.
The hair is horrible, but like you can tell there's something there,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She was a babe. All the women in this movie are attractive.
Yeah.
Even George Kennedy's daughter that you see for 2 seconds.
Like really 2 seconds.
But yeah, like the first like
George Kennedy.
I mean, shit, I want to say no to George Kennedy. He's also a man crush.
It was dope, man.
I guess I can't say no to him.
Fucking death shit, man. All the airplane. Man, this guy, he liked his fucking transportation films, man. Come on.
Oh yeah, and The Uninvited.
Yeah, he's always on boats. He's always fucking with planes and shit. Like, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, you mentioned Death Ship.
Yeah, Death Ship.
I missed that part because my internet took a shit.
Yeah, fucking Airplane. He was in all 4 Airplane films. It's crazy, man.
But yeah, so the first, I would say 2/3 of this movie is almost like a standard, just like Bigfoot killer movie. And in my opinion, it's probably the best Bigfoot movie ever. I don't know about you guys, but I love that shit. I love like a Bigfoot movie that is just him just fucking people up left and right. And there really aren't that many like that. You have like Abominable from like 2005. You have Night of the Demon from 1980. Like those are like the 2 big ones were like the real Bigfoot slashers.
You know what's funny is that
Night of the Demon, man, has the best fucking penis moment ever in a film.
Well, it's funny that you say that, Moodz, because I feel like I only recently watched Night of the Demon for the first time a couple months ago, and besides like a couple moments, including the penis ripping, I was kind of like not crazy about the film. Abominable, I do like with Jeffrey Combs. I think it's a pretty well, next, it's a good film. But yeah, Demonwarp, I feel like is probably the highlight of this subgenre. You know,
And the
And it's
Bigfoot
so
looks
ironic
amazing.
though, right? Because it's not even a fucking thing. Like,
Exactly.
it goes to
like,
say
yeah.
how bad the Bigfoot genre really is, right?
Exactly.
The best film isn't
Exactly.
even really a Bigfoot film. It's only half of like fucking hilarious, bro.
But yeah, like
Half is better than none.
Yep.
eventually, like you've like the photographer guy that's like running through the woods comes across a zombie literally out of fucking nowhere.
Okay, so I want to stop you there with that. So I think that is a miscue in the film. I wish they hadn't have shown that zombie right there, because if you don't show that, I think it makes the reveal even more bizarre. Because when that happens in the film, and I noticed this time, probably never noticed it before, but I was like, man, it's so out of left field. It just kind of happens, right? It just kind
That's
of
why I
bypasses.
like it, because it would be out of left field. Like imagine being the photographer in the woods when that happens. You would have the exact same reaction. Like, what the
No,
fuck?
I know, but it's just for
Yeah,
it's just,
I forgot about the whole thing
it-
at the beginning, and then it
it's
just
just-
the way it flopped. I was like, "What the fuck are
it's
we
just for
doing?"
the sake of like where the film goes and the reveal and stuff like that. It would have, I think for me, it would have been more impactful that, all of a sudden it's like, what the fuck is going on? Because you kind of get like a little bit of taste. It throws you for a loop a little bit. You're like, okay, why is there's this random fucking zombie because we're watching a Bigfoot film. And all of a sudden there's like this random zombie that just kind of like fucking curates through the fucking through the woods for no reason. But he's like, what the fuck? For me, I wouldn't have done that if I was making the film. I think I would have just kept that reveal a little bit on the down low until, you get, the full on reveal. But that's just me. I can see where you're coming from, but that's just me.
I mean, it is pretty early on, like it is like the tiniest little nugget, and then they forget about it, and you still have more Bigfoot action, and then they come back to it. So I see what you mean in that aspect.
Yeah. Because when you see that, like what the zombies are doing in the third act, it makes it like it's kind of impactful. You're like, what the fuck? Like, and it makes it even more bizarre of like why they're zombies and what they're doing. And like, dude, the third act in this film is one of the most batshit insane things ever. Like it's so crazy that you're thinking you're watching one type of film and it just goes into like complete batshit craziness. I'm just like, this movie's amazing. This is exactly what I love about 80s cinema, man. It's like, it just goes so it's so unhinged. And it just manages to accomplish so many different things in the third act where you're like, does that work?
You almost feel like you're watching a remake of a 50s movie. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Because it's just like a weird alien monster mash, like sci-fi fucking weird movie.
But with like zombies before they were like, these are like modern zombies, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're like mindless drone zombies.
Yeah, man. But they're like working and doing all this crazy. It's so fucking weird. The third act in this film is so fucking funny, bro.
It goes off the edge. It's ridiculous.
It really does. It really.
I forgot how ridiculous it got, because the funny thing is that I'm watching this film and I remembered quite a lot of it. But then the third act, when they go in the cave and all that stuff's going on, I'm like, wow, I somehow forgot all this stuff, and this is ridiculous in a positive way. Where I'm like, wow,
I'm in the same boat,
I
man.
had no idea where it's going to.
I forgot when they go into the cave and they see the zombies trying to fix up, like they were basically stealing fucking like mother computer boards and shit. They were fixing up the fucking,
right.
They were fixing up the spaceship and shit. I'm like, this is the weirdest narrative ever. Like, what the fuck? It doesn't really make any sense how they were able to, I guess it's like mind control, I guess, whatever. Kill people, make them into zombies, set them out on some shit, grab some fucking some electronics, figure out some shit. It's so weird, man. But I think it's so funny. Like how like the main like alien person, whatever you want to call it, like how it goes down is so funny. It just seems like it should have been more of a battle, but it's like, no, we're just gonna pop his ass and get the fuck out of here. Dude, it's fucking so funny. I actually paused and started laughing. I was like, dude, that's fucking hilarious. It's like boom boom. Dude,
guys, where's your power now, bitch?
I started laughing, man. I was like, oh my god, I totally forgot. It's been so long. Fuck, so good, man.
And then you have this weird little fucking like preacher guy in it. Like, it gets really weird at the end in this fucking cave system.
Yeah,
but yeah,
man.
That's like really where like the magic happens in this movie. And really,
because I think the cave
ties it all
system
together.
is supposed to be like part of like the mothership. Is that what it is? Like they're in the mothership?
Yeah, it is. It's like I think they said that.
Yeah,
it's like the secret like chamber like in the mothership underground.
Yeah, but what a weird concept to like kill people, turn them into zombies, and make them work for you. It's like it's almost like a really bizarre version of like of Phantasm. You know, it's like
I felt like by the end, I got the impression like someone was at a pitch meeting for this movie trying to sell it to an investor, and they just kept making more stuff up. Like the first thing they thought of, they just said, "But they're from aliens, and they turn people into zombies."
One of them's a Bigfoot.
It's a good point.
It starts with the Sasquatch movie, and the guy's like unimpressed, so he just keeps making up shit to the investor to get him interested.
It does feel like one of those films where like, wow, we kind of ran out of ideas for this or the Bigfoot thing. Let's just incorporate zombies, aliens, and a bunch of weird other shit because there's nothing except for that one moment where you get that one random zombie. It's like, fuck.
Yeah. Well, lots of tits in it.
And it's so cool because it's like you said, it's like a mindless drone zombie. Like the dude stops him. He's like, what the hell? And the zombie just like looks at him. Yeah. And then just like keeps walking. So that makes it even weirder. That
because he's being controlled, right? Like he's his point is to do what he's supposed to be doing, right? So he doesn't give a fuck. He's not no fucking Romero zombies. But yeah, man, this movie is fun as hell, man. Like, dude, pretty good effects. I love the look of the like, you know, the aliens and like the whole third act where all the special effects really happen and shit like that. Everything looks pretty cool and stuff.
It's all John Carl Buechler who did the effects.
Yeah, Buechler did all the effects. Yeah, so it all looks pretty fucking.
He was originally supposed to direct it too.
Yeah, I think
but he ended up doing Friday the 13th Part 7 instead.
Right,
which is interesting because they shot it in the Friday the 13th Part 4 house.
Yeah, and it's funny too. Like again, going back to the whole Bigfoot thing, this is actually. Like you said, the best Bigfoot film that actually isn't a Bigfoot film, but the look of the Bigfoot is phenomenal in this. It looks great. It really does. It's just crazy. It's not actually a Bigfoot film. Like the reveal with that is like so bizarre, but I think this is such a weird. It's like it really kind of accentuates what the 80s is all about. It's just wackiness and craziness, and just do what the fuck you want to do. Can you get away with this now? Could you make this theatrical today? Probably not. People would be so confused by this. They'd be like,
this is the definition of science fiction right here.
Yeah, you couldn't get away with making a film like this now. There's no way. People would be like, that doesn't make any fun. They just take it too serious. They just don't have the nostalgic, you know, values of the 80s filmmaking and shit. But this one is still out of left field though. You don't see a lot of films like this where it goes. It seems like it's pretty kosher in the third act. Kitchens goes, we're gonna do this straight up left field. I think it's awesome though. Great film. And some
glad it's finally out.
Really good looking fucking women. A lot of titties and great crotch shots and stuff.
I feel like every woman except for like one at the beginning shows their boobs.
So Carrie in the end of the film when she's all strapped up there by the aliens and shit, like she's got her titties hanging out. And they knew what they were doing with the camera, though. Just those little shots on the vagina. I was like, come on, bro. This shit was pretty good. It's pretty good.
You gotta sell it.
Gotta sell it, man. Looked really good.
Watch our movie. There's lots of nudity in it.
Yeah, pulling the perv card there, but I gotta mention it because it was pretty hot. But I liked her, though, man.
Hey. She got paid to do that. So you should respect.
Yeah, man. Good job. But yeah, for the Blu-ray though, Demonwarp, holy fuck, bro. Or
That's
the 4K,
amazing.
I should say. What the fuck, dude? Like,
It's like one of the greatest upgrades ever.
I felt like I was watching this movie for the first time. It looked so good. It looked so good on 4K. I'm like, what the fuck? I don't know how they do it, but they do it and it's done. And I highly recommend this. Even if you're not even a fan of it, you need to own it. No, fuck it. Everyone should be a fan of Demonwarp. It's amazing.
Right, this is a movie that should have been out like with a decent restoration like 20 years ago. Like this
Easily.
like the reason like there's no reason why this movie should be so obscure like the way it is. So
I'm wondering if it was like a rights thing, just a matter of getting rights to it. Maybe
I feel like it had to have
Banter
been.
Syndrome. Maybe they copped the rights to it. I have no idea why this thing took so long, but they managed to.
They mentioned that they were trying to get it for years.
So it's a rights thing then. Yeah, definitely a rights thing. So, man, I'm imagining, like, I'm assuming whoever owned this film was just like wanted more money for it, probably.
I always assumed that Lionsgate owned it.
Who actually put this out, like, originally?
Vidmark Entertainment, I think.
So that's who put it out, but who actually produced this film?
Let's see.
Because Vidmark would have been the distributor for the VHS, right? It's interesting why this never got released. It just blows my mind. So, Dan, what do you think of the film?
Well, I'm basically in agreement with that's not a word. I'm basically totally aligned with what you and Tony said. I think this is a fantastic film. It is ridiculous. It is nonsense. Constantly kind of shifting and moving with, from the Bigfoot part of it to something more science fiction. I had so much fun with this. The 4K looks amazing. This is one of the best releases I've seen this year. I have, for a ridiculous midnight kind of film, I love it. I truly, truly love it. I almost feel like dumb trying to put my thoughts to action right now because you and Tony did it so eloquently, better than I could. But I love the film.
I feel like this one is going to be part of many of our top 5 lists in the first half of the year, maybe at the end of the year, kind of thing.
Absolutely. For it, this is one of the best releases so far this year. It's only March.
Yeah, I need to. Did anybody watch the special features on it?
Nope.
Because it's like a ton. Well, it looks like there is, but
I let my friends borrow it, so I don't even have my copy in my house right now.
Oh,
how's it going, Tony?
Well, like the movie is honestly like a really like important movie, like in my like close like inner circle. Like one of my best friends growing up, like I was introduced to the movie from him, and his older brother, he was like really obsessed with it. He had the tape and he had like a 35 or 34 by 36 or whatever fucking poster. And yeah, that's basically where like the Demonwarp love like started, was like my friend's older brother, and then we just all fell in love with this movie. So yeah, I've just been pawning my 4K off to them.
Do you know how he got so obsessed with the film? Do you know that story? It seems like it's so obscure.
I think he probably just like rented it with his friends back in the day.
But he had a poster though. That's crazy. I've never seen original Demonwarp poster before.
And it was a weird poster too, because it was like on card stock. Like it was like a 24 by 36 and it was really old, but like it was like on like a fucking card stock. Like I don't know if like it was like glued to the card like poster like that or what, but it was a really weird poster. It wasn't the one that's on the reverse wrap of the 4K. It's the poster that was on the VHS of like George Kennedy in the background.
Right. Yeah, interesting. But yeah, definitely fucking an oddity. It's an oddity that really does work. It's so much fucking fun. It's a great party film, man. I could see this and have some beers and just like enjoy the shit. But it's funny because if you're watching with some people that are having some beers, never seen it before, by the third act to be like, what the fuck? What did I miss? Well, you didn't really miss anything. It just changed. It just went here, man.
Yeah, would it be hard to like bring them up to speed? It's like it was a Bigfoot movie and now it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Dude, definitely one of the best releases Vinegar Syndrome has had in years, actually, to be honest. I think when we do this show, like maybe after 5 years, we should do like the top 10 releases of like the first or 5 years of the show.
That'd be awesome.
Damn, that'd be crazy.
Yeah, see what pops up on
what
there.
pops up.
Yeah, man. Pretty cool. Yeah, I mean,
Demonwarp kicks ass.
Yeah, without giving everything away from the film. I mean, you know, it's not really a whole lot more to say about it. It's pretty fun. I mean, good practical effects, man. I love the look of the Bigfoot. I think it's like one of my favorite Bigfoot looks ever. It's great.
And then the alien dude at the end, like sitting in his throne.
Oh,
like he looked all fucking weird and cool too.
Super cool design for sure. Yeah. So if you had to rate this, what would you rate it, Tony?
Very nostalgic, enthusiastic. 10 out of 10.
Yeah. You know what I love with this film, man? The dude wearing the Iowa hat or the Daiwa hat. I used to have a couple reels that were Daiwa. I'm like, dude, it just brought me back to like the 80s. Like fishing and shit, man. Daiwa. Come on, bro. It's like fucking amazing. You never see that shit in films. Who wears a Daiwa hat? It's crazy.
Had to pass off that he's an outdoorsman.
Yeah, exactly.
His uncle.
It's great. It's great. Dan, what do you give this one?
I gave it a very quality thumbs up. Definitely watch it.
Tyler, what do you give it?
Hate to be the Grinch here. I'm gonna give it a 5.5.
Okay, we haven't heard from much from you, so like, what's your?
I just felt like, I mean, well, like the nudity and shit, and like the goofy and the ridiculous, like it's fun. It's just really just like not my type of movie. I thought that kill where the guy rips his head off was fucking awesome. But other than that, I like kind of really wasn't that impressed with the kills. And when the movie just pivoted a bunch of times, like yeah, it was like funny that the movie just like turned into a kitchen sink. But I got to a point by the end where I was like, all right, let's wrap this up. It's not a bad movie or anything, you know. I
definitely not a Tyler movie.
I enjoy my time with this, but like, I'm probably like just never watching this movie again.
This guy is like the fucking oldest young person I've ever met in my life. It's fucking hilarious to me, man. Fun.
I was the man.
Dude, it's
Tyler
so much fucking
man.
fun. It's like the epitome of fun ass fucking film. I give it a 9. I think it's fucking hilariously awesome, man. I think it's
the
great.
Movies I find most fun are just like the most mean spirited movies.
When I think of fun, I think of Sallow.
I think of fun. I think of Showa.
The best comedy ever, right? Sallow.
That movie is funny.
It's not the best comedy ever, but it's a comedy.
It's up
there. Of course it's not, bro. I just can't even buy into it's actually a comedy, but whatever. It might be.
It's so bleak that it's funny.
I think it's hilarious. Besides the end, of course, when it's not funny is like when it's like.
But the girl next door is crazy.
The end is where you cut it off.
Yeah, but like that movie's like completely serious. Like they try to make you like these characters. Like these are just faceless kids, and they're making Nazis like butt fuck each other. Like
they're like caricatures of like higher society people. Like
yeah, they're just making
like a satire.
I mean,
that's exactly what it is.
It would be more funny though, like if it wasn't done by an Italian director, because like there was times where the Italian
so much though. That's the thing.
I guess he was an outcast. He was like an outlier to that.
Yeah, because he grew up in like some village, like fucking Michael Corleone hiding in Italy type of shit,
yeah.
And then he went.
But for the people that
I fucking hate you all.
The thing is, like, I mean, if you don't really know that though, it's like you got an Italian director doing some shit against Aussies. Like there was a time where they were a faction, man. Like it's kind of fucked up, but I guess if you put it in the context, if you know the history and shit, I guess it works a little bit better. But honestly, dude, I mean, eating shit is kind of funny. It's funny to me to be honest, but I'm not gonna lie. The fact that like this is a real thing, like scat porn's a real fucking thing. It's
I mean,
wild to me
I
that
think
that's a
I
real
think
thing.
Pink Flamingos is hilarious too, and there's some real shit.
Yeah, but
eating
John
in that.
Waters is legitimately amazing, and he was always about like just dirty, filthy fucking comedy and just bad taste shit, man. He was all about bad taste, like quite literally with poo in your mouth,
Yeah.
because it's kind of bad tasting, right? So,
That's amazing.
but yeah, John Waters is amazing. I actually just watched his Amoeba, What's in My Bag, the other day. Dude is fucking amazing, man. Like he loves his punk music still. Like John Waters is the coolest, man. I love John Waters. It's fucking amazing.
Just watch Seed of Chucky. He's amazing in that too.
Yeah, he's the best. He's actually the best part
I
about Seed of
forgot
Chucky.
he's
To
in
be
that.
A
honest.
masturbating midget?
Dude, I was actually thinking about Seed of Chucky yesterday because I was like, oh, I gotta start breaking into the sequels in 2004. And I'm like, oh yeah, Seed of Chucky's from 2004. I'm like, fuck, I need to watch that again. But saw that in the theater. He's literally the best part about the film, to be honest. Isn't Redman in the film too?
Yep.
Redman.
He's like a main character.
Like I haven't seen it in so long, man.
I just can't get over how Jennifer Tilly's just like Redman.
I think the last time I watched Seed of Chucky is when we did the franchise on 22 Shots. So it's been years. Probably almost 10 years ago now. Anyways, that's probably it for Demonwarp. What is your guys' release of the month?
Demonwarp.
I mean, given the context of like how like unseeable this movie was and what like it looked like, what it looked like, and how it looks now, like I think I'd still give it to Demonwarp for that. Like I like
he never surprises me with his thought process, man. Like it's just always something
common
like
sense.
Okay. Yeah. Dan.
Demonwarp kicks ass. This movie rules. This is the most Tony film I have ever seen. This film kicks ass. I have nothing negative to say about it. Yeah, obviously Demonwarp.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Demonwarp also. Even though I love Deadwood Park, Demonwarp is just, I mean, fuck, it's a release of the month for multiple reasons. It's hilariously funny, bizarre, but it got its due, and it got its due well. This shit looks phenomenal. Everybody, you can go out and buy 2 copies of it because it's fucking phenomenal.
It's honestly probably one of the best 4Ks that they've ever made.
Yeah. Like they must have had pristine elements for this because it looks so crazy.
Yeah, it's been covered in dust for fucking 40 years.
Yeah.
The funny thing is that I just watched the Conan the Barbarian 4K from Arrow, and I had some issues with that release. And that's a major studio film by John Milius, and all that. And then I watched Demonwarp on the 4K, and it looks, to me, way better than that, which is like hilarious. It's like, I have no idea how Vinegar Syndrome does it, but wow, I mean, it looks amazing.
Right. All right. So what are we doing next month, by the way? I should probably look that up.
I was going to do Citywide Fear, but I pivoted, and I'm now doing
you bastard.
intensive care.
Oh.
Because I can't get enough George Kennedy in my life.
Someone do a Factor 25.
And I've never seen it, and it looks amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. Okay, so JP's doing Love Letters of a Portuguese Nun.
Yeah.
Tony's doing Intensive Care. Tyler, what are you doing?
I'm doing the Fritz Lang set.
Right. I'm doing Fear Has a Thousand Eyes, the Swedish folklore film, and Mike, who's guest starring on next month, is doing Plan 75, which I think we already mentioned. And the feature review is Reviver Volume 2.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
So I'm kind of looking forward to it because it looks like it's a little bit more interesting than the first one. So But we'll see. I guess that remains to be seen, right? It could be horrible.
Yeah, we literally have no idea.
We have no idea. So nobody's ever seen anything. So it'll be interesting to talk about. So
I'm not even cracking mine open.
What is there? 3 films on it?
2 on this one.
Just 2.
Okay. Two feature-length films.
Right.
Both horror movies.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah, looking forward to that.
Yeah, it's already better than the first one.
I haven't even seen the first one yet. So
just for that's
one of the titles. Movies. So Reviver is one of the. That's like one of 3 I need to watch from this year. So, anyways, Dan, thanks for stopping by once again. Maybe not take a year to come back because you're pretty fucking awesome. The fact that you watched all those partner label films blew my shitter out, man. It's amazing. It's really good.
Listen, I said it before, and I feel like, I all 3 of you guys, I feel like are incredibly intelligible, very knowledgeable about the films you guys are really into, and it's just such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for allowing me to talk about these dirty sex movies, and I wish JP was here for this as well, but getting to rewatch Demonwarp, just, oh my gosh, what a fucking great film. So anyways, thank you guys for having me on. I'm not going to, waste your time. I appreciate it. I love the show, all that good stuff. I'm very tired.
Well, thank you for coming on here and doing, talking about dirty films, because it made me watch Driller after all these years of having in the collection.
On multiple formats.
It's only March. It's only March, and that's already a highlight of my year, so I'll take it.
Right. All right, guys, man, that's going to conclude episode 3 here on the Sin Bin podcast, and we'll see you next month. And hopefully JP is going to be back for the whole show.
Hopefully
for episode 4, and as usual, deuces.
Woo! Don't forget the thumbnail.
Doesn't even know. Dude, that's fucking hilarious.
Oh, did we not?
Dude, that's fucking hilarious. I totally even forgot about that.
That's so funny.
He has no idea what we're laughing at right now.
Exactly.
We did not forget.
No, we didn't forget, man.
I put the films away. I'm not getting them again.
Dude, so JP was like, I need to go. I'm like, well, we got to wait for Tyler to get back to do the thumbnail. And he's like, fuck it, let's just do this right now.
So you
just have a blank spot on the
we did the thumbnail and you're gonna have a blank. Was JP gone before you got back?
I didn't notice right away.
He was. Yeah.
Okay.
As soon as we did it, he was gone. Then he came back like about 30 seconds later.
That's funny as shit.
So.
Yeah, at first I thought his internet crashed. Like, nobody's saying anything. He didn't say anything in the chat, so we probably said.
I'll just superimpose your film on there. Don't worry about it. I'll even put a fucking Hurricanes hat right there too.
That should be so funny.
You should make it the alien from Demonwarp.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
No, I'm just making you do extra work.
Woo.
All right. Anyways.
All right.
Bedtime, boys.
Are we not gonna? We're just gonna superimpose it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, we did it.
We did.
Oh, you did?
We're good.
Oh, you did it without me.
We did it without you.
Yes.
So yeah, you're gonna be a blank screen on the thumbnail.
No, I'll seriously just put some on there. I'll send it to JP.
Put a random Chinese man. Be like, that's Tyler.
That'd be fucking hilarious.
then you can do the font on it. So.
Like, yes. not even like a famous Chinese guy. Like, truly a random, like, Shutterstock Chinese guy who's like, oh!
Put a Carolina hat on him, too.
Oh, I look at this movie.
Oh my god.
Hey,
don't
look
know
at
if
the
I have time to
Carolina
do
Hurricane.
Have you heard of one kawaii?
All right, guys.
I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed. All right. Thank you guys for having me. I'm so dead.
Good show, guys. It's fun.
Good show.
Peace.